Pulling me back up. Ain't no knocking down, healing my heartache. Ooh. Flying miles ahead of my shadow. Mojo, I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo, flying miles ahead of my shadow. Mojo, I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo.
Some days I just can't get up, comatose, stupid. Same old energy, scared of what the future holds for me and all my friends. We want so much better. We can only get there if we all just come together. So take my hand, let's own this moment. No one can stop us now. Your love is what's most important. No one's gonna take us down. So love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got this moment. Love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got each other. Recognition, demolition, I just need your light. Upside down, turn the beat. We can only get there, it's a two-way street. So take my hand, let's own this moment. No one can stop us now. Your love is what's most important. And no one's gonna take us down. So love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got this moment. Love I can hear whispers and far away. I can hide, but I'll try. I see the walls are caving in. I can hear whispers and far away. I can hide, but I'll try. I see the walls are caving in. If I were to stay in here forever, I would want the sun to come alive. If my heart was lighter than a feather, if I can see. Fly with me. Come on, baby, set me free. You say that you know the truth. Inside of me, inside you. Always got something to prove. Don't know what you need to lose. What would you do? Oh, look at the light in your eyes. Beneath the web of the skies. Baby, keep holding on tight. We'll win the fight. Oh. I've been walking that walk. What I hear is talk, yeah. Never taking days off. Wait till I'm on top, yeah. That show me love. Oh, always play the same song. Don't forget what's right from wrong. You just got to hang on, take a chance, let it go. You can have all that you want. I can see. Fly with me. Come on, baby, set me free. You say that you know the truth. Inside of me, inside you. Always got something to prove. Don't know what you need to lose. What would you do? Oh, look at the light in your eyes. Beneath the web of the skies. Baby, keep holding on tight. We'll win the fight. Oh. Never get enough, we could have it all. Gonna take a chance, we can never fall. Yeah, I feel so strong, unstoppable. Just hold on tight, gotta let it roll. Don't stop this feeling, let's take it too far. Live for these moments, let's reach for the stars. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. Just you and me. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause we are invincible. Yeah, we are invincible.
for a place to hide. It seems we're crossing a line. My love for you is making me blind. But I want you, oh I want you. I think we're out of control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are. Even if we're miles apart, you are the light in my dark. Control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. We both know that our path is ended. It's time to say goodbye. Even if you're far away, we should give it another try. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are. Even if we're miles apart, you are the light in my dark. You are the light in my dark. Living my own pace. Ain't no running round, wrapping myself up. Ay, ay. Pulling me back up. Ain't no knocking down, healing my heartache. Ooh. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. Living my own pace. Ain't no running round, wrapping myself up. Ay, ay. Pulling me back up. Ain't no knocking down, healing my heartache. Ooh. miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo, mojo, I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo, mojo, flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo, mojo, I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo, mojo.
Some days I just can't get up, comatose, stupid. Same old energy, scared of what the future holds for me and all my friends. We want so much better. We can only get there if we all just come together. So take my hand, let's own this moment. No one can stop us now, now. Your love is what's most important. No one's gonna take us down. So love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got this moment. Love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got each other.
Hearty laughs await everyone in this game show. To serve as our game master, she is ready to make your day even brighter. Let us all welcome Mika Fabs.
We're WCS finals coming right up.
Yep. No, we're back.
You
We're
excited
back.
about that, right?
Thanks.
Excited, very excited about that and all. And Miss Fortune is here, but she's gonna answer a little bit later. My contestants are here. Contestants, let's go to contestant number 1 right here from WCS. We have Mikos over here. How are you doing? Welcome to the Wheel of Misfortune. I like to ask everybody who goes on the show, you were asked to prepare a bunch of weird things. So what is the weirdest thing you had to prepare today?
Weirdest thing, I think this thing.
That? What is that? What?
Unfortunately, I don't have a tweezer, so I have to use this because I'm a big guy.
Thank you for that, Migos. And contestant number 2, we have Mira, never one draws. Hi. All right, Mira, what is the weirdest thing that you had to prepare for today?
I know I was supposed to prepare mayo, but I don't really have mayo, but I have wakame.
Oh, seaweed. Okay. All right. Let's roll with it. Let's see where this takes us. And we have our third contestant for the day. Let's bring up El Lemonade to our Wheel of Misfortune. Hi, El Lemonade.
Hey guys, what's up?
Hey. All right. So what is the weirdest thing that you had to prepare for today?
Well, going through the list, I saw raw egg, and when a raw egg is involved, it's never a good sign. So this is the weirdest thing I'm saying, and I'm not looking forward to it.
Okay, all right, all right. If you check out your screens, you're going to see a bunch of rules that actually don't even really matter because sure, you're going to see points and stuff there, but really the only rule that matters is to impress and win over our very own Misfortune, cosplayed by Fox Rots.
Hello, everybody! I am Fox, and I will be dressed as your Misfortune today. What's up? What's up, contestants? Are you ready to impress me?
First up, we have our first challenge of this episode.
Our first challenge of the episode is called Inner Wisdom, where I ask the contestants a little question that'll really make the gears in your heads grind. What is the meaning of life?
You know, Mikos, I do have to tell you, unfortunately, the spot over here This spot is cursed, my friend, because you usually go first. What is the meaning of life? Go.
One word, I came here. I came here and I see in the game show, I see Miss Foxtrot. I'm already happy in my life. I'm already happy.
Boo!
Come on, come on.
All right, Migos. How do you like that answer, Miss Fortune?
Mikos, I just want to say nobody likes a sucker.
Oh my gosh. That can't be good. That cannot be good, Migos. Nice try, though. Nice try. Let's try Mira this time. Mira, what is the meaning of life? Go.
The meaning of life begins when you wake up in the morning and then you come here and you see Miss Fortune, where she's my main in Wild Rift. That's the meaning of life. Seeing Miss Fortune. Yeah, I'm happy.
Okay, all right. So, Miss Fortune, what did you think of Mira's answer to that question?
You know, I know that I said with Mikos that nobody likes a suck up, but for some reason when Mira did it, it spoke to me.
I know, yeah. Okay, yeah, there's something about that. I see it. Okay, Mika's getting a little bit competitive there, but we still have Eliminate. What is the meaning of life? Go.
With the existence of misfortune, the meaning of life is actually the other way around. It's the fortunes that you have in life. Because when you go through your life, it's about experiencing it. It's about cherishing these moments, every little bit of it, being on the stage, be with my friends, just fighting it out. That is the meaning of life. That is all that is to be cherished. The fortunes that you're gonna be in. That is the meaning of life.
That was so beautiful.
All right.
Okay.
This is a little tricky. They each have their own charms in a way and personalities too. But our misfortune, what's your decision?
You know, there's something about the answers that really catered to me that I liked. The winner is actually Miko.
Twist! All right. But who is the loser for this challenge?
The loser who gets the wheel is gonna be eliminated. Come on, you have to try harder than that. Come on.
All right, Eliminate. Let's see what the Wheel of Misfortune has in store for you.
Wrap yourself with toilet paper. Oh no.
Oh, it's a little eerie. Yeah.
Okay.
That's scary.
All right. Wow, that's good job, actually.
That's
Whoa.
good, that's good.
Thank you, Eliminate. But we are not done yet. We still have another challenge. What are they going to do for round number 2?
Impress me. Where you basically have to do what I say and impress me as well as you can. This round is about rapping. I want you guys to spit some bars and make a rap about me.
Whoa. Let's actually start from the reverse. Let's start with Eliminate first, giving her misfortune rap. Eliminate, go.
What's up, guys? I'm rapping like a mummy. It's kind of really odd and kind of funny, but I'm here with Misfortune. She is my mommy. She is the one on top and the one that's gonna be giving me punishments if I need it. But she's gonna make it rain. I can't speak. It's blocking my mouth right now. It's kind of painful. I can't see. I have no idea what's happening. I have nothing to say. I'm unprepared. Okay, that's the end of the day.
Oh my God!
That was actually
Good
so
job!
good.
Up next, we have Mira. Mira, your rap dedicated to Misfortune. Go.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who is the most famous of them all? If you look at the screen right now, you can see his Misfortune. Yo.
Alright! Good job,
Valiant
Mira.
effort. I think it was hard to go after a Mumunade over here.
Yeah, but we have one more contestant to go. We have Migos wrapping it up. So Migos, you have the floor. Go.
Alright, now we see here in the WCS Championship game show, but now we don't have to see what we are going to borrow. But now, loving my Foxtrot is not a crime because we know his ultimate is the bullet time. But now I love her so much, but we know it doesn't have a little bit of sad because I'm so lonely because L is sad. It is a sad mommy.
Okay, alright.
Not bad, not bad.
Hey, good job, everybody. Hey, good job.
You know, it would be an absolute crime to not award the crown, the rap crown, to Lemonade because that was just, she spit straight fire.
That was really good.
But there also can only be one loser. So, the person that gets the Wheel of Misfortune will have to be Miko!
Oh, Mikos! All right. Let's see what the Wheel of Misfortune has in store for you this time.
Show, come on.
Yeah, that doesn't work. That never works. Don't ever try that in the Rift. Hey! When we do go to the next challenge and you have to like explain yourself or something, you have to keep the Macarena on going, all right? All right, that fits in. Okay, so we have one more challenge to go, don't we, our Misfortune?
Just like hidden treasure, as I've said before, people have hidden secrets and hidden talents inside of them. And I want you guys to tell me your hidden talent and why it's hidden.
Let's have Mira go first.
Well, basically, if back in high school, I was actually involved in shuffling, which I don't really do now. What? Nowadays, yeah, shuffling. Like
The cards or like...
no, like the shuffle dance.
Oh, the dance!
Yeah,
Oh!
I used to shuffle.
Okay, that's pretty cool. Oh, can we see you shuffle right now? Can we
I don't know.
try?
I'm not so sure if the background is gonna allow me though. But
Yeah.
it's okay. I can just do a little wave for you.
Oh!
That was amazing.
Okay, let's have Miko's next actually.
Okay.
What is your hidden talent? You should be dancing Macarena, by the way.
Basically that I always like 2 years from now that I take like a voice background kind of video type.
You mean like voice acting?
Yeah, voice acting kind of.
All right, Lemonade, what about you? What is your hidden talent?
I'm gonna put out a very hidden and useless talent that I have, and I can say the numbers really, really fast, as in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So just say stop whenever, okay?
Okay. Ready?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120, 121, 122, 123, 124, 125, 126, 127, 128, 129, 130, 131, 132, 133, 134, 135, 136, 137, 138, 139, 140, 141, 142, 143, 144, 145, 146, 147, 148, 149, 150,
Lemonade. Lemonade, you're pretty awesome. So, our misfortune, what did you think?
So the winner of this, just because I was so entertained, has to be Mikos with his little Macarena dance. That was so funny. And the person who will be spinning the wheel of misfortune, I'm so sorry, is gonna have to be Mira because we didn't get to see the shuffle. Come on, I wanted to see the shuffle.
Aww.
That was cool and all, but you know, I
Yeah.
wanted to see a shuffle. I wanted to see a shuffle.
All right, Mira, I hope you're ready. We are going to spin the wheel of misfortune. Oh, okay. That's pretty tame, pretty safe one.
That's a pretty safe one, and
You-
we're about to end.
All you have to do is thumbs up for the rest of the game, which actually isn't really that long since we're about to end. Should we spin one more, maybe?
Yeah, I think we should
Oh,
spin
one
one more, and because it's a tie,
Yeah.
Mika, I want you to decide who the
Ooh.
ultimate loser who gets the fourth spin is.
Okay. Who will get the fourth spin? You know what? I'm looking at Mira and she's already doing this, and I'm looking at Lemonade and she has this ongoing. Mika's is stuck in an eternal time dance warp thing. I think Miko should have another go at the wheel. It seems to be like a mistake right
Let's go, Lamiko, let's go!
now.
Okay.
All right.
Do you guys know what a shui is?
Absolutely no.
Okay.
Mika,
Well,
please do the honors.
well, if you check out our brothers and sisters over at the LEC, League of Legends, all the way in the EU region, you would have seen my queen, my idol, Shox, by the way, do this on the panel desk. She got a shoe. She filled it with a drink. And then she drank it. So we're bringing that over to Southeast Asia. And Mikos, you're gonna be the first one. I hope your shoes are clean.
Go get a shoe.
Unfortunately for me, because I'm fasting right now, because I cannot drink anything.
Oh my!
You.
Oh, okay.
I can throw it to my face though.
Yeah.
I don't hate that. Can you put it in
I
your
like
shoe?
that. Okay, so we can get like maybe even water. Water
Yeah,
is
just
okay.
water.
On your shoe, and then you just put it on your face without your headset. I think this is the first shoey in Southeast Asia.
Southeast Asian shoey for the
This is the
win!
first Southeast Asian shoey. I'm so excited. Shox, we're doing you proud. We're doing you proud, my queen. All right.
For all.
Oh!
Excellent! Here goes! The very first Southeast Asian shoey
You're
recorded
amazing!
in
Oh my
history.
gosh! Yeah! That one's for you, Shox. That's for everybody at the LEC. Thank you so much. Let's give our contestants from WCS NYSG a round of applause, everybody in the crew. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We've got more episodes in store for you, and of course the WCS finals. But for now, that is it. That is this episode of Wheel of Misfortune.
Recognition, demolition, I just need your light. Upside down, turn it around. I know you know I'm right. Take this love and give it, girl, your heartbeat, heartbeat. We can only get there. It's a two-way street. So take my hand, let's only Kill that freaking flip is just too far, and they're going to get the kill. Sabiro nakalaban na mga triple kill. Ginagawa niya na yung quadra. Yes, gusto mo riposte. Nakabagat WhatsApp lagi. Không, nhà biết rồi. Nhưng mục tiêu lực lượng của người đẹp lại là Harry.
Welcome back, folks, to the WCS Finals as we are in playoffs. Day number 5. Action is heating up with only 2 slots left to the Icons Global Championship. This broadcast is brought to you guys by friends over at Riot Games. By friends over at Riot Games, Coca-Cola, Gosu Gamers, and One Esports. I'm your host for today, Grant, and with me, I have our resident analyst and panelists here. We have Autolus and Riku.
Just fitting that we are here.
I know.
This will be like what, the 3rd episode, the season number 3 of a very heated duel between FLA and RQ. But not just that, right? This is going to be the last day, and we'll find out who will be joining our big 2 to really complete the 4 teams that we'll be sending over to the Icons Club.
And friends, I have to start this one off. You guys have a lot of answers to questions. I will have a question that wants to be answered, and it was kind of highlighted in the Wheel of Misfortune.
Oh.
What is the meaning of life?
Who goes first? Oh, wait. Hakuna Matata?
Hakuna Matata!
Yeah.
Okay, for me, it's to live is to suffer.
Wait, wait! Riku just...
What?
Oh my goodness.
We didn't switch bodies. Don't worry. Don't worry.
This is...
Really?
That sounds like a Riku answer. That sounds like a... My goodness.
Yeah.
I'm a little surprised here. That sounded like an Autolus answer. That sounded like a Riku answer. What's
Yeah, he's
happened
wearing
here?
the all
you guys,
black,
You guys
yeah.
have switched bodies or something.
Hakuna Matata.
That's a very wonderful phrase, by the way.
I don't know the meaning. I just love it.
It means no worries, Autolus.
Oh, thank you. Now I know.
I'm gonna be really honest with you guys. I watched that movie as a kid, but it's been so long, I actually don't remember very much anymore.
Wait.
That is a bit of an
So what
age
do
gap.
you remember?
Like, actual Disney movies that I do remember are like Hercules, but it's like a bit out of chronological order, right? Because like the Hercules was like pretty early on too, right?
Yeah.
Like I guess
so?
like most distinct like stuff like Mulan.
There's a remastered
Ooh,
movie
Mulan.
already of The Lion King.
Yeah, that's true. The live action,
I
right?
haven't watched that yet.
Rawr.
Meow.
I don't know. Is this good fairy? We always do weird sounds.
I know,
when
it's our
on the
thing.
panel.
It's definitely our thing
Yeah.
here.
Let's start the day off strong. Let's first figure out where the competition is going with a tournament video, a tournament format video to kind of highlight the things that are going to be happening in the rest of the competition.
The WCS has reached its final battleground. 11 teams have proven themselves on their local stage. But as the Wild Rift Icons Global Championship approaches, only those who truly deserve greatness will be rewarded. One last competition leads to global representation. This is the WCS Finals. We begin with the play-ins, where 5 teams will fight for only 2 playoff slots. All 5 teams will play in a best-of-2 round robin, where the first-place team will proceed immediately to the playoff bracket. For the first and second runners-up, only 1 spot remains, and they must face each other in a best-of-5 showdown. In the playoffs, our play-in hopefuls meet the best Southeast Asia has to offer in an 8-team double elimination bracket featuring the local champions. Make the Final 4 and qualify for Icons. Be the last remaining team and earn the title of the first ever WCS champion. The choices we make define us. For our teams, their choices will lead them to greatness or to their elimination. So, what will they choose?
Two spots already secured in the Icons Global Championship. And it's looking pretty intense for the next 4 teams today. Again, playing elimination matches to determine who gets to continue and who does not. In the WCS finals, well, competition is stiff here in one of the best regions in the world, All Lose Riku. First matchup of the day, and we already get a bit of a bloodbath, don't we?
We're doing it again.
I mean, the face says it all, right? But yeah, on the flip side though, on the positive note, this is a time for us to celebrate as Filipino fans because we're sending one representative, and I think that's enough for us to really show our prowess. Wishful thinking could have been 2, but we know what happened yesterday. Now we are down to 1. Who do you think will that be? Maybe later?
Yeah, we'll definitely share you that little secret later. But that's the thing, right? It's so crazy that we get to relive the grand finals of WCSPH over here in a very high-stakes match. Just as we mentioned, it's just 2 slots left to join the Big Four for Icons.
And it all starts with the matches yesterday, right? We had the matches with RRQ and Flash Wolves. RRQ and Flash Wolves managed to pull back 5-game series again, time in, time out. Flash Wolves love to go game number 5, not just play for the late game, they like to play for the late series. It's game 5 where they're able to really demonstrate their full form. And RRQ, they look strong, but unfortunately, it will not be enough.
What's with that face, Otto?
Well, it's a long day, but it was an action-packed series. Not just series number 1, but also series number 2. Was a very eventful day. Was a very good showing of how strong really Southeast Asia as a region is. And it will still continue to today. My predictions is that we will have another long day because the stakes is just too much
10
for
games.
me to handle, for you to handle, and I believe for the teams to handle as well.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, at least what you mentioned, Autolus, we're still a winner. You know, the PH region's still a winner. We still get to send one team, whoever wins the RRQ versus FLA match.
And it's nice that you've alluded to that, Riku, here, and demonstrated that, because RRQ FLA, our first series of the day, to start the day off. And following that, it is going to be Buriram United versus Cerberus Esports, another highly contested matchup. We've seen how these teams have looked in the past. Yeah, it's looking to be an interesting one.
Definitely the storyline behind BRU. Will they be finally able to overcome that curse that has haunted them since last year? The back-to-back reverse sweeps that really did happen against them. We'll see if they can finally complete the task today.
But at the same time, we have to think about what happened here with BRU and Cerberus Esports, right? BRU in their 5-game series against the undefeated, up until that point, Team Flash, are looking pretty good for themselves. BRU were able to take 2 games off, with this close to finally adding that blemish to the racket against Team Flash. And we'll have to see if peak form BRU gets to come in today against the 2nd seed representatives for the Vietnamese region.
You know, that's the thing. When we looked at Team Flash versus FENNEL Adversity, I felt like Team Flash was the team to beat. I felt like they're going to 3-0 everybody. But I'm so happy yesterday we saw Buriram United took them to 5 games, but unfortunately fell short. Now they're in the lower bracket. There's no lower bracket anymore. This is the time where they have to win and get into Icons.
And there is that chance that we get to see one team from 4 different sub-regions, right? Sub-regions within the WCS. If we see, well, one of the teams from the Philippines regions definitely gets through between RQ and FLA. But if BRU beat Cerberus Esports, then we get to have the Thailand region representing in the Icons Global Championship from the WCS as well.
And I think for me, that's the best case scenario because we get representations from different sub-regions. Not only that, I just know that they will play differently. I know that we, scream each other and all that. But the preparations that will come into Icons Global from these 4 different teams will be very much different, to a point that whatever comes our way, we'll be prepared.
I like how you mentioned that, because it feels like we have all the cards in the table, right? If we want a team that can survive BO5s, we got Flash Wolves already. If we want mech checks, we already have Team Flash. And, the 2 remaining will define what regional specialty they're going to bring into Icons.
Nice.
So far, everything has been defined here at the WCS Finals.
And let's start things off by talking about our first matchup of the day, RQ versus FLA. And I think both of you guys are feeling strongly about this matchup. Let's begin by talking about these two teams. Otto, why don't we start with you?
RQ versus FLA, just a very brief history on RQ's overall roster. Okay, so they came in WCS Philippines with a roster of having the top laner Helios, jungle of Chaz, mid lane of Exocen. We have an AD of Marky, and the support was Maze at that time. When they battled FENNEL Adversity, that was the time that they brought out Exocen as their support, Devil J as their Baron laner. So it kind of, is fitting that we are now here at this stage, and the stakes are too high with them being, or with us being reminded that it was actually FENNEL Adversity that forced RRQ to make some huge changes onto their roster.
And it's not as if FLA hasn't made changes of their own here, right, Riku?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? They've made a couple of changes versus play-ins last year at the summer, the C Championships versus now. They've made changes mid lane, they've made changes top, but the core of this entire squad remains the same. What I love about FENNEL Adversity though is that they have a upwards trajectory, right? They were at the play-ins last year. They couldn't proceed as Flash Wolves took them down. And now they've overcome Masters region by facing one team in the BO5, and look at them now.
And the Philippines region has had quite the splash in the international competition, right? They've gone into the Horizon Cup, they've done well themselves.
Top three, by the way.
Top three, right? Well, technically third, right? So
Okay,
technically
okay,
still
fine.
top three, it counts. And I have to ask, what makes the Filipino region so good? Why are they able to go into the international competition and do as well as they have?
Passion. We are crazy about our Wild Rift. And it's not just that, right? We come in with a different set of read in the meta. I believe we are the first ones to really combine the veterans with the young bloods. We know that Philippines as a region or as a sub-region is very big on mobile MOBA. Okay?
Right.
So now we have League of Legends PC players that has the experience, combine them with mechanically gifted mobile MOBA players, formula for success.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. We have a lot of players that came from League PC, years of experience, and the combined new blood where, they've got a lot of talent when it comes to mechanics. And how do you hone that? You have your senpais in the team. And I think that's the perfect combination to make a super team.
I'm a little disappointed in you guys. That wasn't the answer I was expecting to hear.
Oh, come on, what's your answer?
I was hoping for Bagan.
Oh my god, the Balagbagan.
Yeah.
Right, I think that...
Okay, Balagbagan is the end game. What we said was like basically the ingredients to it, but the end formula or the end recipe is how to make a Balagbagan team.
Hashtag Balagbagan. Let's go.
Supporting the teams, taking a look at what they have in store for us. Let's first start by taking a look at our teams joining us in the first series with Team RRQ first. And here on your screens, you have RRQ, one of 4 teams still competing for the last 2 spots in the Icons Global Championship. You have Devil J, Chaz, Helios, Marky, and Exocen.
Yeah, this team is incredible, right? This team has been dubbed the all-star team as every single lane has all the mechanical prowess to outplay you in a balagbagan fight. And we're looking at, RQ at their history. They seem to start with amazing group stages, but would always fall short during the playoffs. Now come WCSPH, they've overcome that curse and even getting the championship title for the WCSPH. For the members, we've got Helios and Chaz, no introduction needed, but I'm gonna say we've got the best jungler from the Philippines and the best mid laner here in this one single team. And we also want to talk about the senpais, the veterans, which is Marky and Exocen, who has a lot of accolades when it comes to League PC. And again, that experience definitely helped where RQ is today.
For me, just would love to highlight a player that I believe has been the talk of the town. Not just not
I think
just
I know
in
where
the
this is going. I
Philippines.
think I know where this is going.
Yeah, not just in the Philippines, but the whole of Southeast Asia was just flabbergasted by the performance of Chaz. That was the Chaz experience for you guys.
Yes,
Love
it was
it?
phenomenal. I loved it.
The fact that Chaz came in here, still a relatively young player, new player, a rookie, going into competition against some of the top dogs in the WCS, and he has been able to not just do well, exceed those expectations, and reach the top of the pack. His performance in his matches so far have been phenomenal. The fact that he was able to steal away a number of objectives from his counterparts, this really sets up for an amazing series against another incredibly strong jungler from the Filipino region, Doming.
That's true. Oh, I'm feeling scared for Domin, to be honest. Because with how Chaz performed, otherworldly, right?
Yeah.
He was on a different level. Oh my.
He really was. I felt like Chaz yesterday broke the rules of Wild Rift. Like, it's definitely not on what we usually see where, okay, on paper, once the enemy team has Elder Dragon, that's it. That's the win condition. The game is over. And yet, they're the team. Chaz is able to steal that Baron and lead the team into that victory for Game 3 against Flash Wolves last time.
And they were able to really build up tempo, right? They
Yes.
managed to play around Chaz. You know, they came into the game and they said, well, what do we need to do? We need to make sure we get tempo against an opponent that wants to go to the late game.
Yep.
So how do we get there? We let Chaz do his thing. And he did an amazing job of that. We've seen some incredible drafting out from RQ as well as they've adapted to the regional meta.
Exactly. I mean, talking about Chaz Express, yeah? Yeah, talking about tempo, Chaz all the way. Multiple bans against this player. And again, it's... You said it best, right? It's the heart of RQ that really, for me, sets them apart from competition, at least in the Philippines, because there were 2 games that they were 7K gold behind, that they were still able to overcome, and we saw a glimpse of that yesterday. Oh my God.
Yeah,
this
it's
is just
crazy.
a roller coaster ride, and not good for your heart if you're
Yeah,
an RQ fan.
not good for your heart. But at least now we're seeing 2 Filipino teams like duke it out, right? So I want to add into your Chaz
Go
points.
ahead.
What I feel like in the draft completely changes. The bans change. It's like instead of banning meta champions, you have to ban Chaz instead. So I think it's going to really evolve how the game is going to go.
I have to ask you guys.
Yep.
What are you guys feeding your junglers? How are they so good? what
Rice?
is in their diet that makes rice? we
also
eat
have
rice too.
That's true.
Let's see. Adobo, let's go!
Adobo. Oh my God, lechon paksi was my favorite. I bet, yeah. That's what we get.
Is that what you get? Is that the daily meal? Or is that what you guys get when you win?
What do we eat when we... Lechon, I think, is the best, like... I saw you cringe there. Do you not like lechon?
No.
I like
Nice.
lechon.
It's more
Do
of
you
like-
not like lechon?
Oh my God.
It's not readily available. Okay,
Oh,
that's
that's
what I
true.
would say.
Sure,
That's
okay.
So
true.
if you actually want to celebrate as a team, you go for some cube. That's it.
Okay,
trend
some
right now.
gipsal, okay.
That's a trend right now.
That's true, that's true.
Barbecue is the way of life.
Some gip with your friends, that's true.
Well, a really nice look into Team RRQ. We have the opponents coming up. It is FENNEL Adversity. On your screens now, you have FENNEL Adversity, a team that narrowly lost the first seed out from the WCS Philippines region. And with a calm, cool, and collected roster, you have Calm, Doming, Arise, Danny, and Arisen to round off this team.
Ooh, okay. Right away, we are seeing a shake-up from what we saw during the grand finals. And we are
Yeah.
seeing Arisen being the one, or being playing the support here. It's like, you know, returning the favor. Okay, so REQ basically plays Exosen as the support in place of Maze during their series against FENNEL Adversity. And now FENNEL Adversity, what they're saying is that we can do you better. We'll put Arisen on the support. But anyway, let's go back for a bit. Just got excited there. FENNEL Adversity as a team has been about progression. From Japan, the org is, right? So it's all about that training arc. Now that the training arc has already been completed, it's time for them to take what's theirs. And that's a seat in the international stage, the Icons Global. We have Calm in the top lane, Domeng, Arise, Danny, and of course now, an X Factor that will play a very big role against RQ and Arisen in the support.
I can see Riku when you said the training arc. Riku was about to like correct this. Like, well, I mean, they did the training arc, but they had like 2 seasons of filler. I mean, what's happening here? What's happening here with FLA?
I
What
mean,
up me?
He's totally right. Like he's on the right track with his training arc because all the shonen anime have their main characters start from the bottom, which is true. They started at 8th place last year and then 2nd place and then failing at play-ins and now succeeding at play-ins. So it's really an upwards trajectory for this team. And you know how main characters are? Do they lose at the big tournament and then come back stronger, or is this finally the time for them to proceed to the big stage, which is Icons?
Love me some sports anime. Ganbate, FENNEL University.
But that's the difference. That's the difference. You're looking at the sports anime. I'm looking at like the pure shonen. I'm looking at like hyperbolic time chamber, Dragon Ball Z. You know, I'm looking at the Naruto Jiraiya training arc. You're looking at sports.
The Dragon Ball's like Haikyuu for you.
You've gone off and like they play baseball and they're like swinging their bats for like 10 hours a day. I don't know.
I'm more into basketball, so Generation of Miracles. 3-point shot from a mile away. Let's go.
Or a 3-point shot and it takes a whole episode because you have to do a monologue.
Yeah, of course. 7 episodes, right?
Let's hope that doesn't happen here for FLA. Hopefully FLA get to keep things speedy, get that tempo going against RRQ, because that's one of the things that needs to happen.
They need it against Chaz Express. They need the tempo. They need to up their ante. And I believe that's where Arisen really comes in, right? Just to mix it up. Have something new for RRQ to really think about.
Yeah, I want to chime in a little bit because we talked about slow and how FENNEL Adversity has to keep up with RRQ's speed. Because when we look back at the BO2s that they faced in the WCS group stages, RRQ, when they won against FENNEL Adversity, it was 15-minute games. When FENNEL Adversity 2-0'd RRQ, on the other hand, they had 20-minute games. So you can see the contrast in their win condition, but we saw the change from FENNEL Adversity that they can also keep up in these fast teams.
Which is nice, super nice to have.
I mean, we look at these two teams here. It's the same matchup again, some changes here and there. Let's start talking about differences. What's changed since their grand finals match coming into the WCS finals? What's looking different here, Otto?
Okay, let me have this moment. Senna has been the favorite champion of Danny, but there is a glaring hole with Brave's ability to play more, the supports that gets more resources. He's more of the reserve type of support. But with Arisen, you give him the resources that he needs, he will just accelerate the game into your favor. We saw his heroic efforts, game number 4, a couple of years ago, right? That was a support that had more gold than the carries. So yeah, Arisen for me is the very big X factor in this game.
For me, it's going to be the difference in confidence now, because before, when FENNEL Adversity faced off against RRQ, they threw in the gauntlet for the mech check. They decided they're going to play tanks, Garen and Darius, and they're not going to fight mech check versus mech check. They're just going to play these ease of execution compositions. But what we saw back in the one-team best of 5, they were playing Akali. They were playing champions that require a lot of finesse, a lot of mechanics. So I think this is the time where they can bring it out against RRQ.
And when I look at FLA here, they have played in from the play-ins, right? They've gone and played, I think, the most number of matches out of any team so far in the WCS finals, right? They've gone multiple 5-game series. I mean, this is as much training as you can possibly get, like real live training. Going into the match, like what's better than real match experience, right?
Training arc part 2, eh? But yes, definitely. And that's where Riku's point comes in. The confidence is now just on a different level for FENNEL Adversity. We're looking at RRQ. They're coming off a heartbreaking loss, right, against Flash Woos. Meanwhile, on the other side, we have FENNEL Adversity coming off a very impressive win against Sem9. So things could go different this time, eh, Riku?
Oh yeah, it still could go differently. We talked about the changes in confidence and how they have different weapons now, aside from just playing it slow, aside from playing tanks versus assassins. You know, I think they have the confidence to actually try to 1v1, but I think the biggest question would be, can they match the mechanics of RQ? Because remember, I mentioned the Team Flash versus FENNEL is going to be a mech check. If you don't check that, you're going to lose. It's going to be the same. This series is going to be very similar.
All right. A lot's been said for these two teams, RQ and FLA, so I need to start getting your thoughts on how this match is going to go. Let's start here with Riku. Predictions for this first match.
Okay, my predictions.
Do it.
Let's see, it's going to be 3-1 RQ.
You can't lose to that, Otto. You can't lose.
Yeah, well, I have to do it this way, yeah?
Oh.
Again, the back part.
Let's go.
Let's go, FENNEL 3-2.
Woo!
Well,
I gotta
my
do it
mind is
quickly.
telling me RQ, but FENNEL have won my heart, so I'm going to go with FENNEL 3-2.
Oh, wow. Okay,
I don't
the
have the
only
shirt to
RQ.
rep them. I don't have the shirt to rep them, but I still feel that way.
Okay, fine. Okay, I'm the lone RQ supporter over here in the panel. It's fine. It's going to be a 3-1.
You know what? I think I have given my golden pour moment to RQ already, so I think it's time for me to give my vote to FLA. Give them the ticket to Icons Global. I think it's fair.
I mean, here's the thing, right? You look at our scores, our predictions, 3-2, 3-2, 3-1. We all know how close of a series this is going to be. Even if FLA are able to beat RQ, it's going to be a hard-fought battle. It's not going to be for free. They're not going to get to walk over their opponents. That's the difference here. If FLA want to win, it's going to be through that 5-game series. And if you think that RQ are going to win, RQ, well, it's an easier opponent, right? They beat them before.
Yeah.
Now it's about doing it again.
Yeah, it was a 4-1 back in the grand finals, and it looked very convincing from that series. They looked really strong. They looked really solid. It felt like FLA didn't have an answer. But I guess the difference now is that they had more time to find an answer, especially they've witnessed RRQ's match yesterday.
You know, where we saw a glaring weakness, at least in that series alone. We're not accustomed in seeing this, but Devil J, we have to touch on this topic.
Absolutely.
Right? Because Devil J got absolutely outperformed by Ysera.
You got gapped.
Oh my god, yeah, that's true. That's how you say it in League of Legends terms, right? Top gap, that's it. And then for me, Calm has been a more steady presence, at least in this tournament. He have had the experience going at it with Shy. He was able to solo kill Shy. He was able to win lanes against Shy. So against Devil J, I'm thinking that Calm is just smirking in the background. Hey, I can do that too.
And for a lane that has probably the lowest variety in champion picks, right, we see the biggest diversity in performance with Baron laners.
Yeah, so do you throw in the gauntlet? Do you want to fight fire with fire by playing an assassin versus assassin, or do you want to neutralize the lane by picking up a Garen to make sure that you're safe? So either or, does Devil J have the confidence to go assassin again after yesterday? Because so far when it comes to performance, we saw how Calm is able to, just as you mentioned, 1v1 Shy. And unfortunately, Devil J struggled against Ysera yesterday. So it's one of those things, you just play tank and then call it a day and find you're not going to kill
Rico,
me.
I don't know if Ysera's Garen is considered a tank. That he was assassin Garen. The guy's diving in there. He hits 2 spells, uses his first spell, uses his ultimate, and then boom, the carry's gone.
I mean, that champion is still too strong even after all the changes to him. And again, when we look back at the changes on the Garen, they buffed the AD aspect of this champion. If you build more damage, the more effective you will be when it comes to dishing out damage. But less tanky this time, right? So I think that's where Ysera just said that, you know what, no one's able to kill me, so let me be more effective and go for the AD Garen.
Yeah, I'm going to make a prediction now. I feel like Garen's going to permanently be removed in the entire
please.
series just because
We don't need it.
RQ just wants to play assassins, and because Garen is the biggest neutralizer. You dash in, you're going to get silenced, you're just going to die. So Garen out of the equation, out of Wild Rift in this series. Forget about Garen.
I've seen Cerberus grudge Garen at this point. that will forever remain in my mind. Like in my dreams, I see Cerberus grudge Garen running down my team. Everyone gets slowed, and then my team just loses.
At one point in League of Legends PC, I built Rylas for my Garen, just for that slow. That is a very quick reminder by Professor Riku.
Yeah, Garen is in the center of everything. But this is the rock, paper, scissors that I'm looking forward to in the mid lane. How does Arise put Helios on a tight leash? Because this is Assassin's Zed representing is the scissors. And then
Of course, squishies, assassins beat the squishies, which is paper. Paper beats the melee bruisers because of the, the range into a melee matchup. Of course, you get priority. So that's the rock. But rock defeats assassins just because you can't kill them because they're tanky. So, but Garen is the center of everything.
That's Typhoon.
Remember that, everybody.
The Typhoon. And, if things go haywire, you're rock, paper, and scissors, and you really want to win, invent things. That works.
Jack and
Typhoon!
Typhoon!
Is that a thing? Is that like a DLC to Rock Paper Scissors?
Yeah, in the Philippines we do that.
The hidden character.
If we don't want to lose, we'll just do
Make something
Jack and Kamehameha wave.
Anything not to lose here. And I
Yeah.
think that's how these two teams feel. You kind of touched a little bit on what we saw in the mid lane. Oh, we actually have a
This
couple
is
highlights.
actually a throwback to game number 2 in where Chaz was able to steal the Elder objective, or Elder Dragon objective from Doming. And this is when it went from good to bad for FENNEL University. Remembering back, FENNEL University had a lead 1-0. Had they secured that, it could have been an easy 2-0 and we could have a different champion for Philippines altogether.
Here's the thing, Otto. What doesn't Chaz steal? Like, he's stealing major objectives left, right, center.
Still you go.
Like, and to ask more from the guy, like, that's kind of greedy, you know? He's already stealing your Elder Drakes, your Barons. You know, he's carrying your games, he's equalizing things. How much more can you really ask from Chaz? Who else needs to step up here?
For RQ,
It has to be a Rise. It has to be a Rise to keep Helios in check. Because I feel like the Chaz and Helios duo, the mid and jungle duo, is just so... They're both very mechanically amazing on champions like Akali, Aurelia, Riven. So my biggest worry is that does a Rise fight it with fire, or how do you keep it with a tight leash?
and I think I have something prepared here. The auto win conditions for FENNEL University, no less. Okay, don't get me wrong. We still have the favorites, RRQ, to win this thing. But for FENNEL University, there are some conditions I have written down. Number 1, go big. Calm. Okay, we saw what happened to Devil J yesterday, and I'm thinking that Calm is smacking his lips right now, saying that, you know what? Doable. Number 2, play around. Domain phobia. As much as possible, prevent the 50-50. Because Chaz is just so good in that smite fights. And number 3, attack on the Titan, Helios. We really think that he's the best mid laner from the Philippines. Wasn't able, well, he showed glimpses yesterday of how good he was mechanically, but really what shined the best, or who really shined the best yesterday, was Chaz, and for good reasons.
I keep hearing about Helios here. Helios, you mentioned here in your auto lose, auto win conditions. Riku mentioned earlier on this mid lane matchup. What's going on here with Helios?
He's just so good. He can outplay you. It's just one of those things where you watch him fight, and your reaction is like, and he wins, and we're gonna react like, what just happened? What did he just do?
I think that's a recurring trend when I watch these matches.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to see how this one's going to play out. Let's take a look at our first match, RRQ versus FOA. A rematch of the regional finals here with RRQ versus FLA once again in this best of 5 game series. Teams playing for elimination and the icon spot. I could not see a bigger duality. Go big or go home.
Stakes are higher. Greatness by choice here, Riku. FENNEL University goes for the blue side. Now RQ goes for the red side. Right away, respect the chance.
Just as we mentioned earlier, right? The drafts are going to be very different. The bans are going to be very, very different. It's going to depend on what RRQ can play and can play beautifully. I am guessing Riven is going to be a huge ban as well on the side of FLA.
I mean, we start this one off talking about the Irelia ban, right?
Yep.
We were surprised to see, maybe not so surprised, we had some idea that Irelia jungle was going to be a thing, but I think RRQ show how well Chaz is able to execute with it.
Exactly, I mean, mechanics. Just his usage of the equilibrium strike that Oma was suggesting that it's so hard to pull off. He's doing it with ease, my friend, and also the Vanguard's edge. Oh, Riven!
Yeah,
wow,
right? Just removing Chaz out of the equation with his champions. But remember, he's the best jungler in the Philippines. He has a very deep pool. He can play Graves jungle, he can play Jace, he can play anything.
But Riku, here with them banning away Chaz's champions, they open up the rest of the pool for RRQ, like for Helios.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? We'll have to see if RRQ bans the Garen, because I feel like that's incredibly important in this matchup. Unless, you know, they're brave, they're like, hey, that's fine, play the Garen, we're gonna out-mech you anyways later. And I have a feeling, you know, set is open as well. That's going to be incredibly important for the side of FLA.
A staple ban for RQ side is the Karma. It's been removed from a lot of play. They don't want to deal with this.
Definitely not. I mean, Karma just unlocks all junglers that we saw from yesterday. And one jungler that really has shown very big relevance yesterday was the Kha'Zix, right?
Yeah.
Olaf, not so much, right? There were games that he was left out. If Olaf will be left open here for FLA, I'm thinking that it's time for them to pick it right away.
Okay, so if Olaf is open, that means they can pick Yuumi Olaf, which has been the easiest thing to execute because the cat just tags along, you press Ragnarok, and then you have the final chapter lock everyone down.
Do they? Do they?
First pick Yuumi?
Go for it. Go for
Yuumi?
it. Because if you go for the Yuumi here, you could still have an option to go for the Rengar, but that eliminates your flexibility in the draft, in where you want to be. Oh, okay. Never mind. They go for the Olaf.
I mean, it's the other half of Yuumi Olaf, right? You don't go for the Yuumi first, but you get the Olaf. This is surprising a little bit because Senna has been such high priority for some other teams. Olaf first pick for FOA.
They can still go for the Lulu route, the very classic Enchanter route, or pair the Olaf with a Shen. It's so easy to lock down targets with Stand United after the Olaf rushing forward, and then you just taunt them after.
Surprisingly, Lulu has really dipped in terms of relevance, and I think her win rate is kind of low right now, and this actually makes more sense for me. They know that Arisen is the one playing, so take away that Senna plus, you know, a hungry support to really make plays. That's like a very good answer from RRQ.
Yeah, I think so too. Now, what will your response be? Because remember, RRQ, especially Exosen, is super good in these engaged champions. Gragas is half engaged, half disengaged. So with a disengage, this means 1-3-1.
Definitely, but for me, for FLA, you gotta pick Yuumi here.
I don't think RRQ's gonna pick Yuumi. I feel like...
I mean, you already have the Senna Gragas, unless they are willing to pick Yuumi for solo.
Racine Rakan as a potential response for FLA side. You know, when you have the Olaf, the Rakan gives you some engage, gives you some
there it is!
shielding and healing.
This is obvious. Garen, you paired with Yuumi, yeah?
Yeah, you can pair it with Yuumi, you can put it, you can flex it either mid or top. You can see what matchup is going to be. Either way, we saw the rock, paper, scissors. Garen is in the middle. It doesn't matter.
How many cats do you have?
Meow? 15?
15, yes.
You have 15? That's a big jump.
Just a random trivia out of the way. Oh, going for the Ziggs.
Wow, an interesting choice, giving them some wave clear, giving them that late game scaling option, but it's surprising FLA prioritized Ziggs over Yuumi here.
Definitely surprising, because if I was RRQ, I would just ban straight out.
We'll have to see, because I feel like RRQ is so confident and sees this coming, so might as well. The reason why Yumi's weakness is you can easily bait the final chapter. If you kill one, you get two, you get the cat as well.
It's interesting that both teams here, FLA and RRQ, are not going for the junglers early. That being said, there we go, the Kha'Zix. If FLA having the Olaf first pick, it gives them, we need to see a response from RRQ, otherwise the bans come through and that removes too much of their pool.
And yesterday we saw Kha'Zix.
Yes.
Got banned, got respected by Flash Wolves. So we will see if that will be the biggest impactful pick here for RRQ, because for me, I'm still liking the draft of FLA.
And as you mentioned here, the Yuumi banned by RRQ, don't want to give that over to FENNEL Adversity.
Yeah, it's just too risky, right? Because it's so easy to execute. Now, what are your choices? Lulu hasn't been exactly popular. Is this a time where Danny... Actually, this is going to be a Ziggs bottom lane now, so that means wave clear. That means Arisen can roam with the space that he can get from the Ziggs.
And we've seen FENNEL Adversity default back to a Danny hyper carry composition when the pressure is on them, when their backs against the wall.
Exactly. And for me, this could be a very early showing of Akshan for FLA, because the last time that they won with Akshan, it was paired with Danny Ziggs. You have an AD, you have an AP, perfect. So we will see if this will be a Yuumi. Sorry, not a Yuumi, but something for RRQ.
I wonder if it's going to be the Zed, right? We talked about double assassins. Helios is so proficient in that, and you mentioned the Akshan, but how can FLA know? Because RRQ is gonna save the last pick on red side for him.
I mean, if you pick Zed here, you basically put arise on the Garen duty, yeah?
Yeah, you can either. Yeah, I love this from RRQ because FLA, they've used the Darius Garen in game number 1 and won that. Because, you know why? RRQ is going to go for a full melee composition, so they want to take that away. Imagine Darius and Garen in one team, just spin to win, all melee champions. That's so much value.
And it's not just that. Whenever I see Senna, they always go for the Darius, right? It seems to me that that's now the trifecta. Senna plus Darius plus, whatever pairs with Senna. You have the Cinch, you have the Galio, you have the Gragas. We have Jace being picked up here. Oh,
okay.
Wait.
Jace can still be picked up at top side by Com. They can flex top Garen or Jace top. So we'll have to see what the response is.
I'm really surprised. This got through? Jace?
It slipped all the way to the bottom. Yeah,
Garen
like nobody
is more
touched
important.
it.
Olaf is more important. Wave clear is more important. So I guess I see it.
Okay, so they're defaulting back to the Braum and Ziggs. Basically, if you have a Ziggs, you have to have a peeler, a tankier member as his side aid. But my question is, Braum's effectiveness yesterday when RQ played it wasn't really as effective.
Because, wait a minute! It's a Vayne! Wait, it's top Vayne. It's top Vayne. Wait, no. It's
this
mid
is going to
Vayne.
be Helios.
No, they have to know which matchup this is. Because either way, the Garen's not going to have a fun time. The Garen's going to meet the Vayne either top or mid. It doesn't matter. Anybody can play it.
So this is the question I want to raise to you guys. RRQ have a composition where FLA, if they try and run them down with the Olaf, can't really run away from. Is the Vayne that response? Kill the Olaf before he manages to do damage to your team.
I'm just more scared about Garen being picked on by the Vayne. It's very well documented that if you pick Vayne into a Garen, Garen almost does nothing because basically you can still kite him out, and by the time that you go very low, you can still pop the barrier or maybe even just go for a quick condemn.
Yeah, you have innate shred as well into the tank, so that's a lot of value as well with the silver bolts on the side of Vayne. So you have a tank shredder already, you've got scaling, a lot of scaling, you got disengage.
Yep.
Oh my gosh!
This is reminiscent of G2 Caps when he said, you know what, let me play Vayne. So Helios is that player.
Trust me, guys, let me play Vayne, right?
Yeah.
And we're looking at a composition and a draft, same but different. Something similar to what we've seen in their matches before. Two teams that know each other so well, but now coming in with a slight twist, a variant, especially with those role swaps.
So interesting.
Mech check.
I mean, it's a mech check through and through. Let's see how this one plays out. Game number 1. We're going to toss it over to our casters, Husky and Omo.
I'm super excited, Omo, because this is the third time that these two teams will be meeting, RRQ versus FLA, but the stakes are so high. One goes to Icons, one goes home. But I want to talk about the Vayne mid. Helios, he has drawn our attention.
Yeah, I mean, this is the civil war between these two teams, and RRQ, they start game 1 off by throwing down the gauntlet. Like Aldes said, this Vayne pick, it's great against the tanks. You're great against Garen, you're great against Olaf, you're even great against Braum. But I wouldn't say that Vayne is an instant game winner here, unlike in some other spots. Why is that, Husky? Because Jace outranges her, Ziggs outranges her, you get outranged, you get outpoked, and when that happens, as a result of that, you can get chunked out before the fight even starts.
Yeah, but RRQ, they once more let the Garen go through.
They're lane swapping, Husky.
And they're lane swapping.
Yeah.
We see that Vayne up top, and that was kind of what Odolus pointed out, right? You want the Vayne into the Garen, right?
Yeah.
You can kite the Garen now, you can do damage before he even gets close to you, and it's the only matchup that you don't get outranged.
Yeah, exactly. And also something you gotta consider is when you play Vayne against Jace in the mid lane, Jace will tend to just get natural prio in that lane. When that happens, your teammates could suffer, right? Jace could really just go over the map, play with his jungler, and take control. Now that they do this, they can isolate the Baron lane matchup, let Helios calm, just chill out for 4 minutes or so before the objectives fight starts, and Devil J, he can just neutralize the mid lane. Just stay here and wave clear.
And that is also what RRQ is looking for, because yesterday, when RRQ faced off against Flash Wolves, Devil J had a very rough series, right? All 5 games, complete top gap, if I dare say.
Honestly.
But going into today, do you still think that he is that weak link that FLA is looking to break?
Well, I don't think they're going to specifically target Devil J because Calm, he does play the carries, he does play the Camille, he does play champions like that. A bit of a tussle here in bot lane.
Risen, very low Igniter.
Okay.
It's going to be first blood. Exo secures it, no problem.
Yeah, that's a bit interesting that Ziggs just ran out of mana. The Ziggs ran out of oomph. The trade looked good at the start. Braum is effective level 1, level 2, early levels. But Ziggs is not a great pairing. And because of that, Marky and Exo just did such a great job trading back.
Yeah, and Arisen put up the shield. He thought he had the concussive blows proc, but it's Exo, right? He just presses Ignite. That just gives you kill pressure. Meanwhile, up top, Helios also doing a fantastic job against Calm. Outranging him, out-leveling him, out-farming him, and just keeping him under the turret.
Just a very annoying lane in general. Garen really has nothing he can do against Vayne unless the Vayne messes up big time, right? But like you said, right, Devil Jade, this guy, honestly speaking, he was a problem for RRQ yesterday. Ysera was a big win condition for Flash Wolves. Now, will this still be weighing on the team's mind here? Or is this something that they're considering going to the game today? Well, he's playing Darius in game 1, so it looks like they are still thinking about it. We want you to be stable here, Devil Jade. We want you to do your job, let Helios carry, let Chaz pop off, let EXO find a good engage.
Even the games that RRQ won yesterday, it was down to Chaz and Helios, right? Chaz Irelia, Chaz Kha'Zix, Helios Rakan, Miracle Steal, the Baron Steal. We saw all of those being done by Chaz. You know, we call it a miracle. Some audience on Twitch that call it skills, but it's a combination of both.
Some call it luck.
Some call it luck, but you need skills to start it out. It branches out. At the end of the day, you know, Chaz is the big chat.
No, Chess is a chat for sure. This guy is cracked, right? He got multiple MVPs yesterday. Actually, they just won 2 games, so I think he got like 2 MVPs as well. But you got to point out the rest of the team doing their job around him. I think EXO was a clear initiator, a clear win condition for RRQ. And when he's playing Engage versus when he's playing something like a Braum, you see the difference in how RRQ play. It's night and day.
And we see this lane swap coming out from both the mid laners now. They're pushing down bot. We're approaching the 4-minute mark. Objectives will start to spawn. FLA getting a bit more priority, or at least trying to up top and Calm. He shows up a bit, but RRQ, they will work on this Rift Herald to clear out that war.
And the timing is good here for RRQ, and they have a Kha'Zix, so they're going to be able to take this Rift Herald down very quickly. FLA, they're on the Dragon as well. They have an Olaf. No slouch at clearing these neutrals either, so both teams going to pick that one up very quickly. It's just going to be a trade. Now, I do believe what Chaz would like to do here, pop that Rift Herald in Helios' lane. Funnel the gold into your Vayne. Here's your win condition. Helios is going to carry you. Let him do it. Set him up for success.
Apprehend right across the wall. That will force Domain to flash away. Devil J expending resources from the side of FLA.
That was actually blind from Devil J. They had a ward around the Dragon, so they assumed the position of Domain. They triangulated it down to a reasonable location, and he hooked them over the wall. Burns his flash. Good play from Devil J to start things off.
Burns Ragnarok. Now you get rid of the threat of this Olaf running at you.
For a minute or 2, right?
For a minute. It's good enough.
Good enough for now, yeah. You burn the flash, that's something.
And in an already favorable matchup for Chaz, you take that resources away from Domain, Chaz will have so much more room to now navigate around the map. Duskblade is his first item.
Yeah, he's gonna be very scary here for sure. And now you see Devil J and Chaz, they want to look for a little something. Duskblade, like you said, is committed. If they get a kill here plus Rift Herald, this could be a massive win. Calm doesn't know.
Yeah, this is the first step to overcoming that nightmare of the Garen. It's with a
there.
gank. Calm, help of the redemption. Devil J gets the hammer stack off. Flash, dunk, easy kill.
Yeah, 100% he was dead there. I love the patience from Devil J to wait for his Q to come up and then go for the dunk. They're just gonna get this turret. Arisen is here. Nothing he can do except watch.
First turret going over to RRQ. You want, you talked about them funneling to go to Helios, but instead Chaz goes up, helps Devil J. The main point is to shut this Garen down as early as possible. So step 1 completed.
Yeah, and also they know the fact that, you know, this is a very one-sided matchup. If they're I forgot the name. Darius gets some items. Darius Garen. We see him every game. I get them mixed up at this point. Darius gets a lead here. He can be very oppressive towards the Garen, as the Black Cleaver completed as well. So Calm needs to be careful when playing side lanes. He can't overextend. Devil J is getting to the point where maybe he could run him down.
Yeah, 1 point to Noxus, right? These two
Let
eternal...
me ask you, Husky, are you Team Noxus or are you Team Demacia?
Team Noxus. I think
All right, fellow chat Noxus lover.
I think Demacia is too basic.
Yeah, it's
like oh,
you see, why am I not
justice.
surprised that Brandon likes Demacia?
Yeah,
All this Boy Scout, Clark Kent nonsense.
This is why we wear black, right? We are here
We're the bad
Noxus.
boys, aren't we?
We're the bad boys. We're here to also mourn the departure of one of these PH teams by the end of the series, but we will get to that.
We'll get to that, yeah. Well, RRQ Chaz, he's got the Evolve on his spikes as well. This is the point where Kha'Zix becomes a bit of a menace, not just in 1v1s, not just in isolated skirmishes, but just annoying to deal with when you're setting up team fights. Though I do have to say FLA's comp, I really like the double poke that they have. If they utilize the Jace Ziggs combo well, I can foresee RRQ having issues at the second objective spawns.
Compared to yesterday, RRQ is playing a slower game.
Oh yeah.
Yesterday they were.
It's elimination.
It's elimination. Well, yesterday was a ticket to Icons, right? You can
but now it's do or die.
Now it's do or die.
Yeah.
Last chance. What a poet. Like, do you believe in destiny?
I kind of don't.
Do you not
But
think
I
this is
get it.
destiny? They meet again.
Well,
We have been doing RRQ games since the playoff started.
yeah.
I think it's fated.
It's fated for us to cast RRQ games. This might be the last
But
one.
they won their first series.
They did. they
Right,
did.
so
Are
it's
we a
1-1.
lucky charm then? Did they win every game that we've casted?
They won.
Did we cast the RRQ Flash Wolves game?
Yeah, we did it yesterday.
Oh, we
so
did
the
that
first
together
series
yesterday.
it was against Persis.
Okay.
They
So
won
we're not a
3-0.
good luck charm. So we're like 50-50 win
To
rate,
be
right?
determined. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
let's
win
see.
one, lose one.
Yeah. Well,
You're
do you
not wearing
believe
the
in Destiny,
jersey, so
Husky?
do I believe in destiny? No,
Yeah.
not really.
Okay. Yeah, you see, we're the bad boys over here, right? This is the city boys up corner.
It's the same idea of I do not believe in star signs, but what the internet tells me leads to circumstantial.
It's like a
right?
bit of a placebo, isn't it?
Yeah, it makes me believe that it actually is. Sagittarius are, I don't know, the most handsome
All
guys
right,
in the
all right,
world.
Husky.
You know,
I believe FLA will win this fight. It's
Okay.
Olaf time, baby.
all right.
And RIQ, they know it. They just avoid the objective spawn. They're just trading.
Yeah, RQ just making the right choice, but for FLA, happy with that. You have a Ziggs, give him a Herald, double satchel now.
Yeah, I mean, they don't even need it. This turret is so low. Just pop the satchel down and it's gonna drop. Please don't use the Herald here. Yeah, FLA, they will not use the Herald. You have the Ziggs to wave clear mid. Danny has the Infernal Bomb as well. Use that on the wave and you should be good to go. Danny?
He
Danny,
might be in
please.
danger.
Danny, please.
Oh, he's gone.
Just a misplay from Danny. I mean, it's so obvious what the play here was from RIQ. They're obviously gonna dive you mid. They have full control bot. Your team's at top. Infernal Bomb the wave, get out. It's one play you need to do here. You just gotta be agreed.
Didn't even get the ult off.
Yeah.
While all of that was happening, Helios is just having the most chill time in his life.
Oh yeah, that's amazing. It's 2 items in the Exo.
Glacial Fissure onto Exo, Ragnarok pop. No follow-up from SLA.
Yeah, it's not looking great for FLA right now. I think if you look at the scaling factor here, I favor RRQ. You have the Kha'Zix over the Olaf, you have the Vayne over everybody, you have a Senna, like we keep saying, infinite scaling. She's going to be so good when she gets the Divine Sunderer in this game as well. She's going for that right now. And our FLA, I mean, it's the same story, right? Mid-game power spike, Olaf, Chase, Ziggs, Braum, Garen, all of these champions, they spike so hard at points in the mid-game. But if you don't utilize it, Vayne's going to clean house here.
I want to get your quick insight on this.
Sure.
Yesterday, we saw locking. Well, gotta hold
we
that thought
go
for
again.
now. Exo getting ganked again. But he's a Gragas.
It's too hard to kill.
Yeah. But yeah,
Yeah,
so
I
we saw Iceborne Gauntlet by locking Senna yesterday. So we didn't get to really talk about
No.
that, right? Any thoughts on?
Well, it was a very situational pickup that game. He had a lot of damage from his team, and he only needed to provide utility. This time around, yeah, sure, you have a lot of damage inside IQ, but a bit more, and the Divine Sunderer can't hurt. This is great, though. This is what I was talking about. Mid-game power spike with the double poke.
Redemption just to keep everyone topped up.
Nice.
The turret
Good
is
job.
gone.
Yeah, FLA, this is the timing window you need to identify. That's the player you need to identify. They bring the Avengers crashing down on mid lane. Do the double poke comp. That's your job here.
And that's FLA coming into this lower bracket series with a new identity, right?
Yeah.
When RQ beat them, they were not like this. Now you have Arisen as the support.
Yeah.
The panel did discuss about that. FLA are
but
looking good so far.
Here's the thing, right? What was the criticism of the Braum yesterday? Sure, Arisen doesn't need to be as big of a carry as Exison does in terms of starting engages, but he's still a big factor behind their engages, behind starting the team fights. And you look at what this Vayne does. She just doesn't care.
Chaz draws some attention, forces out Ragnarok and
Oh,
Flash.
no.
Dawning Shadow connects.
Oh, boy.
Not enough damage.
I think this is a bit of deja vu as well, right? In the BRU Cerberus series, we keep seeing the Senna out, leaving people at 1 hit point. You just don't have enough damage on that one. Domain gets away, lives to fight another day here.
A good route from Marky, just prevents any
Sure.
potential engage. And so far, Helios untouched. Play of the Rune King, Merc Threats, Wits End.
Oh, he's having a grand
Richest
old
guy
time.
on the map right now.
He's loving life right now, I can tell you that much. Going for an attack speed item at this point. I'm not sure what that item pickup's gonna be. I don't play marksman, but he's gonna be really cracked once he gets 3 items.
Shows the comfort of him on the marksman, right? Yesterday, it was Lucian mid. Today, it's a Vayne, well, Vayne Baron lane.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter the role, right? A Vayne's a Vayne.
A Vayne's a Vayne. You get to the late game, you win game. That's it.
What is the Shakespeare quote? A rose by any other name, a Vayne by any other lane is just as dangerous.
That's a good one.
No, it's not. It's terrible. It's like some Grandin tier joke. Just ignore it.
I was about to give it an 8 out of 10.
Okay, we take those.
Yeah.
Better than any score I've gotten this weekend.
What was your highest? 5 out of 10?
Riku gave me like a 5 for a punt.
Okay.
I still remember it.
You
I'm gonna get her back for that one. I'm petty.
You will have your chance very soon.
No, I'm never casting with her again. Because Riot says we're too strong together, so they have to split us apart. If we're casting together, everyone else is getting 5.
The pun's too strong?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Understandable. I agree.
Well, 10 seconds to the next objective. What's this one going to be? Mountain. So both teams want to contest. Bane's not going to be able to complete a third item in time, Husky. But still, this is FLA's role. This is what they need to do. This is your power spike.
RRQ would love to get their hands on this dragon, right? You want the extra resist, the extra shield, just to deal with all these pokes. And RRQ, they have FLA surrounded. We're waiting for Exosen to pull the trigger. They put everyone under the shroud. Devil trying to walk up. No Mega Infernal Bomb, FLA. They surrender control of the Dragon Pit.
Yeah, it looks bad right now.
Arisen, Glacial Fissure out, double root. Redemption used in the backline. Ragnarok pop from Domain, but look at RRQ. They are dancing this so well. Garen out no more. Mountain Drake completely given over to RRQ as Helios takes down Calm, and the rest of RRQ will pull the trigger right away. Danny is stasis, Danny is dead. RRQ with 2.
Well, RRQ, they are proving they are indeed the king of kings of the Philippines. They get the mid lane. Oh, well, they don't even want it. They want the Baron Nashor, and it makes sense. You've got Kha'Zix, you've got Vayne. Go get yourself Baron. They get the Dragon. They get the team fight win, and that's about it for game 1. That's all she wrote, Husky. I think they just got hot out skill from here on out.
All it takes is 5 kills. 5 kills, 13 minutes, Baron Nashor on the table for RRQ.
Gold.
And 7,000 gold lead. I mean, FLA, you press all their ultimates, got nothing out of it. They're gonna try to do Domain, runs in Ragnarok.
Boy.
They stall out Baron. So well done by RRQ.
Yeah, a really good call there to pause the damage from RRQ. FLA, game 1 looks rough. Game 1 looks about done to me. This Vayne pick, I said it wasn't necessarily a checkmate, but it was still a really good pick here. And the fact that it was untouched, nothing you can do at all with a Garen against a Vayne. That just means RRQ, they run the show, they run the game, they run this town.
At this point of time, if you look at the chessboard, I know you hate chess, because Random keeps drilling it into you, but Vayne is the queen.
I couldn't even watch the Queen's Gambit, you know? It was just so boring.
Yeah, it was slow. I do enjoy the theory of it, but I understand it's pretty slow. Vayne is the queen right now. She can move anywhere, Healers can move anywhere he wants. I mean, this fight was what started the Baron.
And this is a bit of deja vu for me as well, right? Because you call back to Exosen's Braum yesterday against Flash Wolves. It gets to such a desperate situation where you don't know what to do, and you're just forced to use Glacial Fissure to engage. And the moment you see that, you know it's just game over. It's just done. Yeah.
Oh, we're at this juncture. I mean,
Kha'Zix, so annoying.
So annoying. Yesterday, RRQ had to play Flash Wolves.
Sure.
They were tested. They learned from it. FLA, sure they play Team Flash. We can argue that, but RRQ have been through hell and back.
What are your learning lessons if you're RRQ from yesterday's match against Flash Wolves? Devil J, stop getting solo bowler.
That's what I had in mind. But he's doing pretty good this game. You know, he's
doing much better.
Doing much better. Gotta cut him some slack. You know, they probably gave him a lecture yesterday. Why do you keep losing top?
Yeah.
So we sent him mid today.
Well, it worked out.
It worked out.
And against Arise as well, that's not an easy matchup by any means. Now, going back to the drawing board here for FLA, this game is about done, right? I think next game, look for some sort of engage. The reason you're playing Arisen in support is you want to engage, right? You want to be decisive. You want to fight. You have Yola. How are you going to make it happen? Where's your engage going to come from? Braum seems to be not it.
Yeah, Braum, you don't use a shield to start a fight, right? I think that's the theory. You need someone to be proactive. You need someone to make the call. And RRQ right now are in the base of FLA. All 3 in-hit turrets are down. RRQ, they run out of Baron buff. So, but like you said, it's already a done deal. We can start thinking about next game if you're FLA.
Yeah, 100%. I think the main thing you want to look at is what are the support picks. Now, you think back to yesterday's series, RRQ and Flash Wolves. The reason I keep bringing it up, a lot of parallels here. RRQ, that's their most recent match. I think the main thing you want to look out for is think about the fact that the Galio was 100% pick rate and 100% win rate. That's for a reason here. Engage support just looks so strong right now, especially when you're pairing up with aggressive junglers. Chaz wants to carry. Domain wants to carry. How are you going to enable that? How are you going to set that up? How are you going to let that happen? Get engaged from your supports. Not the best engage from Exo, though.
It's a good attempt by Exo with the cast.
Copium, okay.
Sticks and nose. Clean so far.
Very good, yeah.
So Galio, we have the Set, the
Garen.
Gragas.
Oh yeah, sorry, Gragas,
and
yeah,
Rakan. What about the Leona? This is where I think she...
Wow, that's the thing, right? The Leona is honestly a tricky one. I think she offers something, right? But Galio and Gragas, they are just so much more focused. They're so much more straightforward. They're so much easier to execute on. Leona's spells are hard to hit. I'm gonna be real with you here.
But if we go down the list, you have to...
Look, I'm going to tell you something. I'm cracked with Leona on PC, okay? I'm like a savant. I can go to Worlds playing Leona. But not in Wild Rift. It's too difficult.
Sure. RRQ...
This is too difficult for them too. It's over. This game is a rout.
Pretty much. They stop any... Well, they prevent any sort of casualties.
Yeah.
But it's a slow bleed right now.
Yeah, RRQ, they just walk at you intimidatingly, and you have to burn everything to get out. And all this while, look at Chess, having this time of life, isolated with the dragon, having a nice little one-on-one.
One of the few times they actually get the dragon. You know,
Yeah, they
like
get the dragon. The important one.
Look at EXO.
Wait, no, they don't even want it. They just want to kill them.
All right. The RQ, they smell victory and they want to do it with style. Helio shows up.
Yeah.
A Vayne flanking. You don't see that often, but it's fine. It's fine. They have the lead. Danny again forced to use that stasis enchantment, but only comes up to be slaughtered by Helios. RRQ, so far so good. Calm force back. This game is done.
Yeah, this game is done. This game has been done for about 7-8 minutes at this point. RRQ, a very dominant, very convincing Game 1 win. FLA, what are you going to do now?
They're gonna cower in the fountain and watch the Nexus blow up. RRQ draws first blood in one of the cleanest possible fashion.
And you said this is the third time these two teams face off in a best of 5, right? The first 2 times... Oh, sorry, the first time
best of 5.
Yeah, correct.
Second time best of 7.
That's right, yeah.
But it felt like a best of 5.
Basically,
yeah.
right? 'Cause it was what, like a 3-1 or something along
4-1,
those lines? 4-1,
yeah.
right, exactly. So RRQ, they're definitely putting on a statement here. They're showing FLA, we're not afraid of you. We have your number. We've played against each other a bunch of times before. And honestly, they're right. It looks like from this game, just FLA didn't have any answers to how RRQ played. RRQ had the scaling, they had the early game, they had the mid game, they had it all.
New identity, same result.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if it's Rap, doesn't matter if it's Arisen. RRQ have found a solution, but it
Braum
also
to Braum.
came down to the draft, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Talked about the Braum, we looked at the Vayne into the Garen, this minor lane swap, and it all came down to just objective fights that FLA were not able to get their skills used properly.
Yeah, and Husky, keep in mind what these two teams are playing for right now. It's a slot to Icons. It's a slot to go represent the Philippines on the biggest stage in Wild Rift. Everything's on the line here. This is not your average regional final. This is you playing to represent your home country. There's a lot of pressure on both of these teams, and so far it looks like RRQ, they're much more stable.
It comes down to who wants it more, who is more hungry, who wants to represent their region to go to Icons. I mean, yet we have been setting this up yesterday after RRQ lost, right?
Yeah.
Today will be about to the death. We put these two teams in a Coliseum, and one of them will end up dropping. And unfortunately for FLA, it's not looking too good so far.
It's looking rough. I mean, I had some issues with their draft, but overall I don't think it was unwinnable. Definitely RRQ had the lead there, but you know, when you give RRQ a lead, it seems like they know exactly what to do.
Yep. A journey to Icon starts with the first win in this lower bracket series. We're going to pass it back to the panel and see what they think about game number 1.
RRQ give us a masterful showing of what a game number 1 should look like against their opponents FENNEL adversity, but the series isn't over yet. It's just the first game in a best of 5 series, and we're looking forward to see
Wait, Grandin.
what's going on, Riku.
Before we go to like
What's
talking
going
about
on,
game
Riku?
1, I want to play a game first.
Okay.
While we have time.
Okay, what do you
Okay,
want to do?
guys, I'm gonna call it the rapid fire round. I'm gonna ask Autolus questions, and then you have to immediately answer them. No thinking aloud. You're supposed to be like Omo, okay? Okay.
Wait.
Are you ready?
Let me do almost eyebrows for a sec.
All right. Remember, no thinking aloud. I'm gonna give you 5 questions.
So I can answer
anything. The first answer that comes in
First
your
thing
head.
comes in my...
Yeah. Okay. There. Nice. You're wearing the Omo face. Good. Off to a good start. Question number 1. Who is the best champion in Wild Rift?
Ash.
Favorite breakfast?
Eggs.
What do you think about Timo?
Oh, good.
Give Grandin a nickname.
Kuya.
Who is the best team in the WCS finals?
Oh my God, don't do
No
this.
thinking. No thinking. No thinking. Say it.
FLA.
There you go. Good job. You thought at the 5th question, but
You
it's
just
okay.
did him dirty there, Riku. Don't leave that auto dirty. Oh my.
I could see the emotional damage.
Oh.
Slow-mo on auto.
Omo face.
It's so annoying.
Okay, I'm happy now, Grandin. We
Grandin.
got to play the game.
What do you think?
I'm dead.
I
I'm so
can't
dead. I'm so dead.
Just a bro saying. It works.
Good job. Good job on the first rapid fire round. So.
It was hard.
And what a start to the day here with RRQ taking that first win against your best team in the WCS.
It pains.
The pain. And pause.
But
FLA.
There's still so much to unpack here, guys. Let's start with the first thing that happened, the draft in this game, Riku.
Yeah, I want to talk about the draft, right? Because the Vayne in the mid lane for Helios was a big curveball. And I see the reason why RRQ was so confident to draft this comp because number one, they have the best disengaged champion. And number two, where's the engage for FLA? Nothing can reach them. Yes, there is an Olaf, but it's going to run at you and you can just kite.
Am I seeing this correctly?
Which one?
A 0-0-0 for Arise. Not even able to make an assist.
Well, they didn't get a kill.
Oh, yeah, that's true. And even at
Yeah,
that, right?
no engage, no kill.
Okay. Let me just rant for a second here. FLA! If you are planning to play the ROM, might as well just go with Wraith. Alright, that's his second best champion. Horizon is just known to be the aggressor, not really the passive. Take care of Danny Tapagai, right? So, please. If my number 5 answer to your questions, or to the rapid fire questions that you threw at me, needs to be, true. In order for it to be true, FLE needs to draft better and play better, please!
I think they got gated by the comp that they had, right? And we talked about prior on, do they fight fire with fire by playing mech check champions like Akali and stuff like that? But in the end, they still played the Garen because they saw what's coming. But at the same time, you're very limited as a Garen. You can't exactly engage for the team. You cannot die, but at the same time, you cannot do so much.
I mean, a lot of that starts with that first pick, right? The fact that they prioritized the Olaf over the Senna. They wanted to go for a strong jungle to begin with because they knew what happened if you gave Ches that strong option.
Exactly. The auto-lose, auto-win condition number 2, play around domain phobia. I don't think Braum plays around the Olaf, right?
Yeah,
Might as well just go for the Lulu. Well, you could make a case that the Ziggs was there, and in order for you to really have a good time as a Ziggs player in the Dragon Lane, you have to have a tank to really stand beside you. However, he was surrendering a lane kills.
Yeah, it was very sad because a Ziggs and a Braum is not supposed to interact with the lane, and yet it felt like they were trying to kill the opposition when, on paper, that's not really what you're supposed to do.
We have on your screens here the player of the game, Helios, in the mid lane with the Vayne. An interesting choice, an interesting move out from RRQ by pays off dividends here for this team.
I was waiting for this to happen. In the Philippines, I've been ranting a whole lot about the Garen that, hey, you know what? I think it's time for you to just pick the Vayne and do damage to the Garen laning-wise during the laning phase, especially after the nerfs on the Garen when it comes to his tankiness. Finally, RQ brings it out against FLA, no less. I don't know what will happen from here on out, but that's a very good read on the meta. If you are going to pick Garen, we're going to pick some pew pew.
Yeah, some pew pew and choo choos and whatever. I'm making random noises now. But that's the thing, right? Red side for RQ is going to be incredibly important to see, okay, maybe I can play something from my pockets, Helios says. And that's I feel like because this is the do or die scenario of getting into icons, this is the time RQ, if their backs are against the wall, then they can pick something that we haven't seen before.
This was an unfortunate moment if you are Arisen, right? You get subbed in as a support and you get so lane killed by a duo that shouldn't be doing that as just that, right? But yeah, not all is lost for FLA. We know that it's just game number 1 of a 5-game series. I know that they will draft better, so yeah. We'll see.
I mean, things have to change here for FLA. They went into this game, weren't able to pick up a kill. RQ did a great job about that. That being said, though, this kind of reminds me of their Grand Finals match. The game went to a late point before we started to see kills happen. First blood happened late into the game, like 10 minutes, you said, Riku?
Yeah, it's a very slow game when every single time FLA and RQ, it's like FLA just wants to avoid fights because they want to reach their scaling, they know their win conditions, and they stick to it. But I feel like it's like they're diversing from that path because we saw how the Ziggs is supposed to scale, and yet they're trying to attack and create an impact in the early game and the laning phase.
Old habits die hard.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Old habits die hard. They want to play for it, but I mean, it's like ingrained in them.
Yeah.
I kind of tilted because of what happened. But if there's anything positive that I can bring out, FLA often loses the game's number 1s in this tournament, so it's not an unfamiliar territory for them. It's more of a wishful thinking because I'm still an FLA fan by heart. But regardless of who wins here, Philippines region has
Although, what does copium taste like? Or what does copium smell like?
bitter.
Huffing the cope.
With an oval face. Hey, Brandon. How's your day? I'm sorry. I'm overdoing it. I'm waiting for him to get back at me and do something crazy about me too.
I want to see it happen. I want to see it happen. I want to see FLA fight back as well.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
this is a really good point for them to start turning things around. I think the first thing that happened was because they were on the blue side. You
Yeah.
know, they needed to try and push for a composition. The Olaf was that idea for them. But maybe now, if they get to have side selection, things get to change for them.
Hopefully, because again, game number 1, they got completely baited by the Olaf pick
Yeah.
and didn't really plan to play around it. I hope for them to just go straight on. Lulu, Vayne, that was still, a very big champion pick for the Philippines region. And yes, Riku?
And Revive Year Zero, Buriram United Esports revived the Year Zero Wild Rift composition where you put the wave clear in the mid lane and then put the hyperscaling carries at the bottom portion of the map. I feel like FLA can do that. They've done it before.
Yeah, I mean, you always have the Danny hypercarry option, right? Like,
Yeah.
that's the reason why we've seen Arisen come in here, play for that aggressive option. The Braum wasn't quite that. And so we hope to see some adaptation there. I think something done really well here by RRQ was also acknowledging the fact that, Arisen could pivot to that angle. They banned away the Rakan, didn't give him one of his best engage options. The Galio was also gone. I think he was feeling the pinch on his pull. Didn't necessarily want to play into a bad matchup, especially, right?
Yeah, exactly. And same problems for Exosen and Arisen here right now. They're not the natural supports that we are accustomed in seeing. So if you actually target down their their champions, the early stages of the game, things will just go haywire for them. And we saw what RQ did. They prioritized immediately the support for Exosen. RP1 was a Senna, RP2 was a Gragas. On the other side, we saw Arisen's pick being picked last. And that's a contrast, at least for this game for me.
Yeah, I feel like it's super important to pick the heavy engage because if you don't pick up heavy engage early in the draft, you're going to end up with Braum.
That's bystander syndrome.
I'm sorry,
that's
Mr. Brom.
That's the bystander syndrome where it's like, so on a highway, right? You see a car by the side of the road pulled over.
Yeah.
Because everyone thinks like someone else is gonna do it,
Yeah.
I don't have to do it. Which is why the odds of someone stopping when you're on like a deserted road are way higher than if you're on a highway. Because on the highway, everyone else thinks someone else is going to do it. That's what's happening here.
Oh my
Everyone thinks,
gosh.
okay, they're going to play engage. They're going to start the fight. I don't have to be the one to do it.
Yeah.
But someone needs to pull that trigger.
Yeah, I think that's the effect that's happening
4D
right now.
chess.
And it ended up no one's doing it. Yeah,
Oh,
just
you're
as
a
you
chess
said.
master.
I play some chess recreationally. I wish I was were a chess master. You know when every time Omo says like, "Oh, I'm Brandon, I went to read a chess book," half the time he's not actually wrong. Like unironically, he's actually true. Like I am trying to finish a couple books right now, but it is what it is.
Brandon and chess, name a better pair.
A lot to be seen here for our second game between FLA and RRQ. I'm looking forward to see how things go. Very quickly here, I want to hear your thoughts. What do FLA need to do to change things?
Okay, just go ham with their identity. I believe that this is the time. They don't have to wait for the do or die game for them to bring out Danny on hyper carry. If they want to play the Ziggs, I'm okay with your point on that one. Just put him on the mid lane.
And Riku, what do RRQ have to keep doing to make sure they win this second game?
Yeah, pick engage. I think that's going to be very important if they want to move proactively.
All right, here we have it. Draft for game number 2. RQ now on the blue side. So FLA, they get to have the next 2 picks. Let's see how this changes the dynamic of this matchup.
Okay, Karma being banned away here by RQ. This is surprising because you often see a Karma being banned by the red side because you don't want to give it as a first pick to the blue team. But looks like that RQ is not comfortable in picking Karma for Helios, I would say.
It makes sense, right? Because it's a waste if you put it on Helios.
Yeah.
It's a waste if you put it on Exosen. He needs to be tanky
Ooh.
and he needs to engage for the team.
Jax being banned as a target on not just on Doming, but also Calm, because Calm could really play that Jax. And we are seeing here that
Wow.
FLA is deciding, or has decided, that they're not going to put in Riff. Now, does that mean that Danny will still go for the AP champion? Because that's what we've been seeing, right? If Riff comes in, that's when the time, Danny goes for the hyper carry.
I mean, FLA also banning away the banning away the Riven, really trying to stifle Chaz's champion pool here.
Yeah, there you go. Chaz's champion pool will never get, crossed out. He has a lot of champions in his disposal, and Olaf still being open. Give it to Chaz. He can make it work. Also the Kazakhs.
I feel like this is going to be a Galio first pick for RRQ if FLA doesn't ban Galio. I feel like the Olaf is pretty
Oh
down
my.
there in priority because you're very restricted in what you can do. But
Yeah.
I agree with you, Autolus. Chaz is amazing on that champion.
Okay, we'll see. Senna is
Galio?
a very big pick here. Because if you give it over to FLA, again, the threat of Arisen having some resources onto his pockets will be detrimental for RQ's chances.
We've
Yes.
got Senna, Galio,
Galio!
Senna, Galio. Which one wins out? Which one does
Galio
RQ
has
go
100%
for?
win rate against Flash Wolves
I'll go
in
for
their
Senna.
series. So,
I'll go for
okay,
Senna.
okay, fine. Okay,
All right,
Galio.
so-
Okay. All right.
Auto gets it right here. FOA, they have the chance to take away the Galio. You know, this gives them some good engage. Exosen has played the Galio so well. I could understand if FOA want to take it away from them.
I believe this is going to be a Jace pick for FLA. Go for the Jace, go for the... Yeah, possibly a Galio or a Gragas.
Set has been amazing on FLA. It has been constantly banned by a lot of teams locally in the region just because two players can play it super well.
Still a
Varus.
strong pick here. Varus for FLA. They give them some additional range, some additional utility.
Exactly, and is very good against the Senna lane, right? So the question now is this going to be a Thresh Varus? Because that's an iconic duo, as we would love to call it, right?
Oh, absolutely. Jess played it amazingly.
Yeah, exactly. And now they take away the Kazakhs from Chaz, and Doming is also very good on this champion.
Playing the terrorists from the Void, they get the jungle early, especially since they know how highly contested this Kazakh pick is going to be, but that gives open the Jace over the RQ.
Oh my god.
So squishy! RQ can play assassins now, knowing the fact that FLA has very squishy champions, but I guess it's too early to tell, considering it's just the first two picks.
This is a Galio, yes.
Yeah.
This is a Galio. You secure the pick for Exocet because if FLA basically does not pick the support here, RQ might just target down Arisen once again, similar to what they did in game number 1. I'm feeling scared for FLA now. I believe that they have to go for the Thresh right away.
Thresh could be a good pickup here for FLA, and they will go for that. We've seen how well Jess was able to perform with that, and with Triple V in the bottom side, gave them some priority. Against the Senna Galio lane, it's important because the Shroud gives them immunity.
Yeah, I'm so happy to see this Thresh, right? Because there's the engage, Chain of Corruptions, or Death Sentence into the CC layering coming from the side of FLA. This is looking to be very strong. Meanwhile, RQ, they also have heavy engage.
Needs to ban the Renekton. They need to ban the Renekton. I really think that Calm is so proficient and so confident on that champion. Renekton and Garen, maybe? We'll see.
Rakan is still open for the side of RQ. So remember, the two answers that we usually see if there's backline against Cerberus is either Olaf, because you charge in, Jarvan 4. That is Jarvan 4 completely erased, so Rakan is the next best thing because you have a lot of backline access.
And you can still flex the Galio going into the mid lane, and so Exosen having that backline access. So FLA, I think they want to try to identify some of the issues their composition might face. It's not one and done yet, though. FLA have difficulty disengaging from fights.
Good catch on that one, Riku. Rakan has been banned away, so not a problem there. Now the question is, what will be the next ban? Will this be a target on the Akshan of Arise, or will they go for the Garen? Will they go for the Renekton, which Calm is very efficient at?
What I really like to see here from FLA is the fact they've brought Danny back into a strong position, letting him do more damage with the Varus.
Exactly. I mean, this is still a marksman. And this is a very comfortable champion. Arise. Akshan has been taken away.
He's gonna play Zed! Arky's gonna play Zed by removing Akshan!
That's true. A skills matchup in the mid lane. Wait.
The rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah, but FLA, if they're going to play the Zed in the mid lane, they're willing to play the Garen right away. So I think this is the time that you pick the Garen. Straight out.
So FLA, they want to go for something tanky, give them some better options. Well, we saw how that worked out for them the last time around. Calm into the Darius Kazakhs matchup, had a difficult time, so FLA. Garen again could go for a tankier build.
Yeah, Garen or Singe are two options that can nullify the assassination attempts coming from Helios.
Oh, there. I want them to pick Darius and Garen all in the same team. It's really
FLA
strong
special, huh?
because RQ banned the Akshan, meaning it's a dead giveaway that Helios is going to be playing, you know, Zed.
What I don't mind here about FLA's side is that, like you mentioned earlier, the Darius has been one of the key picks alongside the Senna, and so FLA maybe want to take that away from them.
Yeah, the trifecta, right? So now that that has been removed and is going over to the Thresh Varus combo, just makes them a lot more deadlier.
Remember, Year 0 of Wild Rift, there's poke comps with Darius is so good because you have a lot of poke and you have execution as well.
We'll have to see. Final pick for RQ. It is an assassin, but it's not the Zed Riku. Fizz out for RQ. Helios gets an aggressive option against FLA.
Let's go for the Garen here. Silence down that fish, and you'll be able to execute him as
Diana?
well.
I think Diana also can be a bit decent. It's assassin versus assassin,
Okay.
but your build path is more tanky.
One thing to note about Fizz is that it cannot
never mind.
really carry Hall Breakers. Alright, so Singed instead of the Garen. But yeah, I prefer
Rock.
the Garen.
Yeah, rock, paper, scissors. The Garen didn't do so much, but at least the Singed is able to withstand and at least bother everybody with all the poison gas.
saw it
There's a lot of dashes on the side of RQ as well, so the adhesive is going to help a lot on FLA's side.
We kind of saw it from a mile away that FLA is going to go for the double tank composition
Yep.
with having some safety net in the backline from the Varus and an assassination from the Kazakhs. But we'll see.
The question really was just what that second tank was going to be.
Yeah.
If it was going to be the Garen, it was going to be the Singed. But that being said, RRQ come in here again with a very powerful composition, allowing them to win lane. Renekton, Jace, Fizz, they want to dominate the lanes, open up the map for themselves, get pressure across the map, and really punish FLA early.
And what I'm really scared about is Exosense Galio. He's very good on that champion.
Yeah, I think the biggest question is how they can deliver, because the Jace can't exactly go forwards. It's only the Renekton, the Fizz maybe, but it puts you in so much danger.
So you have to go for the early stasis enchantment, get in there, get your team in there. Maybe let Exosen do some of the work as well, you know. He's a pretty stable support. He's everywhere in the map.
Independent support, right? He can set up
I'm
for
seeing
his
a 1-1.
A 1-1.
I am seeing a 1-1.
Wow, making a strong statement here. FLA in that second game have given Autolus some reassurance for how this match is going to go. We're going to toss it back over to the casters to bring us into game number 2.
You know what I feel like, Omo? I
What do you
feel like FLA losing game 1 to RRQ is how we are losing our fight against the panelists. They are raining punches down on us. We can't do anything, can't get on the stage. Just let them say whatever they want. Autolus is making fun of you. I'm not making fun of just yet.
I'll be the bigger man, okay?
You
I'll be the bigger man today. He's not wrong. I gotta say, it's a pretty good impression. It's the best one I've seen. But honestly, if you look at FLA's team comp, what I do have to agree with Autolus is I too am sensing a 1-1. The draft looks much better. You have clear win conditions, you have clear strengths, you have clear, well, not so clear weaknesses. Whereas RRQ, their comp now, that looks a little bit more tricky to execute on for me. Chaz as well, he's picking up Domain's Jace.
I believe this is the third Fizz pick. Like
Yeah.
From the stats just now we saw, I think, pick twice, 0 ban rate, 50% win rate. So this is going to make or break the numbers, right? Helios on the Fizz, a complete different approach from RRQ.
Ooh, so close there from that hook landing. Exosen, the veteran, just deftly dodging out of that one. I want to point out something I want to look out for in this game as well. I want to look out for both junglers. I want to see what kind of path they go for. Because Domain and Chaz, if you notice in game 1, they've been having a different philosophy here. Chess has been completely ignoring the mid wave, ignoring the early scuttle spawn, and going for full clears, whereas Domain, he's been prioritizing shoving out mid early, helping his mid laner have some space, and then using that to get the crabs. That's flash blown from Devil J. Already things start to go bad in the Baron lane.
Yeah, for Calm, still has flash, has to burn the barrier.
Yeah.
Chaz and Devil J.
Oh, this could be great though.
Going on to Domain, forces out the leap. The follow-up, Devil J tries, does get the stun off, but Domain did flash away.
And that could mean a double scuttle for Chaz as well. He's just gonna maybe clear out his own jungle first. I'm quite curious to see what the jungle pathing is like. It seems to me like Domain might still be able to get the bar crab because of his bot lane priority. Varus trash, we talked about how this is one of the most oppressive lanes in all of Wild Rift. And yeah, they're just gonna leash this one out for Domain.
So we saw a couple of Cinch picks throughout the playoffs.
Yeah.
I believe one of the most memorable one was Flash Wolves Bruce on Cinch against Cerberus. They won that. Yesterday we saw 2 times Cinch pick for Team Flash.
Yes.
They lost both games. And Cinch generally doesn't entice the jungler to come in and help him out. So how is this going to look for Arise?
What's good about Singe is he's pretty self-sufficient. He's tanky enough that he's hard to gank. He's got the barrier, he's got the ultimate as well. Do not ask me what that one is called. I could not tell you.
The ultimate?
Yeah. Chemical Rage or something like that, right?
It very well could be.
Yeah, it's close to that, right? But it doesn't matter because he is pretty hard to kill. That's the important thing. Now, what Fizz is happy about in this matchup is that Fizz's W automatically procs Grievous move. So that's gonna hurt Sinch a little bit. It's nothing huge, but I think Sinch still has the upper hand here. The Mega Adhesive that we've talked about, it's so good against RRQ's comp. They've got a lot of close range champions that really want to get into you, and Sinch is so happy playing against that. I do like the Sinch pace. Despite the fact that it lost twice yesterday, I still think it has a lot of value.
Yeah. Situational, right? I think
yeah.
I think for FLA, if you can stop RRQ from pulling the trigger like how they did in game 1, that's already step 1 completed.
Yeah.
But one more thing that FLA brought to the table, some engage. Put Arisen on Thresh.
Yeah.
We saw what the Jets and Triple V yesterday play this combo.
Permaban Trash yesterday.
Permaban Thresh, right? You have to do it. He
Well,
doesn't
not
get punished.
permaban, but it won 2 games and then got banned in game 5.
Yeah. Team Flash learned from it, right? It was
of
way
course.
too deadly to deal with.
Yeah, but of course, that is also going to be what the Jess is trash. He's one of the best, if not the best trash player we have in the entire tournament right now. Arisen, I'm not saying he can't do the same, but he's got to prove himself here.
We see him on, supports that requires a lot of resources. I think one of the most memorable one for me was the set support that transitioned into a 7-1 carry.
Amazing, by the way, on that set support.
Wasn't even a support.
Yeah.
They were playing with 2 Baron laners.
Exactly, right. Now, objectives are going to be spawning item pickups? Yeah, pickups across the board. Yeah, I'm just thinking of picking up some food after this one, but it's all good. Both of these teams, let's see what they're setting up for right now. I couldn't tell you who has the clearer upper hand. I would say FLA, but well, they're starting things off well here.
Danny forced the flash away. Couldn't wait for the lantern. Compared to yesterday, it's a bit unsettling to see RRQ playing this slow, but it also is the result of FLA playing a bit more conservative, right?
Yeah, I think it also fits with how they play against FLA style. Like we talk about, FLA can be rather slow at times. RQ, they're happy answering that with their own slower pace of game, and I think that's completely okay because FLA, they're not pushing the tempo, they're not pushing the momentum to force RQ to do something. Now, Dragon gonna get started up for FLA. It looks like RQ, they want to contest this. Both teams, they just want to back away here.
Again, RRQ gets priority over the Dragon. In fact, they have to do something. Arisen, hook goes wide. They got a decent fling. As Arise, he wants to leash the charge, but there is the box from Arisen. He bops both of his sums. Still ends up going down to chum the waters. Arise, he also falls. Yeah, Arise falls. As RRQ walks away with the Dragon, they lose none.
You know what? I said I was sensing a 1-1. I think I might be sensing a trio instead. It seems to me like RRQ genuinely just do have FLA's number.
They just walked in.
Yeah, they just walked in. I mean, the Varus trash should be getting mid prio. They should be getting control of the mid lane, and they should be using that to affect the rest of the map. Control the river, get first move for your team. But FLA, they're always one step behind on RRQ.
Yeah, I was looking at that fight, and I thought that maybe FLA will force something from RRQ. Yeah. Maybe they would go for a turn. You have Arisen, you have Arise, but what happened was that they ran away. Tails between their legs, RRQ, free objective.
They just couldn't do anything. It was just a rough situation to be in.
FLA have to at least trade this with Herald. We say that, but they are under the Scuttle Crab. Chat shows up, Arisen.
That's the first hook I've seen of Arisen hit, by the way.
And
it's gonna pay for it with his life.
And it's not the guy you want to hook. He has his team with him, but they still lose Arisen. At least you can get Devil J. The dunk comes through. Doesn't even get the kill.
He flashed away from the dunk.
I think it connected, but there wasn't enough hammer stacks.
Oh, man.
Then he got the heal from Marky.
And no reset here from Calm. You know what that means? This fight, it's all over. FLA, they just genuinely seem to not know what to do against RRQ. The 5 games RRQ played yesterday against Flash Wolves, I guess those scrims really helped out.
Yeah, drill it into their head.
Yeah.
What went wrong yesterday for RRQ?
Many things, but today, they're not going wrong.
Calm
isn't punishing Devil J.
I was about to ask you, is this going to be the same scenario as Game 1, where the later the game goes, the better it is for RRQ in terms of scaling, but I don't think we will even get to that phase.
Yeah, and I gotta say, you know what I'm truly sad about here, Husky? This will be the game. If RRQ win this series, this will be the series that breaks my predictions. I had hopium that FLA would pull some miracle off and win here, but you know what? Life is not a fairy tale. I should have just put RRQ.
It's a fairy tale for RRQ.
Well, not really, right? Because they won the last couple times, right? It's kind of expected they'd win again.
Yeah, well, true, but, this is the fight that basically...
Yeah, the team just looks so disjointed, don't they? They're all over the place.
Yeah, they want to go on the support. Well, they want to go on Devil J, but even then, couldn't get anything done.
Can't kill him, yeah. It's a rough situation to be in.
Shock the waters. Odoming brings the shock under the tier 1.
Goodness, they can dive this.
With the Rift Herald helping out, RQ have so much space to work with. Someone has to take the lantern. Arise. Yeah, he's fine. He's fine on his own.
Yeah, they're A-okay, but RRQ, they have full control of this game. Yet again, they pull ahead to a 4,000 gold lead. They want to make a statement to be the team representing the Philippines at Icons.
This feels like an untreated wound. It's getting infected right now.
Elaborate, yeah.
Yeah, FLA, they got cut in Game 1, and now they're getting cut again. They didn't find a band-aid for it. It's now bleeding. It's getting infected.
And the draft was kind of the band-aid, right? The draft looked good. I thought the draft would bring us to a 1-1, but it's like a band-aid that was already infected or something like that.
A bit too late.
Yeah, it's a bit too late, huh?
Oh,
now you're just gonna amputate the whole lip.
If that's the case, then they just lose that chance, right? They have to take away their leg, right? If you take away their arms, they can't play Wild Rift.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you here, Husky. I mean, I think Arisen, hasn't had the best game, but is the answer to change supports? Is that going to be enough? Because to me, it looks like FLA right now, the problem is they're just not on the same page. The shot calling's just off.
Feels like it's less of an individual problem and more of like a problem as a unit.
The whole team just seems lost.
Okay, another attempt on the Devil J. He has the help of EXO. The rest of RRQ
That
shows up, and this fight might have just been over because EXO will flash forward to get a taunt off. It will be on Calm, and this Darius will be taken down.
Yeah, over before it began, right? You look at last game, how did Chaz use the Kazakhs? Go side lane, find a pick. Same thing, that's what Doming's doing here now, but not working out.
And
Yeah,
it's a Risen.
not working out.
Just completely styled on by Helios. Another game where RRQ, 9 minutes in, have most objectives. 4-0 in terms of kill score. By the way, FLA have not gotten a single kill.
Yeah, FLA have not gotten a single kill this whole series.
This
You're
whole
right,
series.
Husky.
This is insane.
Oh my god, and this game, it's setting up to maybe even be a perfect game at this point.
That would be the most perfect scenario.
I think it could be possible, right? Because you look at FLA's comp, like they don't really have super high damage. It's entirely possible that RRQ just don't die this entire game.
So yesterday you slightly touched on RRQ still have the lower bracket run. They have done it before.
They have, yeah.
But I want to just point us in a different direction.
Okay.
Their lower bracket run completes effectively when they qualify for Icons. Because that's the first
Hey,
big
you have
step.
no faith in them to win the whole thing?
No, I do have faith, but you have to take that.
It's okay, I have no faith in them to win the whole thing. Team Flash are too good.
To be fair, the milestone is to make it to Icons, right?
It looks like they're doing it, right? They're making a statement here.
I'm trying to like patch out the prophecy so we don't look too bad.
I mean, I gotta get my daily dose of Omo bias casters in comments, so.
we basically follow them throughout their whole journey, right?
But this is a good call from FLA. Okay, never mind.
All right,
Jokes.
no kills.
I thought they were gonna big old mid and run it down, but the wave got cleared by Renekton, so it's all over.
Chunk of Waters always Domain.
No!
Jumps away from the lantern.
He brought it to Daddy!
What Danny got clipped?
Yeah!
Alright, Dragon gone.
Oh no, this is just depressing to watch, isn't it? They just have to give everything up. You just can't contest. The Siege Break is just doing nothing.
It's falling apart. What is there left for FLA?
Pain.
Pain. I see a big pain on on the side of our desk right now.
Yeah. Echoing the sentiments of production as well. This series.
I just noticed.
We had high hopes, right? But it's frankly just pain right now.
We're wearing black on the desk. Autoluz is supporting FLA. His soul
right.
lives and dies with FENNEL adversity, and he's wearing black. You know what that means? I think FLA is gonna get 3-0. Like what?
Maybe I shouldn't wear my Buriram jersey later. Maybe I don't want to jinx them later. Right?
Were you wearing that yesterday?
I didn't. Because I had no faith in them to beat Team Flash, to be honest.
Maybe you should have worn it, right? They would have completed the reverse sweep. That would be the sweetest.
No, I knew they were going to lose Game 5. I had a feeling somewhere in my gut, right?
Fair enough.
Yeah.
It has to follow the script.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Well, this game is going to break my script. It's a poorly written script that believed a bit too much in fantasy. RRQ, they're breaking the fantasy. They're bringing FLA, they're bringing us, they're bringing the viewers at home back down to earth, saying we won the region for a good reason. We won the Philippines 4-1. We're going to do it here even better. We're going to one up there. We're going to go look to do 3-0.
So ever since the loss of towards FLA in the upper bracket finals domestically, they met in the grand finals, and of course RRQ won. It has been a 5-1 so far.
Yeah, pretty much, right? If you keep the score going from the grand finals to now, it is a 5-1. And it seems like FLA, the role swaps, the draft differences, it's not enough to make a difference because RRQ, their shot calling, their decision making, their team play just looks to be a step above that of FENNEL adversity.
And it feels like FLA are a husk of their former self. Right? In the play-ins, they play such an amazing play-ins. Taking down one team, qualifying, basically setting history for the region, but right now, it doesn't feel like the FLA that we've seen.
I mean, there's something to be said about the strength of opposition as well, right? But what is this?
They get engaged, a good hook, apprehend, it's only EXO.
You can't even
Nothing
kill
for FLA.
it. Yeah, EXO just tanks the whole thing, and you guys get... Oh, perfect game is gone, though. They do kill Helios.
Oh, well, so we'll give one away.
Yeah, we give one
Consolation
away.
prize.
To our Philippines brothers, we give one away.
Yeah, you take something back home with you, right?
That's a bit unfortunate here. Honestly, it hurts to watch this game. I had a lot more hopes for FLA. Because when they look good, they look so good, right? Domain just running in, 1v5. I hope to see that face on them here today. But RRQ, they're not giving them an opportunity. No, you should not have hit that.
Now they
Giving
know.
away the position, yeah, but I mean...
Oh, EXO again. You give him Galio. He's going to keep doing this. The 10,000th time.
Oh, he's
Flash
dead, though.
E, taunt, hook back though by Arisen. He will get punished. And
Oh,
they
they're
will get
all
the chain of
dead.
corruption onto Chaz. He goes golden. Calm wants the turret, but you shouldn't be focusing on the turret because RRQ is here. And now Calm has to get away, but Devil J is on the case. They smash the hammer in his face. 2 kills for RRQ.
And you take a small thing, they take your whole... What's the saying? So there's a saying... I don't know if I should say this, but you know what? I'm going to say it anyway, right? Okay, let's go. Don't make it get
Oh, the chum.
yeah. Okay, you probably saved me. I probably shouldn't have said that. It's a good thing. It's fine.
You give them an inch to take a mile? Is it
Yeah,
that?
there's like a joke that they make about politics in Singapore, where it's like the government gives you a chicken wing, but they take the whole chicken. That's exactly what RRQ are doing right now. They give you a chicken drumstick, but they take the whole chicken back.
I understand. So it's basically it's
It's just a joke.
You
It's
take
it's all
you
good
give an
fun.
inch, they take a mile.
Well, that's not the same though.
Okay, RRQ gives FLA 2
That's
kills.
not the same,
They
though.
take the series.
Well, yeah, but inch and a mile, that's kind of like, if I'm winning, you give me an inch, I take the whole mile.
Yeah.
Right. See, we're going to have to debate the semantics on this one. We're going to need to bring Brandon in on it to debate the semantics. But it's all good because we're not going to be in this series for much longer. It looks
As
like.
long as you can bear the philosophy, then I'm fine. I'm
No,
cool.
I can't. Let's not. That.
Exactly.
Good point. We're not going to bring that up at all.
I will consult him. I enjoy that topic.
I will make sure I'm not in the
I feel
room
like
when that
I'm.
happens.
I feel like I'm like the middleman, right?
Hold that thought though, Husky, because they want to contest, but if history says anything, FLA, they can't just walk in.
Okay.
I
They're
don't
under
know
the
what I'm
shroud.
watching, man.
Arise! They were in the shadows. You cannot see them. FLA wants to make a move, but all they did was to move into their own demise. RRQ takes control of the pit.
This is just pain. I'm so sad, man. I had such high hopes for FLA here today, and
Oh man.
I do like RRQ as a team as well, right? I am a big fan of RRQ as well, but FLA, they go out with whimper like this. It's just sad to watch.
I tell you, this series is starting to dash a lot of that prediction. The panel favoring FLA.
I favor
You
no,
favor
no.
FLA.
Wait, oh yeah, because Auto favored FLA as well.
Exactly. He has to die with FLA.
Oh my god, we are all going down to... Who did you vote for? Be honest here, who did you vote for?
RRQ.
Really?
Yeah.
Darn it.
But for me, it would be a 5-game series, right?
Okay,
FLA puts
okay.
up a good fight, kind of like...
So that means only you and Riku got the predictions right today.
Yeah. Basically, so yesterday...
I just said because all my predictions are gone. I had such a good run.
Even yesterday when I was on a panel doing Team Flash and Buriram United, no one believed that it would go 5 games. And guess what happened?
Oh,
It
that's
went 5
true.
games.
Did you believe it would go 5?
Yeah,
Oh,
I
they
did.
thought FLA, they get caught again.
Another engage, Arise, takes the lantern out, a free
no.
ticket to to safety, but that's pretty much it. Forced away, loses lane priority.
It's just sad to watch because every attempt that FLA make at going aggressive, RRQ, they look at this with chance.
He has Exo with him, so why not? And they have isolated Arisen. Arisen still has the flash. Calm breaks walls that gets the root, transfer it to Arisen. The Dawning Shadow use, fling not enough. They still lose the tier 2 mid.
It's just sad to watch because FLA, their attempts at being aggressive look very disjointed. It's like my left arm punches you, but my right arm is like flailing around aimlessly. They're
Yeah.
not on the same page.
It's like
here.
those anime punches, right? You run with your arm behind you and you try like Superman's.
Well, but it works in anime.
It works in anime, but this doesn't look like it.
Yeah,
It looks
this
like-
is real life, right? Like we said, the story of this series so far has been RRQ shattering the fantasy of the FLA miracle, the
So-
FLA storyline.
Is RRQ the bad guy?
I don't know, maybe? I couldn't tell you.
It
I
feels
couldn't
like they
tell
are
you.
the good guys, right?
Yeah,
Lost
I mean,
to FLA,
I
got
don't
knocked
think
down.
there is a bad guy, right? If there is a bad guy, I would say it would be Team Flash because they're like the super villain sitting at the top, just looking too good.
The Thanos.
The Thanos, yeah, exactly. Team Flash are the Thanos.
I have never seen a Singe run away like this. In my
You know
life.
they always say don't chase Singe, but I feel like this game, yeah, just chase him, man. It doesn't
Chase
even matter.
Singe away.
Yeah, chase Singe away. It doesn't even matter. What I can say though is I guess at least RRQ they have a hard time doing Baron. But for
Yeah.
12k gold lead, does it really matter?
I mean,
They
you're
have a
against
12k gold lead, Husky.
you're against Chaz, right? Unless Doming does a miracle steal.
But Chaz is like a miracle stealer himself,
Exactly.
right?
That's the point, right?
Yeah.
My money's on Chaz.
It's
FLA has to
just-
pull off something miraculous. Well, at least Arise puts
It's just
the
painful.
the Singe running skills to lose and put on some running shoes. Can't run.
Okay,
it
there
takes
we
a
go.
takes a shot. All right, Protobell's away, but guess
Nowhere
what?
to
Devil
run.
J flashes over the wall. They get the follow-up. EXO joins the fight with the heroic entrance. They have to sacrifice the Arisen. Arisen under the tier 2. A good hook. Devil J is low, but he has the
Okay.
GA and
Oh
a
my
good snipe
God.
from far. Chaz just makes it look
That
easy.
damage! Arisen is building full tank, by the way, but Chess just snipes him out, shock blasts him off.
Oh no.
They want more.
And that the shadows
I
will
don't
bring
know.
them into the light. FLA caught out in their own jungle. Everyone is isolated. Everyone is caught. They kill Devil J, but it's only the first life.
Yeah.
GA brings him back. FLA corral in the corner. Doming is next. Arise tries to run laps around RRQ, but all he does is to join them
That's
in
it.
the grave. Ace for RRQ.
That's game 2, and I feel like that might very well just be a sign that this series is gonna be a trio. We said this draft could bring us to a 1-1. I smelt a 1-1. Otto smelled a 1-1, but it doesn't matter because RRQ, they just look better at the end of the day, and it's time for my favorite Thanos quote. You want to take a guess as to which one it is? Okay, what is your favorite Thanos quote?
Thanos quote.
Yeah. Okay, I'll tell you
cool.
mine first,
Okay.
then you can think about it. Okay, it's the all this for a drop of blood.
I was thinking of that.
It's
What-
a great one.
Okay, what did it cost? Everything.
That's a good one too, but a tad bit overused. Yeah. So I tend to lean towards the all this for a drop of blood.
Yeah.
FLA, they have the whole team in the river, they have the whole team in the jungle. All they got was your GAs. That's all they could get. And this game is just brutal.
Yeah, everybody could just sell the GA right now. Go for another item.
Just don't buy a 5th item, Dead Man's Plate like we saw yesterday, and you're good to go.
Yeah, well, it's just Ysera, right? I mean, he won. They lost the game, but he was owning Devil J. I feel like I could make a case on that, but this fight, again, is just RRQ getting on top of FLA. There was no response.
And I do want to point out as well, credits to Devil J, he's playing a bit better.
Oh, look at that. It's EXO. He
Can
gets
they
a
kill
full
EXO?
taunt. Just get them back. EXOZen is
They
a black
can't
hole.
kill
Calm,
EXO.
abandoned. They step on the lantern, and now it's another engage. They follow up with Helios, chum the waters, Arisen fed to the Sharks. 15-2 on the Q score.
I mean, that wasn't, you couldn't even get a drop of blood, and I know you're not supposed to FF, but if this game is just mentally taxing for FLA here.
Game 2 is a symbol. Death by 1,000 cuts RRQ on the cuffs of qualifying for Icons and FLA. Again, 6-1 right now on the score.
You know, I'm pretty neutral about this matchup, right? I don't really have anyone that I'm really rooting for. I like both of these teams. But when you see the manner in which FLA lost that game, you can't help but feel a little bit bad.
Yeah, it's like we see RRQ winning in a very dominant fashion, but it's
my
how their opponents lose the game that makes you feel like this is suffering. This is suffocating.
Yeah, it really
My
does
heart
hurt.
is starting to bleed for FLA.
Yeah, my heart goes out to FLA. Hopefully, they manage to regroup, reassess the situation. I like the draft they came into this game with, but it just didn't work out, right? I think a big part of that was Arisen on that trash. Not the most inspiring performance from him, and that's what we talked about as well. Ease of execution is so important for these two teams. You play something like the Galio, you play something like a Gragas, you have a very clear engage, very clear win condition. You don't have to rely on, I have to hit a nice hook. Not everyone can be what the chess, right?
Yeah, and that was Thresh Varus. No effect at all.
Yeah,
I
no
know
lane
I
control.
said I dress like I'm here to mourn one of the teams, but this is too painful for me. I am not ready for this. But thankfully, for FLA, still one more chance. One more chance.
One last chance.
One last chance to just keep themselves in the series.
Yeah, and not just that, to redeem the failings of the regional finals, to redeem the failings of their lower bracket run so far, they need to avenge everything that's happened. But can they pull off a reverse sweep? We've seen a lot of 5-game series here, Husky. It's really either that or a trio.
Yeah, we had a 10-game
Yeah,
show
we
yesterday.
did.
I want that today. I don't care who wins, but I just want that 5-game. I want
Let's see
FLA.
if FLA can do it.
I just want them to have a fighting chance, but so far, not looking good for FLA. RRQ are one step away from qualifying to Icons. Let's see what the panel has to say about this.
RRQ claim game number 2 against FENNEL Adversity. A team that was burning bright as a star are now a whimpering candle flame. And I have to ask Otto, what is going on here?
Yeah.
The gap shouldn't be this big.
No,
Yeah.
it shouldn't.
You know what? There's a thing that we have in the Philippines, right? The
Uh-huh.
energy gap. I feel there's an energy gap
Absolutely
happening
right now.
And for me, Grandin, I think they need you. What do you do in the army to really wake up?
Okay, here's the thing though. When I'm in the army,
Yeah.
I don't wake up by my own choice. I'm forced to wake up. There's
Maybe that's what they need. Hey, FLA!
wake up, FLA!
Wake up.
Go FLA!
Because that basically was not the same game that we saw from them, that's not the same fight that we saw from them when they faced Team Flash. Team Flash, it was a 0-3, but I was still proud.
There was always that
I
chance.
was still proud.
Yeah. Yeah, it felt like it wasn't even close. It wasn't even, it was very
Hot.
all over the place, just like Omo mentioned, like one arm was punching and then the other is just doing something entirely. It felt like, you know, they had a really good draft, that's the thing, right? But when it came to execution of finding picks, it wasn't there. When it came to expecting Proto Belt, Darius having the engage for calm instead, it became 8 Proto Belt singed, diving into the loving arms of RRQ.
Exactly, and RQ is just one step ahead of them,
Yeah.
right? First Dragon fight, we saw them in position already, and I was thinking that the FENNEL Adversity should have been there a second earlier for them to really be in the position to contest. But FLA, again, the energy that they are bringing into this series, not so much, huh? Not so high.
Now, and again, FLA go into this match, they managed to take 2 kills away, a little better than the last match, but realistically, I mean, this is not a huge improvement. There needs to be so much more. I'm getting word as well that Arisen will be subbed down, Rafe will be coming in to play instead.
Oh my god, this is the time, Grandin. This is the time. Whenever FLA is unfortunately at a deficit in a series, they bring in Rafe, they bring in Danny on a hyper-scaling AD carry.
That's true.
Right? That's the plan. They put in Kaisa, they put in Rafe for the Rakan. I think that's super good. But I think the biggest weakness and the biggest worry when they go hyper-scaling in the bot lane is that you're just going to be devoured by the early, by poke, like the Varus, like the Ziggs. The biggest question is how they can survive the early game, which even if they have wave clear champions, even though they have the safety, they're still dying, they're bleeding a lot.
I mean, this is coming from RRQ Riku here, right? Like RRQ Inner Jersey Riku. And she's like, she's giving us tips for FLA, because even if they win now, it doesn't feel like a great win, right? Like RRQ are playing well, but it just feels like FLA not up to form. This is not the match we were expecting.
I mean, we could see it in the player faces of RQ. They weren't even excited at all, and that's not what we expected out of the series. And I hate to say this, but Omo is right. I hate to say this, but Omo is right. Subbing in Rafe, I feel is not going to correct all the things or all the problems that FLA is facing right now, because I'm really thinking it's more of the mental thing now. It's more of the team thing rather than the support thing.
I think the good news is that we've got Rafe back in action. That means they're going to be playing with someone who have been with them in the support role for the entirety of the WCSPH season. So that familiarity could reset them back to their performance and possibly even a closer game. Okay, my theory, the reason why RQ not celebrating just yet, because they've been reverse swept before by Flash Wolves. They can't celebrate just yet.
That's true.
That's true.
There is still that pressure to be had there, and we want to see them close out the series well. We take a look at our play of the game for last game. Chaz, again, he is still that highlight player. It's a little less impactful when the opponent isn't punching back as hard. They're kind of flopping around, and Chaz just kind of goes, all right, I'll take this, I'll take that. We're going to make sure we have a clean game. All objectives on the map secured by RRQ this game.
But you know what? The Philippines will still be cheering, right? If
Absolutely.
If the other boxer is not punching back, just as long as the Philippines is the one winning, I'm feeling, the same thing is happening right now for Chaz. He's on a different level right now. I'm really thinking that this player is on a zone, that whoever they play against, he will just be overconfident, and against a player in Doming that he already was able to devour the last time out, he's just super, super confident once again.
What I like to talk about, though, about RRQ State is that even though they were so ahead, it felt like they were still disciplined. Usually, other teams, when they're far ahead, either they baby it too much or they play around a bit. They go 1v1 at someone. But this is RRQ with a lot of strong side lanes, with a lot of strong dueling champions, and yet they stuck as a unit.
And there were so many things that RRQ I felt like did well since the draft began, right? The fact that they got Exos in his Galio, the fact that they had the Renekton, the Jace, this flexibility to play into FLA. It seemed like they got their most comfortable champions, played into the matchup incredibly well. We saw winning lanes throughout the game, and it just felt like from that point on, FLA could never really catch back up.
I mean, you should be winning the lane as a Senna Galio against the Varus and Thresh. And, props to the bottom lane here of RQ, but will sub the subbing in of Riv, will it be any different? I know that the dynamics of this team will change a lot because they're now willing to play Danny on a hyper carry, but we saw the last time that it happened, didn't really go well.
I mean, let's talk a little bit about this here, right? The fact that Rafe is coming in here, you said that you shouldn't be shooting winning lane as a Senna Galio against Varus Thresh. Why is that?
You could basically just have that kill threat. Again, when you have Senna is very weak to the all-ins. And what is the best champion to have that all-in? Thresh as a support. Varus also pokes you from a mile away. Galio is very, I would say, upfront, so he is very susceptible to the pokes. So for me, the Varus and the Thresh really wins against the Senna and the Galio. However, Senna and the Galio, once they scale well into the late game, just a different beast.
Yeah, I think it's just Senna just enables so much, right? You can pair it with so many different supports. If you want to be aggressive, pair with a Galio set. If you want to calm down a little bit, then you pick it with a Nasus. One thing that I'm looking forward to the draft though, that I feel like it's gonna pop up, Twisted Fate for Arise. If you want to try and impact the side lanes, because I feel like that's something that they can do to retaliate. If RRQ is aggressive, then play by the numbers, play with the globals, and get the numbers advantage.
But they need wave clear though, Riku.
That's true, then play... Get the Senna at least. Get the Senna on your end. Get the Varus.
We've seen the priorities shift around a little bit. The first game, Olaf was the one they focused on. Didn't work out as well for them. Maybe Senna is the better choice if they go towards the blue side. We've seen how picks and bans have played out so far. That being said, though, let's talk a little bit about the bot lane switch-up. The fact that Rafe is coming in, we've mentioned how the Senna Thresh lane wasn't supposed to lose. Does this change things for them? If they were having a tough time before, does it actually make things better?
Yes, laning-wise, it is where I think Arisen is still not accustomed in playing with Danny. Remember, when Danny and Arisen was winning the lane, it was at the backs of the Yuumi that can just outpoke you, and just, you know, throw down the gauntlet and kill you right then and there. Another was the Senna plus Set combo, which hasn't been showed here by FENNEL Adversity. I felt that in this game, or in this series, their plan was to really unlock Arisen, but it hasn't shown so far.
And I feel a little bit of a sad tone to the desk right now as we look at the second match between FLA and RRQ. FLA haven't been able to put up the demonstration we were hoping for them, but still, I think we should celebrate our wins. RRQ and FLA, both in the Philippine region, regardless of which team wins here, one of them will go to the icons and fly that banner high. And so we're hoping to see that WCS representation in the Global Championship.
I really want to celebrate this as a victory of the Philippines. Yes, but FENNEL Adversity needs to do better. This is not the game that I am expecting, Riku, sorry.
I totally understand where you're coming from, right? But now with Rafe in, the dynamics gonna change, the picks are gonna change.
I need a pat in the back.
It's okay, Otto. It's okay. Daijoubu, Otto. Daijoubu. It's okay. I want to see, okay, if ever hyperscaling is not going to be the route for FENNEL Adversity, get the Lucian. Get the Lucian. Get something that can fight toe-to-toe, head-to-head against RRQ early, because that has been what RRQ has been doing, attacking early, then match it up with early game.
We'll see. Again, just some life. Just some life, FENNEL Adversity. For me, whoever wins this matchup, we end up winning here, again, as a region, right? As a region. But what we really after, as a passionate fan of the game, we want good games. And that's what you want. That's what you want. That's what the viewers want. So FENNEL Adversity, do your thing. Or do your part.
Give the people what they want, guys.
And please make it more exciting. That's all.
All right, so much to be seen here. A lot of hopes on FENNEL Adversity for a good game. Hoping for that reverse sweep. Maybe a little bit too much hope. I think this is going to be a difficult one, but if they can make it happen, it would be an amazing moment for these two teams. As we get ready for our picks and bans, let's quickly break down what happened last game and what needs to change. With the new introduction from Rafe, we've mentioned that so far. Let's start talking about RRQ's side. What have they done well, and what do they need to keep doing to close out the series, Riku?
I love how they're not banning the Garen at all. The fact that before RRQ likes to ban the Garen, and it gives away that they're going to do double assassins. And now they're so unfazed because they have marksmen in the mid lane, like the Vayne. That's something that can innately shred tanks. So for FLA's script of things to do, like what do you call that in, oh my god, programming, like a algorithm, like there's a yes, there's a no, and something like that. You map it out. Okay.
I think that's like a logic. That's like
a logic map.
Yeah,
yeah.
Right,
Thank you.
Okay.
A logic map, and then like Garen is open. Let's pick that, but it feels like it's deleted now. I think Garen is not one of the options that you want to pick if Helios is going for an assassin. It's not anymore.
I mean, the option for FENNEL University to pick the Garrett was actually the 5th pick, right? It was either the Garrett or the Cinch, but I don't think Garrett would actually have done any different in that particular game alone. Looking at the draft sequence here, I'm loving that FENNEL University is respecting the power picks of Chaz. We see the Aurelia, we see the Riven, even the Camille, but I feel that this is an over-respect in their regard. In them letting go of Senna, Galio, and Jace first rotation, that's so strong.
Yeah, Galio is 100% win rate again with the RQ and Flash Wolves series.
Yes.
It just created such a huge impact. So I'm looking forward to see how FENNEL Adversity grabs that, or just delete it, just ban it right off.
Look, I think that's the little respite for FLA. The fact that they ban away all of Chaz's champions means no Chaz highlight. At least they won't be the highlight reel, right?
That's
like
true.
we might, even if the game doesn't go away, at least Chaz does get to have a highlight farm us for highlights, right? As we go into our picks and bans, the 3rd game, this is it. RRQ get to secure the spots in Icons if they manage to close out this last game.
Now let's see. Oh, blue side for FLA. That means that they can go for the Senna if they decide to. Then again, that's not what I'm thinking whenever Rafe comes in, right?
Yeah, it's not one of the biggest problems for FLA, but you know what we talked about earlier? I'm so happy to see this Galio ban. Again, 100% win rate on the series.
Sure, and FLA are looking to try to do something here, right? By getting rid of the Galio now, it means that Chaz will have more priority with the picks that he wants. But I think it's time to accept that and say yes. We'll give you those options. Instead, we need to ban away the bigger problems.
Yeah, that's an overreaction. I'm really thinking that the FLA is overreacting to Chaz's champion pool, because then again, it's not the champion, it's the player. The player is just so good.
Yeah, exactly. What enables these highly mechanically skilled players in RRQ? Engage. They remove the Rakan, they remove the Galio, and the Senna as well.
Finally, now they want normal Wild Rift to happen. So with Senna being banned, no Nasus, no Galio, well, they could still be picked, but the impact of the champions that can farm early with the Senna will be taken away as well.
Can still pick the Ziggs. We can still have the calm bot lane duo if there's still gonna be the Ziggs.
We could totally see that happen right now. With all those bans coming through from both sides, Ziggs now jumps on priority if they want to go for that, or if they want to go for a bruiser. We've seen Jace contested in some of these matchups. Renekton first pick for FLA.
That is an anomaly, I'd say, because usually you either pick the Olaf or pick something else that can enable your team. But Renekton, they have a plan. They want Calm on a very stable and strong lane.
Instead, they're giving away to Jace again, one of the strongest picks. We just saw Chaz pick up the player MVP from his last game, and they get to pair it together with the Ziggs, Riku. 2 picks you just mentioned.
Okay, so Ziggs will deter FLA from picking Vayne and Kaisa, because you're just gonna get poked unless you trap yourself in a Braum lane plus hyperscaling. I don't think so.
Okay, so I'm guessing right now that FLA is going for the Lee Sin. Just because, 1, it enables Danny, and 2, it's a very strong top side combo. With the Renekton and the Lee Sin, we saw it one time. FENNEL University, when they went against Cerberus Esports, they did a level 2 cheese strat. Now, Devil J on the top side should be wary of that.
I mean, you see this matchup coming in. You see the Lee Sin for FLA. I'm sure RRQ do as well. Do they look confident going into this one?
Yeah, I'm so happy. I'm so happy to see the Lucian, because we were like, okay, that's going to deter them from picking up a hyperscaling. Pick something that can fight early. What did Adilu say? Renekton, Lee Sin, add more early game champions. That's the Lucian.
Oh.
That's the difference coming in. And Lucian can still go to the mid lane, can go to the bottom side. So depending on how they want to play out the matchups, Ziggs into Lucian is a difficult time. The Lucian's going to have some additional damage, so it really depends on how the supports round out the composition. RRQ go with the Garen.
Yeah, this still can be a mid lane Lucian as well. So RRQ, I love this pick from the Garen. Remember the rock, paper, scissors. Wherever the Lucian is going to be, it's still going to be fine because the Garen is going to live. Unami.
Yeah, this is Rafe. I'm actually thinking of the champion for Rafe right now. Again, looking back at his champion pool, it's more of the enchanters, but there's an anomaly inside of the Rakan, of the Braum, and we now know that the Rakan has been banned away. Will we see Rafe play the Braum? Because on game number 1, when we saw Braum with Arisen, not really a match made in heaven.
Yeah, I think that's going to be an issue, right? Because they're removing things that can enable Lucian, can enable Rafe. Now, my biggest question is, where's the set in all this? I feel like set is so good
That's
because
true.
Engage! FLA has a very strong composition. Now they need engage.
Ever since yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Seth has been a lonely guy.
Yo, where are
Just
you,
became
Seth?
sad. Okay, Zed being bad away here. Very good target against RQ. They know that RQ has the last pick, has the ability to counter pick whatever they pick in the mid lane. So very good response there from FLA.
And a lot of the champions already banned for towards FLA's side. The support picks are going to be difficult to set. Like you guys mentioned, further trimming the pool. Further trimming the pool for FLA. Wraith in a bad spot now. He doesn't have that many options left.
Yeah, what? No Braum, please. No. No Braum.
Oh
please.
no,
That's
it's definitely
gonna
going to be a
terrible.
Braum, isn't it?
No.
It
I don't
has
they
to be
need
Thresh or
engage.
Braum, right? Thresh or Braum.
Or Lulu. Could still be a Lulu. Could still be a Lulu.
Diana out
doesn't
for FLA.
engage.
Yeah, but it pairs
Flash
well.
polymorph. You polymorph yourself and you knock M5 head up.
Yeah, I think that's enough.
Big moves.
I think this is a front to back composition.
Oh yeah, Thresh. Okay.
It's a Thresh instead. So one of the
No.
picks that has been picked up by FLA, they've been trying to make the Thresh work, this time with a different player. We talked about how it's not about the champion, it's about the player here, Otto.
Exactly. So at least we have a more comfortable player to play the champion, yeah? Wraith has been playing support since last year with Danny. So definitely when it comes to the laning phase, it should be better. But now RRQ is saying, you free up my Aurelia, we pick it right away.
Yeah, I love this last pick as well because you don't know who's the jungle just yet. Is it Chaz Irelia? Is it Helios Irelia? It will depend on what matchup RRQ wants to do. And that's the beautiful thing about RRQ. Everybody can play anything, and that's why the draft is a huge mystery for FLA to read.
I mean, FLA pick up so much early tempo. They have the Lee Sin, they have the Lucian, they have the Renekton, the Diana to some extent as well in the matchup against RRQ. The fact that they were able to flex the Jace for so long shows RRQ's flexibility here.
Again, the problem about RQ winning lanes, I don't think that will be a problem, at least in this game, except for Arise versus Helios, because Helios has the range advantage against the Diana. But if there's one player that can really stabilize the lane on the Diana, that's Arise.
I'm looking forward to see how the Renekton and Lee Sin can create early game impact because that's a Garen at topside for Devil J. His job is to not die, and he's going to do a good job by not dying.
I mean, something lacking for FLA. This is finally their time. They're playing on equal footing. They have the chance to start establishing control, but they had issues in game number 2. Can game 3 look different?
Go, 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 FLA, wake up, let's go, give us a good game.
Go.
Because right now, RQ smells the Icons Global in their
it's so
mix.
close.
I know, it's so close now for RQ, and I know that they're excited as well.
Can FENNEL adversely pull back with game number 3, or will they get swept up by the Chance Experience? Let's toss it over to casters to bring us into match point.
Game number 3 in this lower bracket series, FENNEL adversity against RRQ. One last chance for FLA to stay in the series. Omo, we gotta talk about Wraith. He's in right now.
It's not an enviable situation to be put in. Their backs against the wall. They sub Wraith back in. They say, this is the time we need you the most. We need someone to lead our team because frankly, they've been lost the last couple games.
Yeah, is he the Iron Man to the situation?
Is he the Avatar?
Is he the Avatar? Yeah,
Exactly.
that's a decent reference. Well, Arise.
The best reference. I have the best references.
Okay.
Husky.
No, I'll give it the highest score. 9 out of 10.
Thank you.
No.
Better than chess, isn't it?
What?
But then again, what isn't, right? Let's look at the matchups right now. The lane that I specifically want to look out for is, of course, going to be this Dragon lane. Danny and Wraith on their Lucian Trash. So brutal, such a dominant matchup. But of course, you got EXO on the set as well. It's something that he can potentially trade back on. I do favor the Lucian Trash, though. Let's see how Wraith does. Because frankly, Arisen did not have the best performance on Trash last game.
I want to see how Devil J does on the Garen. Because yesterday he played...
It's a Garen!
He played Renekton and, you know, the rest was history, right?
Yeah.
He got ran over by a Garen. But Arise gets his most comfortable, one of his most comfortable champions.
He looks good on it.
Diana. We can say the same for Chaz. I hear a lot of red sirens going off.
This is a good bait, but Chaz wasn't able to find a good angle to get in on.
I hear a lot of like alarms going off.
Yeah.
Chaz Irelia.
Chaz Irelia, yeah, I do believe the stats we were given, it's 100% win rate in 3 games,
Yes.
right? And back in regionals, he played 2 games?
2 games in the finals,
Yeah.
2-0.
So 5-0 on this Irelia.
5-0, yeah. The closest that he got to losing was yesterday, but he's still Baron.
Yeah, okay, that game was insane, right? He was popping off in the early game, but hold that thought though. It's domain time, baby. Oh, well, domain time ended really quickly.
You only have 2 seconds to do it.
You had like 30 milliseconds of domain time, and now he wants to go for a blue buff. You do have Prio to play around this. Chaz they need to shut down Chaz.
Okay, good play. Marky set a flame by the Ignite to get a face breaker back. As Danny is in danger, Domain follows up, flash, haymaker, first blood for Chaz. Can they get anything in return? Wraith wants something!
the exhaust!
So well done!
Helios
and
is here,
Helios
Helios is here.
shows up! FENNEL pushed into a corner! RRQ, they get 2 kills initially, but Raven with Victor number 3, hammer to the face, Helios with a double kill.
And that starts off with FLA going on the aggressive, but not having enough damage to finish off Marky. Danny flashes forward, Ray flashes forward. They want to get the kill, they want to finish it off so low on the side of RRQ, but it doesn't happen. And RRQ, yet again, they pull ahead to a lead. Chaz is level 5, and we know what this guy can do on this side. Really, look at the fight. They just didn't finish off Marky. Danny flashes forward. Look at Ray, he's about to flash forward too. And every single time, something just shuts them down. This time around, it was... Oh, he
hit
ignited
Chaz! He hit Chaz!
Honestly, I think Danny might have been out of range as well, so it's just heartbreaking here for FLA.
And Danny exhausted him. You know what this feels like? It feels like RRQ are dangling the carrot on a stick and they just be like, come get it, come get it. Marky feels like that. He annoys me. I looked at him just now, I'm like,
I do agree with that, but I'm gonna stay away from figures of speech for the rest of the series.
Okay.
Okay,
he's not
just
listening.
Clearing out the wave here, that's gonna be Danny. He's gonna back off. Now, we're approaching the 4-minute mark rapidly here. Both of these teams, they want to contest this. Same situation, right? I can't tell you who has a clear advantage, who has a clear lead around the Dragon/Herald fight. I think both teams have an opportunity to play around it. Lucian Trash, very strong right now. Renekton Lee Sin, very strong right now. On the other hand, you have the Vanguard's Edge, you have the Ziggs, you have Exosen. We've seen how strong a set can be around objective fights.
And the 2 guys on the side of RRQ who have the early advantage are the ones that you don't want to give them the advantage to. Chaz and Helios. 2 OJs, 1-0 Irelia, objective spawn. This is it. It feels like it is going
Chaz
to
and
make
Helios, to me, right, might honestly be the best mid-jungle pairing we have here in the C Finals. And seeing them get up to a lead like this, exactly like you said, the worst people to give the kills to if you're an FLA fan.
I would give all 3 kills to EXO, but not 1 to Helios.
Well, he's a support.
Yeah, EXO engages. Wrath again, showstopper straight towards the back line. EXO a bit too far forward. The Vanguard's Edge only connects onto 1. Arise access the back line, but immediately gets shut down.
It's a 2-for-1 there, and looking very likely they're gonna get the hair. Oh, it resets. Okay, well, that's gonna stop it in its tracks, isn't it? EXO, he doesn't manage to get the shield off.
What
no,
a
Helios.
knockback. Helios will trade his life for this. Right? Right?
Nope.
No!
Nope, he won't.
Monkey, what a savior! What
They
a
get away.
savior!
No, and it's just the same situation. Isn't this giving you flashbacks of Cerberus and, oh sorry, not Cerberus, of Team Flash and Buriram? So close, yet so far, you can never finish off the kills. RRQ, every single mechanics check, they come up on top. Call it luck, call it an act of God, call it what you will, but they win every fight.
This fated.
It's
happened
fated.
in the bottom lane.
I thought we said we don't believe in fate.
Yeah, but it's leading us down that path, right? I'm willing to give that belief up for a while. Happened down bot, 2 minutes later, happened down mid. RRQ showing up to the party again. It's EXO. Does he get the haymaker off? The culling, unleash. But look at where Devil J is. He's just gonna spin, spin. Beyblade, Vanguard's is Helios unstoppable. Domain does take the red pedal away. A decent steal. At least they get something out of this. But the Rise also goes down. And Marky doesn't even let Domain walk away.
And yet again, it's the same situation, isn't it? All this for a drop of blood, Husky. It's just heartbreaking. If you're an FLA fan, I think this is about lights out. I think this is about where you say goodnight. But if you're a Philippines fan, if you're a Philippine supporter, you can confidently say we are sending our best team to Icons. There's no doubt about that. They will do us proud on the regional stage. Call back to Team Secret last year. Call back to what Team Secret did at the Horizon Cup. Top 4 placing. Top 3, I think, also corrected me the last time. Top 3 placing in the Horizon Cup. RRQ, they're looking to repeat that performance on the international stage, on the biggest stage of Wild Rift. It starts here. I mean, it's heartbreaking. You have to take down your regional opponents to do it. You have to take down your brothers in arms to do it. But I think they're looking really scary.
Yeah, at this juncture, if you want to send someone, if you want to send a squad, it has to be the best of the best.
The Kings of the Kings, right?
Yeah, there's a reason they are called Rex, Regum, Qeon. I mean,
I still can't say the name.
we can slowly work on that. It's fine. It's Latin.
Yeah, it is. I mean, RRQ, I gotta point out as well, right? Helios is 6-0-5 right now.
Yeah.
11 out of 12 KP. This Jace is just popping off.
He has 50 of the kills.
And you know what I love about this team comp actually? I have to point out that RRQ actually took FLA's mid-carry duo from game 1. They're showing you guys, we're gonna teach you how to execute on this J6 combo.
By the way, so out of 12 kills, Helios was involved in 11 of them.
Yeah, 11 out of 12. I don't know what the exact percentage is there, but it's like 90 something surely.
Yeah, I just treat it as a 99%.
Yeah,
It's the majority of it,
basically, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's just say 95 and call it a day.
Yeah. Can't be wrong with that. Can't go any further.
Well, I mean,
Okay.
let's see if there's any options for FLA back to the game. We can't ever count out Domeng. We know what he can do on this Lee Sin. He has had it's a
cold
rough
streak.
game, right? He's 0-3. It's a bit cold this game, but he has had some inspiring performances on it. If there was to be a miracle from this Lee Sin, I think Domeng's the one that could pull it off. I mean, they're looking for Devil J. He's never gonna die, right?
Yeah.
It's so difficult because RRQ are forcing you into a map split state that they will always win. We control the strong side of the map. You want to go attack Algarin? Sure, go attack Algarin.
Yeah, and I just like what Helios has went for the first two items, Youmu's and Black Cleaver.
Yeah,
they know that FLA want to fight, give Helios damage. We are not seeing any Hullbreaker just yet, but at this point, RRQ have effectively taken control of the map.
Honestly, I don't even think they need a Hullbreaker. They just 5-man group together,
Exactly.
bash their heads into FLA, and I don't see a world they ever lose. Given the game state right now, given what we know RRQ can do, I think
You can
I'm
feel
sorry,
how
FLA.
much
I'm sorry, FLA.
you can feel how much RRQ want this, right? They want this so much.
And I love this because they look very different from yesterday, though there is something to be said about, is it FLA just dropping the ball here today? Because to be fair, they don't really look like their usual selves either.
Yeah, it felt like FLA were sick or something, just under the weather.
I mean, there could be a million reasons for it. It's just unfortunate. Maybe it's a mental block against RRQ, a team which handled you so dominantly at your regional finals as well. Here we go.
Exhaust out. Exo leads the charge again, allows Chaz to set up that ultimate. Danny out as Exozen just get pulled back by the Moonfall, but he still survives. This is why Exozen is the corporal. He finally goes down. Helios is godlike, but RRQ walks away with 4 kills.
Husky, I gotta tell you, I'm sorry, man. Like, I came up with Corporal Exozen, but I don't like it. It doesn't have a nice
Okay,
ring
he's
to
the
it.
boss. He's the boss.
Okay,
Zed
we
is
could
the boss.
do that. We could
Yeah,
do that.
he's
The boss.
Yeah.
Does it have a nice ring to it? Could you say it? The boss Exozen.
The boss Exozen.
Alright, that's pretty cool. We'll take that.
Exozen the boss. Either
Okay,
way, sounds
ain't bad, ain't bad.
Okay.
Well, now, Helios, 14 KP. Chaz, 13 KP out of 16 kills on RRQ.
Ooh.
We said this mid-jungle was possibly the best mid-jungle duo in the entire C Finals. And they're making a serious case for it.
There's so much proactivity, but it's just also FLA. Some unlucky.
They're collapsing.
Yeah, I say unlucky, but is it really the case?
We will never know, right?
Yeah,
Like,
it's
this is one of those things. Sometimes the team just collapses.
Yeah.
Sometimes the team just has your number. It's just unfortunate the FLA have to play their regional opponents as well.
Exo and Devil J, they just run in. Alright, Chaz secures the Rift Arrow. Exozen.
Exo can't die.
Yeah, he just hasn't even used the Haymaker yet.
All 3 games he's played, Gragas, Galio, Set. He has not come close to dying despite everyone just aiming him. Well, I say that.
Well,
but
he died 3 times.
Yeah, fine, okay, sure. But he's been very, very hard to kill.
Yeah, that's the more appropriate term.
Thank you. Yeah,
He's
been
not
very hard to kill.
invincible, but he sure is very hard to take down.
Now, once again, Rift Herald in the pockets of Chaz. In the pocket of Chaz, I suppose. How would you...
In the pocket of Chaz.
Would you put a Rift Herald in a pocket? Or like, you know what, that's
Would you
dumb
put a Rift
question.
Herald in?
That's not...
Well, to be
You
fair,
need a bag for it.
you grab the Eye of the Herald, right? So it's not too
Oh,
big.
you're right. It is just the eye, and then you summon
Then
it
you
out,
summon it, right? You
Yeah.
don't stuff Shelly inside a pocket. I don't think there's any physical space that has the capacity to
Yeah,
support.
makes sense. Well, to be fair, Irelia like levitates those blades around, so maybe she has something she could do.
Unless we rewind 20 years back,
Okay.
Doraemon's pocket, yes, the dimensional pocket. I say that I feel
I'm older than you, and I feel bad for you, dude. It's like, okay, boomer.
I think I have to start accepting the fact that it is slowly
we
applying
all
to me.
do,
all
Husky,
do.
we all do. Age catches up with us all. But back to the game here. RRQ,
Okay,
they will catch you, FLA.
and that's it. EXO engages again, double flash,
Again
haymaker.
and again and again.
And Helios just lays down the hammer. What can I say? This guy has ascended to godhood. A triple kill for Helios. RRQ can do no wrong.
They truly can't. In this series, they are looking for redemption for yesterday against Flash Wolves. They said that's not a true representation of us, of RRQ as a team. This is what we can do. I said I thought Team Flash would just do good. RRQ, they're making a serious statement to come back and say maybe we're a top 3 team here. Maybe we're gunning for the championship as well. Look at what we're doing to FLA here.
Yeah.
In the
Top
next
4
opponent.
guaranteed.
Top 4, yeah, if they win this top 4 guarantee, we haven't quite touched on that because it's been so brutal, right?
Yeah.
RRQ, they're going to Icons if they secure this game. If they secure this series. 14,000 goal lead, it's looking very likely that they are.
A complete collapse.
Goodbye.
Raph, he wants to lead Doming in, but he gets escorted out by RRQ. You can see that FLA they really wants something. Not even a scrap left on the map by RRQ. And even Marky has built up the courage to walk into Domain and just satchel out.
He knows he got die at this point. He has Flash, he has Exhaust, he's feeling confident, and they should be. I mean, RRQ, this is just a complete dominance. Completely dominant? Complete dominance.
What is it? 14,000 gold.
I feel like FLA right now because I'm just completely lost.
You look at the face of Autolus. He is depressed.
No, he's laughing. He's laughing. What are you talking about?
Now, 1 minute.
He's laughing at memes online.
Yeah, he was laughing at you. But without that,
I'm laughing at me.
he was. Yeah, he was laughing at you.
I think he was laughing at a very hilarious meme on my Twitter. Twitter.com/omo2_2.
Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
that's a very good meme right there. You guys should go check that one out.
I agree. I agree.
Well, Baron Nashor now started off by RRQ. FLA, look at the minimap. They can't even get past your Ziggs. You can't do anything here.
Yeah, your vision is down bot, but Baron is not bot.
There's nothing you can do. Yeah, you can't even walk in. The double poke is so well done by RRQ. It's just eulogy. This is just a eulogy for FLA at this point.
Yeah, this is the closing statement from RRQ towards FLA.
FENNEL
It's a
adversity.
bittersweet moment, right?
It truly is. I mean, I want to talk about FLA a bit, right? Because this is looking like the end of their road. One step away from making it to Icons. One step away from representing their country on the international stage. But they faltered at the finish line against no other than their own Brevin. It's just such a sad story for them. They made it so far, Husky. Think about their lower bracket run. Think about their play-ins run.
Yeah, and that was what kind of echoed yesterday during the series between Buriram and Team Flash, what Grandin and Riku touched on. It is always the hardest to cross that finishing line.
It truly is. And you think back to what they had to do to even get here, and I would say FLA, they had a run that they should be proud of. Think about which teams they knocked out. They knocked out EVOS, they knocked out one team, they 2-0'd Cerberus. Yeah, it's not an easy run by any means, and they've made it work.
Yeah. And to die by the hands of your brethren.
Oh my
It's a noble
God,
death.
Chaz.
But Chaz wants to make it
Oh
quick.
my God,
And he
Chaz!
is still going, finally taken out. But the base is in shambles, and we are witnessing the end of FLA's run. RRQ. Long live the Kings of Kings. It's Viva RRQ, Rex, Regum, Qeon. They carry the PH flags all the way to Icons.
There we go. Finally, we see the cheers from RRQ. They know they've made it. They know they've done it. But Husky, I don't think their journey is over just yet. After a performance like that, what are they showing on the screen right now? I'm trying to figure it out, but the glare is a bit too...
Yeah, so it's
I
a
can't
bit too
tell.
bright.
I can't see. Lower your brightness.
Well, hashtag Barabagan. That's exactly what they showed. That's exactly what they showed in that game tree.
Oh, okay, so it's a picture of an airplane.
Of an airplane, yes.
I love that,
Well
right? I
deserved.
love the energy from RRQ. Think back to their comeback win against Flash Wolves yesterday. Sort of jumping up and down, having the times of their lives. I love this team. I love the players. And I would love to see what they can do at Icons, Husky.
And guess what? As we wave goodbye to FENNEL adversity, RRQ on the other end, some of them have been to that world stage before.
Exocet.
He's
Well, not
returning
some
there.
of them, just
Exo.
Exocet. Well, I guess their coach as well, right?
Yeah.
Kaigu, yeah.
Yeah, so now they're returning to that world stage.
Sure.
It has never felt better. In almost a decade, here they are, back again. I mean, RRQ, truly the Kings of Kings, an imperial decree that they are the ones to be the torchbearers of Philippines.
You're getting to some Grandin level of cheesiness here.
I had to sit in the same car with him. I was
feel
listening
bad,
to his
I'm sorry.
conversation.
Yeah.
I feel like the middleman, but I feel fine. You know, I'm always curious. I love these kind of stuff.
I feel bad for you, but I also feel really bad for FLA because like we talked about their run here, their journey here. has been so amazing. I think it's something to be proud of. You look at what they did in Sea Champs, and I think you compare that to the FLA that we saw today. Sure, they still faltered at the finish line, but I think this is an improvement that you should be proud of. There are some things you need to fix. Are you going to keep your roster? Are you going to change it? What's going to happen? So many questions, but what I would love is to see some of these FLA players make it back to the regional stage, maybe make it to the international stage next year as well.
Absolutely. FLA, it has been an admirable run, very impressive. They have done everyone proud, and I'm pretty sure that they have captured the hearts of everyone watching
for sure.
Warrior. This is what greatness is all about. It's about leaving a mark, it's about leaving a legacy, and we leave this with RRQ qualifying for Icons. We'll toss it back to the panel and to get their thoughts on that.
A rematch of the regional grand finals, but the result does not change. RRQ will once again beat FENNEL Adversity. FENNEL Adversity played their hearts out from the playing stage, competing against some tough competition to get to this point, but they ultimately will fall and be eliminated from the WCS finals. But that being said, RRQ though! RRQ!
Let's go!
Flying after the Icons. That's what it's about.
Okay, it's okay. I'm too happy to feel any pain, physical pain.
Airplane thing,
And an amazing series from RRQ coming into this. They had a difficult match against their previous opponents, but now they go, well, that's no sweat for us. We're coming back in here 5 games against our previous opponents, now against FLA again. They 3-0 them.
What a statement for them, right? Again, heading into this matchup, I expected a better fight coming from FENNEL Adversity. The training arc, the yada, yada, yada. But turns out, RRQ also did their homework, right? And now they're showing that they're not just a better team, but a better team from what they were from the regional playoffs.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I think their tournament run so far for RRQ, it shows me confidence. It shows me that I'm not going to be worried when they, fly to Icons and face one of the, like, 2 of the top regions in the competition. At the first 2 things that comes into my head, WRL, WCK, I'm not worried when I look into that.
And the Philippines region will get that representation once again. Team Secret previously made a splash in the international competition. We will still continue to see the Philippines region go into international competition and make that statement.
The expectations for them will be a little bit on the heavier side.
Very high, Otto, very high.
Because number 3 during the Horizon Cup is a feat that I believe is too high to really match. But if there is a team from the Philippines that can really do it, I believe it's RRQ.
Yeah, that's true. Team Secret did set the bar really high during the Horizon Cup. So now RRQ, it's their time to shine, representing the SEA region and the Philippine region as well.
And Riku, we came into the day saying Helios and Chaz, some of the best players. You said the best players from the Philippines region. I mean, you have to feel great about this game.
Yeah, it's such a dangerous combo to have the best mid laner in the Philippines and the best jungle all in one team. We saw how much of an impact Chaz and Helios made in this team. And the combination of, again, the veterancy that we look back in Marky and Exosen as well. I think it's such a very amazing pair. And, Devil J, had a rough time yesterday against Flash Wolves, but I felt like, he really redeemed himself today.
And you mentioned, Otto, about this passing of the mental, right? Now with Exosen coming in, I mean, what is that about?
Okay. All right, kids. Story time with Uncle Otto Luz. Oh, you're the kid. Okay, James of Team Secret, the one that we called, or the one that we coined the General, was actually the 6th man for that Mineski team that entered the 2013 World's Championships. Now, James is saying, Exosen, Kaigu, it's your time to shine.
And they've done amazingly for themselves. We have our player of the game, Chaz. I mean, he deserves that recognition, that spotlight. I couldn't tell you between Chaz and Helios who deserves it more. All I know is when we had that into the skies moment from Helios in the mid lane.
Oh, yeah.
I lost my mind.
So good.
Yeah, same here. The split decision making on what skill to use, where to use it, how can you live, how can you survive, how can you outplay your opponent. And that's just the RRQ style, the RRQ game. And of course, Chaz displayed such a phenomenal performance even yesterday up against Flash Wolves. Again, he broke the rules of Wild Rift. He's able to able to win without the Elder Drake endgame.
Yeah, and this was the game-turning moment if you were to ask me. This botch dive, actually this dive coming from FLA didn't really pan out for them. The exhaust did actually slow him enough to not really get that auto attack on.
And a good find from FLA, though. They went into this game with the mentality that they needed to make something happen. They were fishing for a miracle. They were fishing for a fluke. Unfortunately, weren't able to find it here, but we still saw some good moments from FLA. This series does, however, show RQ's dominance coming into the game.
Very, very dominant. And I think this is the into the skies moment.
This is the moment.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh my
the
goodness.
satchel marquee. Oh my god. What a save, I swear.
Yeah, what an awareness there
Yeah.
as well coming from Helios. Again, this is the player that we pegged as mechanically gifted laning-wise. Will be able to find the kills where you don't expect it from. Best mid-jungle synergy from the Philippines, hands down, and arguably in Southeast Asia.
And we're really looking to RQ's ability to perform in that mid-jungle position. We look at the rest of the competition still in. Teams that have already qualified into the Icons and for the rest of the WCS finals. Team Flash being one of them. Flash Rose being the other. Now here we have RRQ. They go into these matchups against stiff competition. But I have faith here that with RRQ, Helios and Chaz are able to give us a performance against those teams.
Lower bracket run.
Lower bracket
Lower
run!
bracket run, baby!
There's the airplane.
I just hope that they don't celebrate. Oh, well, actually, they can't celebrate too much. You know,
We have
party
a couple
hard.
of breaks.
Because they have a
breaks.
couple of days break before their match on Friday, right?
Yes, that's correct. And one thing that I like about RQ is their apparent growth. Like, they have everything in check, right? They've got mechanics, they've got decision making, they've got, let's see this again because this is so good. The way Marky landed that satchel, look at the casters on Qeon and Nomo, very excited about that moment. And our minds are blown as well.
I told you I lost my mind. I was not exaggerating when I said I lost my mind there. Like, just the awareness to make that play, right? And then the mechanical ability, because not only did he run away from him, he even switched to his range form, used his second ability to get some additional damage down. Because all that we needed to see from Doming was him hit his challenging smite and one spell, any spell, and he would have died there.
Exactly. The cripple was there, the slow was there. And at that perfect moment, you know what? Granted, I play a lot of Jace, right? And into the skies, onto the minion creeps is actually a bit harder.
It is hard. It is
hard because basically your target selection would automatically prioritize the champion, right? If it was me, if it was a normal player, he would jump into the Lee Sin, not to the minion.
No, I don't have the hands to make
Yeah,
that
me
play
neither.
work, right? It's just such an amazing showing from RRQ, and I mean, I just can't overstate it enough. We've seen now with the rest of the regions also undergoing their stiffest competition. Around the world, WNS happening, you know, the WCK has crowned their victors, and we look towards all of these other regions. When I see RRQ, I see a team, despite having lost the best of 5 series, I think they could take on anyone else in the world right now. I believe, man.
Do you believe?
I believe in
dude.
RRQ. Bring in that flavor.
Oh, wow.
Bring in the dirty team fighting.
I bring out the Balagbagan.
Yeah.
Hashtag Balagbagan was in favor of RQ. We knew this, but they have personified this term for the region of the Philippines and just made it so, so beautiful.
I just want to give credit to RQ's growth. I want to talk about how usually when your solo laner's winning, you go solo, right? Because no one can answer you. But what they did, they fought as a unit. They were always together. There wasn't a time that they weren't moving as a unit, right? And I felt like this is a new form that I'm excited to see in Icons.
I mean, upgraded and improved. They've gone through a couple of iterations for their composition. Having to figure out where each player is best suited in which roles, I think has been a challenge for this team. But like you mentioned, Exosen moving into a more supportive position, being allowed to make those shot-calling decisions for their team has become such a better look. And honestly, if you have a jungler and a mid laner this good, how hard can it be to shot call? Hey, Chaz, can you go and steal their Baron for me?
Okay, on it. Princess Ragnarok.
I'll do it in Filipino. Wait lang. On my way. Wait lang. But yes, Exosen's move onto the support. I think I should say this. I don't think I will be crucified by RQ, but there was a point in where Exosen was having second thoughts into moving to the support role just because he feels that, you know, Maze, the original support for RQ, deserves it better. But Coach Kaigu, Coach JM, they instilled the confidence into him and they said, you know what, RQ will work better with you being at the forefront of everything.
Yeah, there was an interview with RQ during the WCSPH, and then they mentioned that this is going to be their final form. They experimented a little bit, changed rosters midway. That's crazy. And then they figured out, yes, we're winning more with this configuration. Let's keep doing it.
And we talked so much about this matchup coming in. I mean, and so much has happened here already in just 3 games, mind you guys. So let's start thinking a little bit about what the next opponents are going to look like while we wait for our interview to start. Yeah. Next match coming in, we have BRU against Cerberus.
I'm thinking the BRU will come out on top of that one, right? And finally giving Thailand the representation that they really deserve for the upcoming Icons Global. Don't want to jinx them because so far, my prediction of FENNEL Adversity did not really pan out. But if anything, if yesterday's games were any indication, right? Who was that team that made the gods bleed? That was BRU.
That's true.
So if they're going to face against BRU, what I'm really concerned about is Devil J's form heading against Noel. Because that was capitalized on and that was heavily, I would say, exposed.
Yeah.
Heavily exposed by Isera.
Yeah, I think by that time, because we saw Devil J play Garen today.
Yeah.
It's one of the answers to just have a calm lane. Because you saw the Renekton and Lee Sin. Okay, I'm just going to play Garen, you're not going to kill me. And there you go. That's how you play around it. How you can play around it.
Win condition. Pick the Garen.
It's in the center of the rock, paper, scissors for a reason, right? You have to be able to play that, but also play stable, right? Sometimes we see interesting options from Garen players, and it works out, so I guess I can't really doubt them, but I am a little bit concerned. So hoping to see a good matchup happen here for Devil J. And there is still a lot to be worked on. I think they will appreciate that long break, the 4 days rest before their matches again on Friday. I think will reinvigorate RRQ, whoever the opponents are going to be. And I think that the competition is shaping up to be a tight one.
And knowing RRQ, the pride will kick in. And they would want to really win the whole thing. That's one thing I guarantee you, Brandon.
And while we wait for the player interview to happen, I have to ask you guys, what do you guys want to ask? Whoever, I think it's going to be Helios likely, so what do you guys want to ask them later on during the interview?
There's so much to ask, right?
Right? It's so difficult to pinpoint.
Okay, so let me let you in on the interview that
why do we even have to interview Helios? I just ask Autolus.
Yeah, exactly. I know this players, right? So when we interviewed Helios back when they won the whole thing, right? I asked him, hey, you know what? You really are the best mid laner in the Philippines. And when I asked him, okay, so how do you think will the matchup go with the Southeast Asia mid laners? In Tagalog, he said, kaya ko yan. Which means that I should not have any troubles with them.
Yeah.
That's how confident the guy is.
I love that. I mean, I just love that, right? You need to have that confidence going into these matchups. It's not an easy one by any regards, right? You talked about how you have some difficult competition, but when you said the names, guys like Coyote, guys like Bruce, you say Helios was still better, Riku.
Yeah, I just think he's just so mechanically amazing, and I feel like it tops Bruce. I feel like it tops Coyote. I feel like the way that Bruce and Coyote functions in the team is to mesh well to make sure that every single side is covered. Do you want to engage? Do you want me not to die? Do you want something that can just stabilize the lane? But instead, Helios, the way he functioned in this team is more of like, I'm going to be your carry. I'm going to kill them. You're not going to see me on a Galio. You're not going to be seeing me on tanks. I'm going to make sure I do the healing.
Definitely not on Karma.
Killing.
And also one thing to note is that what really makes Helios the perfect fit for RQs, they still have that veteran presence in the Dragon lane. Let's take a moment and recognize Exocen. Exocen and Kaiku, 9 years ago, was the representatives of Southeast Asia for the League of Legends PC World Championships. 9 years ago. How old was I back then? I don't want to reveal it on stage, but you get what I mean. 9 years ago, and now they're back where they were.
I mean, respect, right? It's the longevity. To continue this, I mean, it's so easy to look at things and say, yeah, I mean, my time is over, my time is done, right? But to be able to persevere, to continue and persist, I mean, that's just an amazing quality to have in anyone.
and not to mention in top level competitors, right? Like it's so often.
Grind.
Yeah.
Right? Day in, day out. And that's something that I want to ask, like, what their schedule looks like. Because competitive players spend all their waking hours thinking about the things that they're doing, about the game that they're playing. Their entire lives revolve around this topic. They wake up, they boot up their devices, they start playing. They go to sleep thinking about what they could have done better. And to be able to do that 9 years, more than 9 years in fact, is just such an amazing thing.
I just hope that we will have Hall of Famers for Southeast Asia because
yeah.
I will be casting my ballot, Exosen, as one of the first year Hall of Famer, right on the dot.
For Wild
Not
Rift.
biased, by the way.
Yeah, no bias at all.
Look at me, just
For me, RRQ has shown to be a very high on energy when it comes to showing emotions. Like
Yes.
we've seen them breaking tables last time when they qualified for WCS, and then we've seen them jumping up and down, and Helio showing the airplane like yes, and he's like telling the team, stop moving, I just want to show everybody what's on my phone. And then I just want to ask them once the interview comes, like, what were the comms like, knowing the fact that they're feeling that they're going to 3-0, they're feeling that they're going to enter Icons. That's definitely what I want to ask, how the comms was looking like and sounding like.
I wonder what kind of plane they were showing. I wish I got to see the picture. I would have liked to know what plane.
we can ask him.
We'll
yeah,
ask. We'll figure it
definitely.
out. Is it like a big Airbus? Are they looking
You
at
know
like
what
a small
you're
jet?
missing out because the social media of RIQ, I mean the players, they're so
Oh
fun.
yeah, isn't there a parody page for Chaz?
Oh yeah. So Coach Three Fingers created an alter page for Chaz, where he just shows random pictures of Mr. Charles Cruz or Chaz.
Yeah.
And it's just so fun following them, right? They're very likable, not just in game, but also outside of the game.
Oh, yeah.
That's one thing I guarantee you.
I mean, that personality is something super important, right? Building the connection with other people as well. I mean, when we look into the longevity of some players,
wow.
a lot of it happens as well off the rift, out of game. You can be the best player in the world if you're not able to kind of to reflect that. It's difficult for people to kind of associate with you, and I think that's something they've done incredibly well. And we're looking forward to see what else we have in store because we have more things in store for them, right? If they when they go to Icons, more content gets to be made. We get to hear even more from them.
Yeah.
More parties, actually.
More parties!
Because RQ is very heavy on the party side.
Oh
work
my
hard,
goodness.
play harder. Do I get invited? We'll see.
Well, the party's gonna be in the Philippines, so
We'll see.
that's something.
Wait for me.
Discord party.
Oh yeah, nah.
Maybe, I don't know.
They want the actual party. You don't
I'm just gonna flaunt my jersey some more. Here.
have to. No returning?
Can I have it?
Wait, this isn't even yours?
It's not mine. It's auto loses.
Oh my goodness.
What I did
I had to
was
borrow.
the whole journey was planned out by me. Okay, so I'm gonna pick a FENNEL shirt and an RQ shirt, and I think it's not a coincidence that the teams that we're seeing here from the Philippines are the ones that sent me merch.
Now you guys know. Want to make it into the finals? Want to get into Icons? How many RQ shirts do you have?
2.
How many FENNEL shirts do you have?
1.
There you go!
Thank you. Basic
Guys!
math, right?
Guys, come on! What's going on? Send all loose your merch. Make sure you secure that spot in the Global Championship.
That's why.
You're gonna have one less shirt now, because this is mine now, right?
Then I need a new one, right? but really, we need more merch.
A big congratulations again over to RRQ. We're still waiting to hear from our winners of today's match. Any more things you guys want to talk about as we continue? This run in the WCS, there's so much that's gone on. FENNEL Adversity, they started from the play-ins. They ultimately were able to clinch a second seed coming into this after taking out one team.
Just go ahead.
I just want to reiterate the growth of RQ, right? Because remember, we talked about during the panel is that they were struggling they look good on group stages, but they kind of look iffy during playoffs. But it felt like that they've overcome that. WCSPH came, made a bunch of roster changes. This worked. Did the lower bracket run. They looked shaky actually in their first match in the playoffs against Team Secret. We were like, no,
they
what's
lost right away.
happening? Yeah, they lost immediately, but they've managed to repair that. They've managed to look really, really good up against Team Underground, up against FENNEL Adversity. And look at them now! being able to fight toe-to-toe to one of the toughest teams in the WCS finals.
If FENNEL University had the most number of games to get to this spot, RQ had the most number of games to qualify for the WCS finals. So, yeah, quite a bit of parallel there. But there's one thing that I also would love to give, huge props for. That's FENNEL Adversity.
Oh, yeah.
FENNEL Adversity, I've been a huge fan of them since the beginning, since the inception, right? And FENNEL Adversity, as you guys may know, they started very, very slow, number 8 during the summer. And then come fall season, we were able to see them at least accomplish the second seed, or getting the second seed for the Philippines, getting into the play-ins, making people remember Doming. Just the fact that Omo remembers Doming and Danny speaks a lot about that team, right? Now, heading into this tournament, they have showed that, you know what, we are not just that other team from the Philippines. They beat out Cerberus, they beat out one team, they beat out EVOS. That just goes to show that FENNEL Adversity is a team that can still be proud even after what happened.
I mean, they won a lot of series on their way here to this point in their matchup against RRQ, but they also won the hearts of many. I'm one of them. FENNEL Adversity truly showed incredible fighting spirit in every match they played. Going up against some tough opponents, they ultimately came up ahead in multiple 5-game series. And I mean, this isn't the end for them. This is the end for them in the WCS finals. But they have so much more ahead of them. We have so many fresh faces, so much potential behind these teams. And I'd love to see FLA come back again and compete and vie for a spot once again in the Global Championship. But RRQ will be the ones to continue for now. I'm gonna rub a little bit of salt in your. I'm gonna rub a little bit of salt against your Otto here. Yeah. A little bit of salt in the wound. Who's your best team in the WCS?
I'm not going to mention Team Flash.
The rapid fire round. Was
rapid
so
fire,
funny.
quick, come on, let's go.
I can say, you know that I can say the words, but yeah.
He was about to say Team Flash at that fifth question. So funny.
We've got an interview ready from the winners, RRQ. Let's pull them up so we can get to talk to them after their amazing 3-0 win in this match against FENNEL Adversity. Hi guys, congratulations on an amazing win. We have a bunch of questions for you guys, but I think we have to keep this one short, so we're gonna start here. Otto, what do you have in store for them?
Oh wait, we need the name corrected. This is Helios that we're talking to, Helios. Hello, Helios.
Helios.
How are you? Now that we saw you showing the picture of an airplane, but really, how is the team right now?
My team right now is good. Very good.
Very good. Well, I have a follow-up question, Helios. Okay, so I asked you, back in the Philippines, I asked you how you will fare against Southeast Asia mid laners. But now, you're expanding your horizon and going into the world stage. So how do you think you will do, or will you do, against the best of the best, against the world mid laners?
I'm gonna play well and do better. That's it.
I love that spirit out from Helios, Riku. I know you have a lot to ask.
Okay, my first question. Congratulations again, Helios and RRQ. My question is, when did you guys found out that you knew you guys were gonna head into Icons, you guys were gonna win that series, and how are the comms like? Were you guys jumping up and down? Nagsisigawan ba kayo? Were you guys shouting at each other already?
Yes, we're so happy that we won this match. We're grateful for our performance, so that we can qualify this Icon series.
Good job! We'll be cheering for you guys.
We'll be cheering for you guys. Congratulations against Helios and the rest of RRQ. This was an amazing series. You guys really showed off your stuff. And see that giddy with happiness now. I think that's going to have to be it from us here on the panel. But again, amazing job, guys. We'll see you guys for your next matches. All the best. We're cheering for you guys.
Congrats!
Congrats sa inyo!
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, just amazing energy, right? They're so happy they can't stop giggling.
Yeah, that's the thing. They're like, wait, don't bother me. I'm in an interview.
Remember, we're always. I think we are the happiest people in Asia. Right?
Look, but the day's not over yet. We've had an amazing series between RRQ and FLA, but we've got more matches coming up. BRU, NCS. We're going for a quick little break. When we come back, the action resumes.
ก็คงเป็นกำลังโตครับ
น่าค้นหาครับ น่าท้าทายครับ
โหดมากๆครับ
ชื่อเมธิตวงศ์ชูศรีครับ ส่วนชื่อเล่นชื่อน้อยครับ
ชื่อเล่นชื่ออัดชื่อเล่นชื่อแบงค์ครับ
ชื่อเล่นชื่อนิกครับ
ชื่อเล่นชื่อโอมครับ
ก็ชื่อในเกมปัจจุบันใช้ชื่อโนเอลนะครับ เพราะว่าจริงๆเป็นชื่อที่แม่ตั้งใจจะตั้งให้ตอนเกิดครับ แต่ว่าหน้าไม่ค่อยฝรั่งเท่าไหร่ก็เลยเป็นน้อยแทน ก็เลยมาใช้ในเกม
ชื่ออาเชนนี่ครับ เพราะว่าอยากได้ชื่อที่เป็นตัวเองนำหน้าครับ
ชื่อในเกมชื่อ What a Jazz ครับ เลือกชื่อนี้เพราะว่ามันแปลกดี
1-1 จิน ตำแหน่งมิดเลนครับผม เพราะว่าส่วนตัวเป็นคนชอบเล่นเมชครับ
เล่นแครี่ครับ เพราะว่าชอบเป็นตัวถือปืนครับ เล่นตำแหน่งซัพพอร์ตครับ มาเล่นตำแหน่งนี้เพราะว่ามันไม่มีคนเล่นนะครับ ก็เลยมาเล่นเองอาเชนี่ครับ เพราะว่าชอบเล่นมุกแบ็กบ่อย
คนที่ตลกที่สุดน่าจะเป็นผมนะครับ ส่วนเหตุผลก็เพราะว่าผมตลกครับ
อาเชนนี่ครับ
อาเชนี่ครับ
ส่วนเรื่องทำงานหนักน่าจะเป็นตัวอาชินีครับทำงานหนักมาก
ตัวผมเองครับ
What a Jazz ครับ
What the Jazz
ฉลาดที่สุดในทีมทั้ง4คนยกเว้นแบงค์
ตอนเด็กๆผมฝันอยากมีร้านกาแฟเป็นของตัวเองครับ
ก็จริงๆ ตอนเด็กอยากเป็นหมอฟันครับ แต่ว่ารู้สึกว่าไม่เวิร์กเท่าไหร่ก็เลยมาเกมที่ว่า
ได้หรือเปล่าแล้วสไลด์หนีเข้ามาครับโดดชัดมาแล้วยังไงไล่ฟันโนเอลกำลังจะตายแล้วตั้งริมโพสสุดท้ายโดนลุมแล้ว
นั่งดูรีเพย์วิเคราะห์ตัวเองครับ
ก็นอนดูรีเพย์แล้วก็ทบทวนตัวเองครับผม
ผมอยู่ห้องกับโนเอลแบงค์แล้วก็อาชนีไม่เปลี่ยนนะครับ ผมชอบนอนอย่างนี้อยู่แล้วเพราะว่าเหตุผลที่โคเดนฟีดแยกไปนอนเพราะว่าเขากลแล้วผมเป็นคนเซนซิทีฟกับเสียง
แชมเปี้ยนที่ผมคิดว่าเป็นแชมเปี้ยนที่อันเดอร์เรทที่สุดในตำแหน่งของผมตอนนี้น่าจะเป็นเคนเนนครับเพราะว่าเป็นตัวที่ได้รับการบัฟมาหลายแพทช์แล้วครับแต่ว่ายังไม่ค่อยนิยมกันมาใช้กันเท่าไหร่
เกรฟส์ครับตอนนี้คนชอบลืมว่าเกรฟส์เขาเป็นตัวที่ฟาร์มไวครับแล้วก็โหดเลดเกมครับแต่ตอนนี้มันสู้ไม่เก่งครับคนก็เลยไม่ค่อยหยิบมาเล่นกัน
ก็คงเป็นกำลังโตครับ
ไปแล้วโหดมากๆครับ
น่าค้นหาครับน่าท้าทายครับ
รู้สึกดีครับแล้วก็ประมาทเล็กๆกลัวที่จะทำให้หลายๆคนผิดหวังแต่ก็มั่นใจครับว่าทำได้น่าจะเวียดนามครับเพราะว่าเป็นประเทศที่เล่นแบบดุดันครับ
เป็นทีมแฟลชจากเวียดนามครับผมเพราะว่าครั้งที่แล้วมิดเลนเขาเกือบทำพวกผมตกรอบครับ
ก็อยากให้แฟนๆไวลิฟในประเทศไทยเชียร์ทีมไทยทั้ง2ทีมเลยครับ แล้วผมสัญญาว่าจะไปเหยียบเวสเตทให้ได้
ก็ผมก็จะพูดเหมือนในทุกๆครั้งที่ผมพูดนะครับก็ขอบคุณทุกๆคนที่ติดตามมาตลอดนะครับแล้วก็ให้กำลังใจเรามาตลอดเราจะทำให้ดีที่สุดครับครับ
Đầu tiên là em cảm thấy rất là vui và em cảm thấy là bản thân mình cần cố gắng nhiều hơn để đạt được những thành tích cao nhất ở giải đấu WCS Final sắp tới.
In game của em là Jisoo. Lúc còn bé, lúc em đang ngủ á, thì có một vị thần tới đặt tên cho em là Jisoo.
Trong game của in game của em là MT vì phát âm nó khá là giống cái tên của em là hai chữ em muốn là chữ M và chữ T, MT.
Một ngày em lướt Facebook, em thấy một cái post có bạn nói Joyce đó cho em lấy tên thầy của em lấy luôn.
Hồi bé thì em có là fan cứng của Elsa nên em lái cái tên qua một xíu, em đổi thành tên như thế.
Em chơi ở đường Baron, tại vì ở Liên Minh thì em đi hầu hết các lane rồi, còn mỗi lane này em chưa đi rồi.
Em đang đi vị trí đường giữa cho team Flash và thực ra thì em rất thích đi đường giữa từ đó đến giờ.
Khi đang rồng 1800 máu từ rồng bị chặn ở phía ngoài là các thành viên bên phía của Cerberus bắt đầu đánh ngược trở ra.
Em chơi vị trí hỗ trợ thì bởi vì em muốn hỗ trợ cho team.
Tại vì hồi xưa em đam mê Liên Minh PC, mà sau này em muốn chơi mấy game mobile hơn, nó dễ tiếp cận hơn, nên là tốc chiến ra mắt thì em chơi game này.
Lúc thời gian dịch em không ra ngoài quán net chơi được cho nên em chơi tốc chiến.
Hồi nhỏ ước mơ của em là phi công.
Ước mơ hồi nhỏ của em không nhớ rồi đấy. Hồi nhỏ cũng rất nhiều ước mơ. Em nghĩ là ước mơ của em là không phải là trở thành ai mà nó sẽ là trở thành cái gì như thế nào cho chính mình thôi. Thành viên nhỏ nhất trong đội là Sai, 2K3, mới 18.
Em thì suốt ngày bị ăn hiếp rồi.
Em cũng nghĩ là em luôn.
Lớn nhất trong đội là Joyce.
Thành viên lớn nhất trong đội là Joyke, sinh năm 98. Chắc chắn là em rồi. Tại vì em tự tin em nói mà, nên em được quyền chọn em.
Oh yeah.
Ăn sụn gà chiên nước mắm.
Chắc là mì gói.
Chắc là ăn năn hối lỗi, tại vì em nhiều lỗi quá.
Quê hương của em là Hạ Long, thì là vùng vịnh biển các thứ, nói chung là nó cũng là nơi du lịch nổi tiếng ở Việt Nam.
Quê em ở Quảng Trị. Quảng Trị một tỉnh thuộc miền Trung. Đặc sản của Quảng Trị thì là em.
Nói chung trong một game in house thì em thấy là đó là một điều đương nhiên phải làm với một team esports chuyên nghiệp, và em cảm thấy mọi vấn đề đều mình có thể giải quyết ngay trong lúc đó luôn.
Em chọn Yasuo tại vì Yasuo là quốc tướng của Việt Nam rồi.
Khắc nghiệt, tấu hài, vui vẻ, rất là khó.
Hơi bị dễ.
Em cảm thấy khá là vui và hồi hộp, bởi vì đây là giải quốc tế lần đầu em tham dự.
Đầu tiên là em cảm thấy rất là vui và em cảm thấy là bản thân mình cần cố gắng nhiều hơn để đạt được những thành tích cao nhất ở giải đấu WCS Final sắp tới.
Cảm thấy rất là vui vì được sát cánh cùng các đồng đội để chinh phục những cái giải thưởng cao quý nhất.
Một cảm giác khá là vui và tự hào.
I can hear whispers and far away. I can hide, but I'll try. I see the walls are caving in. I can hear whispers and far away. I can hide, but I'll try. I see the walls are caving in. If I were to stay in here forever, I would want the sun to come alive. If my heart was lighter than a feather, if I were to stay in here forever, I would want the sun to come alive.
Welcome back again to the WCS Finals. We're into the playoff stage. We're deep into the playoff stage. Our second match of the day, BRU and CES. We have an amazing one set up for us here. This broadcast has been brought to you guys by Riot Games, Coca-Cola, Ghost of Gamers, and One Esports. I'm Brandon. With me is Husky and apparently BRU Omo.
PRU almost back, baby. And you know what? I'm not fussed. I'm not worried. I'm not stressed. You saw what BRU did against Team Flash yesterday. They made it that close. How could Cerberus stand a chance here today?
Yeah, I can agree that they made it really close, but just now while we were casting the first series, you said that you knew that they were going to get here. So what's with that?
I mean, I go back on things I say a lot. I say a lot of things I don't mean. I say a lot of things I do mean. But the point is, BRU, they got this easy.
I have to ask Omo, now you're in the panel here with me, did you manage to see Autoluse's impression of you?
I did. I thought it was actually really good.
It was really on point, right?
It was perfect.
It was definitely really on point. I felt like he had some great moments.
It's all in the eyebrows.
Do you have a response?
No, I'm terrible at impressions. I could do it, but then it would get
How about you do your own one? How about you do
my
your
own impression
of yourself?
How's that possible? How do you do an impression? I think they will beat the PH team here today. PH will lose here today. But that's like my best impression. I don't know what I can do here.
You're taking a lot of losses
3-0. Huh?
You're taking a lot of losses today.
I know, I'm taking many fat L's today.
Well, life moves on and we will find a way regardless. Well, let's start talking about our matchup for this second series, right? BRU and Cerberus. The team for the Thailand region and the team for the Vietnamese region. Second seed for the Vietnamese region, however, and that changes things a lot here, Husky.
Yeah, yesterday, Buriram United, they went in a 5-game slugfest against Team Flash. Now here they are facing off against Cerberus Esports, another team from the Vietnamese region. I think Cerberus has been looking great. In fact, they have a lot of time to look at what BRU has been doing. They have a lot of time to prep for this. And if there's anything we learn about Cerberus, is that you have to watch out for mess and BMM.
But here's that thing though. Cerberus have been playing in through the play-ins. They've had to play a number of matches up until this point to really get here.
And that's the thing. I want to echo Husky's point as well, because I think he raised a very good point. Cerberus had a lot of time to watch BRU play. They had a lot of time to take a lot of things away from that series. And you know what the number one takeaway is? If you ban away trash, all of a sudden, BRU are much less intimidating.
And that forces them on a number of compositions. They've tried to make the Senna Nasus work. That didn't look too good for them. They tried to make the Rakan work. Was okay, but I mean, ultimately gave too much pressure over to Team Flash in Game 5. So we're looking to see if there's something still up BRU's wheelhouse or if they truly are just a one-trick pony. We see some issues appear, especially with the introduction of Triple V, the emergency sub for BRU.
Yeah, and I think on top of that, what BRU showed yesterday was a lot of control on that Baron side, right? We kept emphasizing that Noel is the shield for BRU, but he also needs Golden Feet and What the Jazz to help him out with that. And it took them a short time to ramp up. Got to Game 3, Golden Feet finally got his hands hot, but it just wasn't enough. And again, like what Omo mentioned, take away the Thresh, and suddenly BRU looks less threatening.
Yeah, there's good points to be made about the importance of certain Dragon Lane picks, about certain support picks. But before we go into that, I want to touch on the point of Noel. We keep saying he's the shield, but you got to remember, in every MMO, there is a spell as well called Shield Bash. You smack him in the face with the shield, and Noel is more than capable of doing that. Yesterday, he was playing against Shy, who is, I would say confidently, the best Baron laner here at the entire championships. He's playing today against Taku or Qeon, and I think the difficulty level is much lower, and I think the Shield Bash is going to come into effect.
BRU are this close to securing a spot in the Global Championship in Icons. Unfortunately, Game 5 went the way of Team Flash. So, guys, I have to say this. BRU were in the same position last time round 2. In the C-Champs, all they had to do was win 1 game out of 6. They were reverse swept twice in 2 best-of-5 games.
Okay, we'll go into this, right? It's a bit of a difficult story for me to tell as BRU Omo.
BRU are in that same position again. They are in that second best-of-5 Omo.
Sit a while and listen, okay? So last year in the Seas Championships, Buriram United, they were in the upper bracket. I do believe they were playing against SBTC. Went to 5 games, they lost in the 5th. Same thing when they dropped to the lower bracket, they played against Team Secret. It went to Game 5, they lost in the 5th. Same thing happened yesterday. They lost to a Vietnamese team in the 5th. Will history repeat itself? Will they drop out again after playing 10 games, just needing 1 more win to make it to Icons? Well, as BRU Omo, I sure hope not.
You know what I just identified? Out of the 4 series that, well, the 3 series that they played, and including the one upcoming, they will be playing 3. This is the 3rd time they will be playing against a team from the Vietnamese region, and it might be the team that ends the journey for BRU again.
I don't want to manifest these thoughts into the universe, so we'll just focus on what BRU can do to win here today. At least that's my goal, right? But I think like something else that you brought up, right, with support picks, the Dragon picks, that's something that we have to look out here as well, because I think that the Dragon lane is going to heavily influence this matchup.
I mean, things change dramatically depending on who wins this match, right? We already have Team Flash securing the spots in the Icons. There's only 1 spot left. If BRU get in, this is the first chance for the Thailand region to qualify and represent themselves.
First and last chance.
Perhaps in an international competition, whereas if Cerberus make it through, then the Vietnamese region truly proved to be the strongest sub-region within the WCS.
Yeah, and on top of that, yesterday when Team Flash played Buriram United, they lost Game 3 and Game 4, but that was also because BRU were able to read their moves, and BRU had proactivity. They had What the Jazz on the Thresh, they have Noel and Golden Feet working hand in hand. In this case, if there's anything the Cerberus can learn from that, be a bit more unpredictable. Yesterday, Team Flash played a very topside heavy game for 4 matches in a row, and they lost 2 of them.
Let's talk styles a little bit here, guys. Adjectives to describe both teams. Omo, BRU Omo, how would you describe BRU?
Question, Brendan?
Yeah.
What is an adjective?
An adjective is a describing word, like pretty.
Okay, so one to describe BRU.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Husky, come on, you have to match this.
Bloodthirsty.
Okay, I like that.
All right, interesting. Let's start here with you, Husky. Why do you describe Cerberus as a bloodthirsty team?
Well, first of all, based off of the team name, again, I don't want to go into all of that mythology, but Cerberus so far have shown us very aggressive playstyle, right? Mess and BMM have been in the forefront under the spotlight. This jungle to mid combination has always allowed them to get a lot of kills early on.
Let's start talking about our first team. Let's take a look at a team intro video for BRU, our first contenders in this series. Here we have Buriram United Esports, perhaps the unluckiest team in the WCS. We have
Until
Noel,
now.
Golden Feet, Archony, Triple V and What the Jess. Until now, Omo, what do you have for us?
Well, I just think that BRU look a cut above Cerberus. Look at this roster on paper. It's just so stacked. You could say, yeah, they have a sub coming in. Yeah, they have a jungler. They're role swapped. But you look row by row, and I think they are individually at least top 3 in their roles across the championship. Noel, Shield, but also Shield Bash. Coden Feet. A man was popping off yesterday. Archony, he has 2 styles. He can play Assassins and Mages. Their bot lane, what is that to say? Jess is the king.
All right, so where does this adjective fit in there? Where does awesome fit in?
Yeah, it's just a cheesy one because they're so great, isn't it?
You know what? You know who you sound like? You sound like Auto Lose. He's like, my idol is Noel. You know what? The Jess is my second idol. Coden Feet is my third
what
idol.
a sucker, man. He doesn't even have a jersey, man. Where's your jersey, Otto?
What do you mean?
He doesn't have a BRU jersey.
Sure, I mean, I guess, but he was repping for FLA and RQ
but
in
he
the
was
previous
sucking up
match.
to BRU.
My goodness.
He has
I
to
mean,
find like a
that's-
fallback plan,
That's
right?
so judgmental, Homo.
Have to lay out
Is this your
safety
first
net.
day knowing me?
Truly.
I'm here to judge gameplay, nothing else.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Yeah.
And it helps when you have like that credibility, right? When you're talking about Vietnamese teams in a matchup between RQ and FLA, you're still mentioning how Flash will beat them both. that's analysis? That's gameplay analysis?
That's consistency.
That's consistency. Yeah. Well, we have so much in store for us here. Husky, what do you think?
I think for BRU, again, I want to look at Noel. I think he is going to constantly be the focal point. I know sometimes we put What the Jess in, we put Triple V in, but Noel and Coden Fit will be my personal duo for BRU to stand out because they play such a top-heavy meta so far. Yesterday against Team Flash, and Noel stood toe-to-toe to Shy thanks to Coden Feet.
And we've seen Coden Feet force the Riven a number of times here, trying to be proactive in the jungle role.
He's made a couple big plays, right? But to be fair, in the series against Flash, some of those big plays just ended up looking like desperation because they're playing against a team that's so good. You call back to that series, and as a player, that's the stuff of nightmares. Think of how many team fights, how many skirmishes Team Flash walked away with red health bars, blinking red health bars. BRU just couldn't finish it off because Flash, they're so precise. I can't say the same for Cerberus.
This could be a fundamentals check for BRU as well, because yesterday, in all of the games, BRU got early game leads because of how Team Flash drafted, right? They drafted Singe in the mid lane, Coyote was not able to get do too much. That's why BRU got a head start. But against Cerberus, it is completely different. Cerberus, they want to win lane, they want to go fast, they want to hit hard.
The first team to draw blood against Team Flash, and that is going to be Buriram United. The fact that they were able to take games off of them where no other team could. Up until that point, Team Flash undefeated, not just in series, but in games, in their own region, they were able to take down their opponents. Well, let's take a look at Buriram United's opponents for today. You call them bloodthirsty, Husky. Let's take a look at Cerberus Esports. Cerberus Esports, a team, the last team from Pool 2, the only one still standing here, coming in from the play-ins. Cerberus Esports will face against tough opponents in the form of BRU. We have Taku, Mes, BMM, Genza, and Fly competing today.
And both Fly and What the Jazz have the same personality, same characteristics when it comes to playing that support role, engage, proactiveness, and they share the same champion, Thresh. They are best champions in that role.
Yeah, very similar champion pools, but if you look down at the Dragon lane, you can say, yeah, What the Jazz and Fly, that's going to be an amazing matchup, clash of the support kings. But when you look at their lane partners, now that's where I start drawing a bit of a mismatch. Triple V comes in, does not have a great performance, some questionable itemization, pretty much stuck on center duty the whole time. His last Kaiser game, very questionable. You look across the rift, you look at this guy right here, Genza.
He's a beast, man. This guy is just a maniac. He's so aggressive. He's so clean. He pushes his mechanics to the max. And I think that's where one of the biggest mismatches in this matchup will come from.
I also want to talk a little bit about this Baron side matchup, right? You talk so much about how Noel is the shield for his team and how they have to act, you have the shield bash option. You do damage with it, right? Oh, well, you agree with me, right? You do damage.
That was my point.
Yeah, you do damage with it. And so as we look towards Noel in the top side, I also want to bring some attention over to Taku. Taku has been a standout play for me, especially on this set. On some other champions, it has been wonky, but when he's been given a playmaker like Set, he's been able to do an amazing job with it.
Yeah, absolutely. And Set as a champion hasn't been showing too much presence in the recent game that we have watched. But in this case against Cerberus, I think Buriram will put a lot of attention on that Set, on those bruises. Noel is the shield, but Taku can also act like one. And he is the one who has been shield bashing all of his lane opponents.
Yes, true, but I also have to bring up the point. I think that's a very great point, and I think what's so good about Noel is not only his stability, but his adaptability. I think when you call back, words are too long for me. When you call back to the series they played against Sam9, he's played Darius all 3 games, snatching away our Hedge's perhaps best champion. When they played the series against Team Flash, he was playing Camille, he was playing the carry, snatching the champions away from Shy as well. He's so flexible.
I've just realized, I have Team Noxious with me. Team Demacia over here. Look, I'm repping blue. I feel like they're doing good, right? But I got double Team Noxious. Playing aggressive. No, that's
well, I'm half blue and half black.
There are colors going on. I mean, we have this aggressive option here coming through, and it kind of seems that way from Cerberus as well, right? They've been looking to play for the aggressive options. Whereas we see on BRU's side, they're the good guys, like to play for stuff like Galio.
Yeah, don't make them sound lame.
Galio, you know, it's the shield of Demacia, right? Like he's summoned by like the Demacian forces.
Brendan, you're making a cool team sound lame. Stop it.
I think the Colossus sounds cool.
I guess, but like shield protection, nah, he can go aggressive. Did you see Exosense Galio just now?
Oh, absolutely.
So aggressive.
So aggressive. Well, there's so much still to be said about this
match.
Get
me off this panel.
We're going to start talking about our predictions for this match. BRU and Cerberus, I'm going to start with mine. I'm going to tell you right here and now, I think that BRU are going to win, and they're going to win it 3-0.
Yeah, as much as I
stole my prediction,
as much as I sang a lot of praises for Cerberus, I think overall BRU 3-2.
Okay, well, BRU 3-0. Let's go.
We're in the same boat here. Everyone's on the same boat.
You stole my prediction.
No. I said it first, therefore it has to be mine. I have no idea what you're talking about.
That's why you said I'll say my prediction first. Okay, I understand.
Yes,
now.
Exactly. Well, you stole my prediction, Omo. What are you doing? And let's talk a little bit about why this is the case. Why have you gone for the 3-2 here, Husky?
I feel like I'm back in the same boat as yesterday where everyone thought Team Flash will clean wipe BRU, but we go 5 games. It's because what Omo said, right? Adaptability from Noel. If that is transferred into today, I think they will have a better time against Cerberus. He has shown that he can go on the offense, and Coden Feet, if he gets off to the good start, I think...
Wait a minute.
Well,
these are points for BRU. This sounds like BRU's going to win 3-0.
Alright, so I'm getting ahead of myself. No, still BRU 3-2. I'm getting ahead of myself. But, okay, Cerberus aside, Taku, adaptability applies to Taku as well.
Talking about heads, let's look at the head-to-head for this matchup, right? What the Jets versus Fly, such an important one to talk about here, Omo.
Can I point out something that's hilarious? We mentioned that the champion pools are about the same, right? They play a lot of Trash, a lot of Rakan. What's actually really curious is both of these guys also play Senna Ness's bot lanes, a ton. But the funny thing is, when Buriram plays Senna Nasus, Jess, the support player, plays the Nasus. But when Cerberus plays Senna Nasus, Fly, the support player, plays the Senna.
That is true.
That
is an interesting look, right? Like that flip around, that little variation, that difference does make quite a big one. As we see what the Jess wants to take on that active role. You know, when he plays Nasus, he's walking in and hitting that Spirit Fire. Yeah, he's trying to shred you early. Whoa. BRU Omo or CES Omo?
Hey, I'm here to judge gameplay. That's all I'm a neutral party. I might be wearing a BRU shirt, but I'm a completely objective party here.
Yeah, fair enough. But I want to just quickly echo on that Senna Nasus. Senna +1 bot lane for Cerberus, right? Fly on that Senna, I think it makes perfect sense because you want to unlock Genza. Genza himself is already an amazing Dragon laner. So to put him on Senna duty is kind of boring.
Absolutely.
So you put Fly on Senna and let Genza do his thing.
I feel kind of sad for a Fly, right? Like, even in a head-to-head matchup when we're talking about Fly, we still talk about Genza. At the end of the day, it still comes back to Genza.
It's a dual lane. It's a dual lane.
It is a dual lane.
Yeah, it's a joint effort.
Fly does stuff, and I love to see what else he has in store for us in this match. Talking about this match, let's take a look at our matchup between BRU and Cerberus. One last spot for the Icons Global Championship, and it's down to these last two teams, guys.
Yeah, and there's a chance that we end this series with 2 teams from the Vietnamese region heading to Icons. So BRU is the last vestige of the Thai region.
Yeah, and I got to bring up the point as well that BRU, they have the whole region's hopes and dreams riding on this best of 5. CES, you know, if they win this one, they send 2 teams to Icons. It's going to be making a very good case for Vietnam as possibly the best region in all of C.
Well, CES start this one off by banning away the Jax. BRU respond to Karma. Getting rid of some hyper carry jungle options could open up for the Olaf, though.
Yeah, the weirdest part for me that caught my eye right off the bat was the Jax ban, because I don't think Golden Fate has been playing a lot of Jax. I'd rather see him on the Gragas, Lee Sin, Sinjao, playmakers, right? The Riven didn't work out well yesterday, so CES is playing this a bit safe with the Jax and Yuumi ban.
Yeah, to be fair, I can understand the Jax ban. It's something he's played a lot in regionals, but BRU, once again, I gotta compliment their prep. I think they do a very good job of understanding what they need to ban and what they need to pick away. Lucian from Genza, that's one of the picks which will heavily sway the bottom lane matchup. You do not want that. You want to stabilize the bottom lane matchup.
Camille's still up here, so BRU might have to ban that away, as CES will ban away the Jace, a pick that was heavily prioritized in the previous game between RRQ and FLA.
That is going to leave the Olaf open, right? CES have a very strong opening. We talked about the Taku set. That is on the table as well.
A lot of considerations here, yeah. Well, yeah, this Cocky pick was so vital in the BRU Team Flash series yesterday. It makes perfect sense for CES to want to snatch this one away. Like we said, right, could go to BMM, could go to Genza.
Quickly taking away the Corki, and this still opens up CES to the double marksman composition.
Yeah, and that means that Buriram United right now, they have the Thresh, they have the Varus, a very classic combo for their bot lane, but they decide to take away the set. I think it's fine. You can still flex it for what the Jazz, and you take that away from CES.
I think you definitely won the Thresh here, because Jazz, it's one of his best champions and won him a lot of games, but this priority on the Kazakhs makes a lot of sense as well. It's been one of the highest prio junglers. It does so very well into the remaining couple junglers left in the pool. If you think about what's possibly going to be played now from CES, Lee Sin's an option, Xin Zhao's an option, you can maybe play Olaf here, but Kazakhs is happy taking on all of them.
And with BRU here, they still have one more pick before they go into the second
BRU
ban
is
phase.
smiling right now, Grandin.
And CES, they're going to commit to the center, and so now, showing their bot side early, BRU get the play to against it and counter that with their red side picks.
Yeah, it's pretty surprising, right? Because we talk so much about Fly and what the Jazz sharing that same champion pool. I was thinking that maybe the Thresh will go to Fly and he can make those plays.
Now, this is going to be a very iffy situation for BRU. They're stuck between Varus or Thresh. Which one do we want to pick up now? Because after the second ban phase, the other part of the combo will be gone. Do we prio Jess's roaming potential? We could possibly give him last pick. That's something they gave over to Jess in the 5-game series against Team Flash yesterday, so they will just prio the Varus, let Jess get last pick.
I think the Varus makes a bit more sense because at least you have the set to kind of supplement as the Thresh for what the Jess to make moves.
So it's still a flex set.
Yeah,
That's
it's still a flex.
point. So what's likely going to happen now is they 4th pick mid for Archony here. Though I am critical of that because I think one of the matchups that could sway over in CS's favor is this mid lane matchup. That could be a possible mismatch. So you have to decide now. Do we want to show our flex or do we want to show Archony's pick?
I think for Archony, yesterday we saw him play, I think, Twisted Fate.
Yeah.
That was one of the picks that...
It's a very good TF.
It's a very good TF game, right? It actually got BRU a decent lead in game 1 against Team Flash.
There we go. They recognize this is a TF spot. You have to get rid of that.
And we've seen Hullbreaker appear for both sides, right? As a high priority item, they want to be able to hit the side lanes, and CS and BRU have done that quite well. They've been getting better at playing the side lane, so I think this is a big consideration for the draft as well.
And BRU right now banning out junglers. You want to take that away from Mess. No Sinjao. Maybe they will consider the Olaf ban as well. That is now out of the picture, so it forces Cerberus to fall back down the list of junglers available.
I think he'd likely take a Lee here.
Just think of the Lee Sin, right?
Probably the Lee, yeah.
Still a lot of Baron lane is up as well.
Maybe the Rengar. It's not a bad option here as well.
We've seen a couple of Rengar Kazakhs games.
Yeah, this could be a Rengar angle because I think the team comp sets up very well for that. And of course, we know what Rengar can do to a Varus.
We want to see what BRU have in store now. If they want to go for the early pick towards the Baron side and maybe show the set matchup if it's going down to the support, if it's going into the Baron lane.
Yeah, actually like the Thresh through. They banned the Rakan, but BRU still decides to go for the Diana, so we still have a potential.
Yeah, this is very interesting. It shows that they value Noelle and Jess's matchup more than they value Archony's matchup. Because they're saying right now, we know, actually, you know what? They know Archony's matchup. It's cocky. They know his matchup. So they're saying, you just take a pick here. And this ends up working out to be a very good draw for BRU. They get to choose which matchup they want for their Baron lane and their Dragon lane. And they get answers for the mid lane matchup too. Great start for BRU.
You basically get to see all the cards from Cerberus before you decide where that set is going to hit to.
So
they see the Riven, they see the Garen. Both are fine. You
Okay.
have the set with you, and now BRU gets to decide what the Jess gets.
Possibly a Darius angle here. I think that wouldn't be too bad into the Garen matchup. Is there anything better that he could take? I'm trying to think right now.
Renekton?
Yeah, that's
It's a
okay,
more common
but it's
one,
not the
right?
best. I think maybe you just go dark.
Okay, let's go back for the
Yeah,
Thresh, yes.
you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
They left the Thresh open. He has to go for it,
Yeah,
right?
why are we thinking so far ahead, right? There's the Thresh. I'm surprised it made it through to the end.
And BRU get to have that. They get to have that option. You mentioned here, Husky, that the set was a flex pick from the beginning, from the get-go, and they will continue to do that. So Noel and just get a better matchup here.
What's interesting to me is they actually prioritize the Rakan ban over the trash ban.
Exactly.
Cerberus. That's a bit odd to me. I think you 100% get rid of the trash here.
Like, who reinforces the Varus in a Dragon Lane against your Senna Gragas? The Thresh. Who allows BRU to make moves early on is the Thresh. So it's kind of an oddball for me that CS has thrown on the table. This is looking really good for BRU from early to end.
I want to break down the win conditions right now for both sides. On the side of BRU, you got to play off bot top prio. You use that to stabilize your mid lane. Roam with your jungle support. That's the win con. Golden Feet and What the Jazz working in tandem. Now CES, it's all about scaling here. You want to 5-5, you want to scale, you want to go mid to late.
We'll have to see what they want to do here. Cerberus Esports managed to go back to their composition they've been vying for. We mentioned earlier, both sides like to play for the center. +1 in the bottom side, and they managed to get that.
Yeah, and I think in this case, Cerberus, they have to just not let Noel get the lead, right? Golden Feet and What the Jets will make the move. Noel will be the shield. Taco has to hold on.
Well, drafts are ready. Game is ready. We're getting ready to jump into game number 1 between BRU and CS, deciding this matchup and how the series will go. We've got Contra and Riku waiting to take it away.
And here we are in the lower bracket quarterfinals, best of 5 between Cerberus Esports as well as Buriram United. I'm with Riku here. You're looking pretty excited for this.
Oh yeah, of course, because so far, Contra, we've been getting a lot of BO5s, a lot of reverse sweeps, a lot of, games and series going the distance, and I feel like this is definitely one of them.
Yeah, I feel the same as well. These two, probably my favorite team. I couldn't really point a finger of who's going to be the one that is going to book that last ticket into Icons. All the stakes are being set here, and I just love both sides of the draft.
Yeah, BRU, I feel like they're off to a good start because they've managed to get What the Justice best champion, which has been the Thresh. He has performed and started fights for the team, but don't worry, he has some help in the form of the set. So Showstopper, Facebreaker. Wait, just as we said.
What?
My
Into the
God!
bottom lane, they're still chasing it for more. It's halted back. 2 kills over to Cerberus Esports.
Oh my god, they definitely read that super well. CES able to respond with 2 kills at the bottom portion of the map. The thing about the Varus is that you're very low mobile. If you're in, then you're in. You have no way of going out. The Lantern basically helps you to do that. But what if the Thresh is there already in the front line? What happens there? We'll have to see how this all broke down. Really nicely done. Last hit from What the Jess. But, the pathing coming from Mess just enabled that double kill response on the bottom portion of the map.
Set perfectly on time. Over in the mid side.
Oh my!
Sauce being dropped onto Arshani. It's going to be pretty hard for him to defend this one for himself. But here we go. Death sentence onto members of Cerberus and Mess. Will try to find his way out. Couldn't really leap over the wall. And that's where Buriram United finds themselves on equal footing.
It's not yet over.
And here comes Kenza. Trying to look for that body slam.
What?
He whips with a flash. But What the Jets will still go down regardless. BMM with a kill.
Yeah, at the end of the day, they are still able to get a kill. What an action-packed start, Contra. I mean, it all started at the mid lane. Well, it started at the bot lane, transitioned over to the mid lane. BMM's going to have a good time against Arshani just because of the range and melee matchup. Arshani, good news a little bit because Diana can farm from far away, but you can't exactly be as extra aggressive. But BRU, What the Jess, they are creating so much value for this pick, making sure that they get hooks here and there. And once Jess gets the hook, they go in.
Yeah, and I absolutely love it that BRU is playing to their strength. They know this is a Senna down bot, and you don't really want all the farm going over to Kenza. They just want to put more and more pressure in order to find ways for them to break open their first down bot. But I'm pretty sure that Cerberus has plans to do.
My biggest worry about BRU's comp is that we've got 2 long-range champions like the Corki, like the Senna. Earlier, they did ban the Rakan because it's so easy for the Rakan to just access the backline after ult. But with a Thresh, it's so different. You basically hook whatever is in front of you unless...
if we get pickoffs like this. And this is just a perfect timing coming in with the flash as well. Timed out well, while Genza did everything he could with the explosive cast as well, but that also holds Archony back, so he won't be able to be just as proactive as compared to what we've seen early on.
Yeah, because Flash Barrier gone for the next objectives. That's the first spawn coming in. So Archony is going to be very vulnerable. We talked about the single disengage, which is the Lantern, but I am expecting What the Jess to get in the fights, get in the middle of everything, joining Noel with a showstopper.
Already seen Rob Aegis being built, while Taku has always been able to hold his own now against Noel, the shield of the team. Now, on this set, how much can he contribute in those team fights, though?
A lot. I mean, I talked about how Jess can't exactly access the backline, but Noel can. You grab someone, you send them in the backline, and that's how they can access that.
Well, we'll want to see if Cerberus will be able to find answers of their own, because if you have members all the way to the backline, you will expect this Gragas to always go in for those initiatives. Same goes to Riven as well as another Garen, where if they manage to get all the way to the back, it will be a little bit more troublesome. Now, with both objectives on the line, we'll have to see what they go for.
CES wanted to start that, wanted to stay there, but unfortunately, BRU rather. But look at the pokes though, look at Genza, he's so incredibly low. Good thing he held on very hard for his flash, because that's a flash needed for a flash body slam, which has been the key to initiating into these fights. Because when you look at CES comp, who is going in first? You expect it's just Genza having to start the fights first.
Indeed, and on that small little scuffle that they had, two elements have been burned by Buriram United. Though Cerberus, they look disinterested in getting themselves that first Drake, while they will slowly path their way down bot. So not to be any sort of opening for Cerberus, they'll have to give it away.
I think CES really wanted to fight that, but of course, Golden Feet on the Kazakhs, just so easy to just take down these objectives as long as you have space. CS in the meantime, I don't think they're in a position to take anything just yet. BMM just went back to pick up the package. And BRU, because they got the objective early, they can fight this up against CES. What are their chances? It has to be an amazing Moonfall. It has to be an amazing showstopper first.
Yeah, and with so many things on the line, I think that it's going to be pretty hard for Buriram to get a clean entry to try to access this from the back of the pit. While we still have the Garen a little too far off, well, the Herald is slowly melting down. There goes the Cassis. They will come in with a package. Immediately coming in with a showstopper as well. Noel goes in for the challenge. That will be immediately bursted down by Triple V, but Cerberus still gets their Herald.
Okay, I said that a set is going to get someone else and deliver it to the Corki. Instead, BMM delivered himself as the package, and then Noel picked himself up and took it back to CES.
Well, it's a little bit of risky play, but he gave them a little bit of freebie, so Buriram will take that.
Oh yeah,
and
absolutely.
here comes a little contest. Big Moonfall on top of whole tree. Remember the Cerberus in the jungle, and that's where Golden Feed gets himself rewarded.
Beautifully done by BRU. They set up Archony to push up the bottom portion of the map, open up bot lane, and then set up for the dive. Because CES, with bot lane down, they won't have a safe time in their red side jungle just because of the pick potential, just because of the roam potential. But the Jess, Death Sentence into the Chain of Corruptions is just so beautiful.
And they're so quick on their feet. Just look at the macro play. They've been controlling every portion of the lanes. And while they do have the Herald, I don't think that they'll be able to drop it anytime soon.
Okay, there's a little bit of tussle between Jess and Mess here of who gets to have the blue buff. But of course, Mess does have that smite. And I think for CES, there's the 1-3-1 now being apparent. Good news for BMM. He has Hullbreaker. He's not going to die versus Archony at the moment. And that's the thing. Archony is on this AP champion. It's not like he's going to buy Hullbreaker. It's not like he's on Akali that can go Divine Thunder or Hullbreaker. So he's going to be A-okay.
Yeah, he's just going to be absolutely fine. Usually we see Diana's going for a more defensive stat as well if he wants to go for Crystal Lane, if things do go wrong. But now that everything's going well, he can go for more AP as much as he wants, while we have a little bit more scuffle inside of the jungle. Once again, getting caught with the death sentence, and Fly tries to make his way out. Golden Feet, yet again, finds another. Here comes the showstopper, forces a flash, Taku now stuck in a hard place, and that's where what the Jess secures in their one. 8-3 for Buriram.
Jess is so good on this Thresh pick. Look at what BRU is doing. They're roaming around the map, exactly what they're supposed to do, finding picks here and there, and Jess on this Thresh is so in control.
Yeah, and now they're being set on the back foot, but yet again, moving into the jungle. Thank goodness. Mess gets his way out of there, but look at the damage. That's just 2 units in front of that ribbon, and Mess is already struggling.
Yeah, that was the Flay passive, just whoosh. That's the name of the whoosh. Good attempt for us to make a whipping sound. But let's take a look at that again. It all started because of the Rome squad, the Death squad, right? That sentence into the chain of corruptions. And then it's so sad because CES's jungle is basically already BRU territory. If you go in there all alone too, there's just that Thresh and Varus as well that's gonna greet you.
Yeah, and we're already seeing 4,000 of a goal lead for Buriram United. So looking for another pick. Fly managed to dodge that death sentence again. Well, BMM goes up close and personal. They really want this Infernal Drake as they set it up perfectly. What's the response here from Cerberus?
They want to deny that away from BRU.
Oh, body slam, packet coming, and only takes out Golden Feed. Dragon absolutely for the taking of Cerberus Esports. They find that 1 kill, but here comes the box. BMM will try to evade that while Arshani tries to buy a little bit more time. Flash being popped while he still has his Moonfall. Can he change anything? While that split push is still hitting hard on the top lane.
They're not stopping. They can poke them out. They can smoke them out.
And we'll have to see if they will make a huge move. Genza holding them back with the body slam. Here comes Dawning Shadow. Another rampage going over. And that Moonfall opens things up. Cerberus does get the smite onto the Drake, but they will be in tatters. Fly on his way out, but I'm not too sure if he still's got wings on that. Taku will try to protect him. Well, Buriram United, they may have lost objective, but they won the war.
BRU is so good. Their mission was not exactly the Infernal Drake because they didn't pull Noel back to the team. They just put them in a position to keep split pushing, to keep opening up the map. And what a play, even though Golden Feet was lost. See, yes? They didn't start the Infernal Drake just yet. They were annoyed constantly by BRU, and that was BRU's plan all along.
Yeah, and it's going to be hard for them to gather all these resources. When we take a look at all these sort of champions that
not again.
is going for, we'll hold that top for now. Well, Mess has to go down. A perfect death brush set by Buriram once.
As soon, Cask? He has flash, he's fine. Holy Feet's fine. Okay.
It's like, why do you flash, bro? I got the lantern for you, trust me.
Free flash with a lantern, basically. I feel like, Genza can time that a little bit, I can see Genza timing that, like, lantern, but I'm going to cast the lantern, and then you're not going to go near. But what I want to talk about is that the more space that BRU has, the more towers they take down on CES's side. The more space, Jess can do this.
Oh, more space, but it's looking pretty tight for BMM. Still managed the Valkyrie out of his way. This turret will be secure. Now here comes Jess. Another death sentence. And here comes the redemption as well. They came through to get that pig. Fly is already out of that. While Taku managed to get the justice on top of Noel for that 1-for-1.
I think that's still mission accomplished. They're able to open up mid lane. I love how BRU is playing their comp. One of the struggles for pick compositions is that they cannot fight 5v5, duh, of course, in dragon fights. But what BRU does, they still manage to split them up no matter what point of the game, no matter if the objectives are still online. BRU is just so good at map control.
Yeah, and we take a look at how Cerberus really want to find their way back. Is split pushing really the answer? I don't think he can actually match Noel's prowess on the side lanes as of the moment. And you got Golden Feet always lurking around. And so long as they're going to be moving all together, Cerberus, they don't really stand a chance, but they really want this turret though.
We'll see though, looking at BRU, they're going back in.
Oh, package being dropped, not going to hit anything at all. And within 30 seconds from now, this is where we'll have another spawn coming up. But Cerberus, they're just taking over control. They really want to set up a little bit more vision. I really want to see them at least being a little bit more proactive. But it's hard to really gauge on who you're supposed to catch because you don't want to deal with the trash.
Yeah, they wanted to dive that too. But one of the things that make you struggle setting up a dive, wave clear. That's what the Varus had, and that's why they couldn't take advantage of that possible dive. And again, CES.
Oh boy, here comes the play. Lock in the box. Taku's got no escape. And that's 14 for Buriram United. Well, I'm pretty sure that Omo is just gleaming with a big smile on his face. Well,
I'm sure he's happy. He's happy. BRU is having an amazing Game 1 start. Now the biggest question is, how do they close it out? Remember, Third Dragon has already spawned. Baron is up. This is the most critical point. How can you still separate CES rather when the objectives start to spawn? Because CES, I know they're going to stand their ground. They're going to stay here.
They will, while they have been able to at least call that this is a little bit of bluff coming in from Buriram United. Cerberus did not fall for it in any sort of instance now. Here comes the Turk Drake though. Ocean Drake for the taking. While Cerberus may not have any sort of priority over this, that part of the map on their blue side, I mean the lower side of the map, is just absolutely dark. Don't want to run into them.
Yeah, CES is only going towards the lit part of the map. If it's dark, you have to assume Jess is there. Jess and friends are there, ready to kill you.
Indeed. Now, at this point in game state, we're looking at about, what, 12K in 40 minutes. This is how dominant Buriram United has been, even on their sub-regional brackets when they were playing in the playoffs. They looked unstoppable while they were having a little bit of trouble right here. Have that stasis, but will be taken away, saved by What the Jess.
That's what I told you, Ryan Contra. What the Jess and company and BRU, the rest of BRU have to be careful with the cast, with the lantern. It was so timed perfectly for Archie to come into safety.
Man, this 4-1's really hurting Cerberus Esports.
Yeah.
What can the Garen really do at this point? It's like,
he can't! He doesn't even have Hullbreaker.
He's just spinning for those minions.
What the Jazz?
Oh, once more, getting a catch onto the Corki, forces the stasis. Now they're in a rough spot. Moonfall drops into BMM as well as Mess. Well, Kofi flashes forward, will get caught, but here comes the Crash Express once more. Mess will be taken off. It's only a kill that they've gotten, but this is what they want. Break open the inhibs, and Buriram, it's their time to shine.
Yeah, Noel was split pushing all along. He wasn't even needed in the fights. They can take them 4v5, and that is the prowess. That is the start, the space that Jess needed. Is able to get kills. Noel's gonna be fine. He's gonna be a-okay. Yes, he is. There's no hold.
He don't even look worried. Like, he's like, oh, package? Yeah. Maybe that's my plane ticket to Icons.
Yeah. they're so comfortable in this game, number one. Wait a minute. Noel attacking someone?
Oh.
From CES?
1v1 against the Corki. He gets it, though. Nothing much can be done from here. Buriram United will march their way forward. And they will have both BMM as well as Kenza taken off. They're racing in. Noel still looking for the angle. He does not have the showstopper, but that will make it happen. Fly as or burn all his summoners. All they need is one more wave to crash in for Buriram to secure the first point of the series.
What a phenomenal start for BRU. I know we're still waiting for the waves to crash, but I loved how they played this pick up so well.
Yes, and it's looking picture perfect for now. That's the first win we see from What the Jess while they try a desperate attempt, but Mass will not be able to hold them all back. This is Buriram with the first win.
They split them up. BRU split them up for the entire duration of that game. CES, they want to stick together. They want to fight as a team. But if you're scattered like that and forced to scatter, that's where the Thresh, the Varus shines. That's where the Kha'Zix damage comes in. And everything just fits so well that sentence hit the accuracy, the way that BRU read the map, and the way that they were so unfazed, like, okay, we're going to keep sending Noel in this split push scenario, even if the dragon spawns, because in the end, we know we've already gotten the pace to our favor.
Yeah, and when we take a look at how Cerberus performed throughout this matchup, it didn't look like they were in character overall, because they're the ones who love all these scrappy fights, but they're not winning any of that. They were held back. They need more resources to fight. We didn't really see a full-blown 5v5 coming out of Cerberus.
Yeah, that's the thing, because 5v5 is what CES wanted. What does BRU want?
What?
What do they want, Contra?
They just want to win.
That's one thing for sure. Yeah, that's definitely the priority here, to win, to get to Icon.
Yeah, they want that front to back sort of skirmish, and they want those pickoffs as well. And we saw what the Jazz was the shining star in this match.
Yeah, I really think CS should really ban the Thresh. Either ban it, take it away, just don't give it to Jess at all, because it just enables the confidence when it comes to BRU, splitting the map, splitting the rest of CES, finding picks, getting the Kazakhs ahead, getting everybody ahead for the team.
Indeed, and we shall see what they possibly pull up. But if you ban the Thresh, there's still always going to be that Rakan left available. If you ban 2 of it, you leave more picks on the next draft. So I really wonder what will come up, but I guess we'll have the panel to discuss on what went down on Game 1. So, Grandin, take it away.
BRU give us exactly what we wanted to see. A strong opener with a bespoke composition, a draft. I never thought I would use that word, but a draft and a composition that looks exactly like them, and they do incredibly well to win Game 1.
Yeah, whatever Cerberus wanted to do, BRU was doing it, and Cerberus was doing the complete opposite. Riku mentioned that Cerberus wanted to team fight. Look at what BMM got as his first item as a Corki mid. Hullbreaker, you don't want to team fight with a Hullbreaker, but you have the set, you have Thresh, so many playmaking potentials for BRU. Everything panned out just fine.
How about you, BRU Omo? How are you feeling?
I ain't surprised.
You did really well that game, right? BRU Omo, your contributions to that game were amazing.
Thank you.
He was cheering. He was cheering for BRU all the way.
I sent them my energy.
Okay.
Spam this lightning to keep BRU fighting. I know what to do in the chat. I mean, I think the main thing for me is you look at CES's record against Team Flash, you look at how those two teams face off. Esports math doesn't always work out, but this time around it does. CES did not manage to take a single game from their opponents, from their rivals, Team Flash. They played a best of 5, they played a best of 7. Well, BRU behind me right here, they played one best of 5 and they brought it to 5. They made it competitive, they nearly won it. I think BRU are not going to get really challenged by CES this series.
I mean, the best medicine for you is the most bitter, and I think BRU had to face off against Team Flash early on so they can...
Okay, I knew they were going to lose that one. My heart said BRU, but my head knew Team Flash would win.
And the fact is they managed to bring them to a Game 5, which was an incredible look. And now we're looking to see if BRU can be that difference, take down Cerberus, and then get that rematch later down the line, Husky.
Yeah, BRU got the same medicine that RRQ got yesterday. Also 5-game slugfest, RRQ got a very bitter taste of what losing a 5-game series feels like. BRU got the same, and here they are looking strong as ever.
That's a good point.
But I want to bring forth a highlight moment that I think defined the rest of the game for the side of BRU. It was in the jungle, the blue side jungle, red buff. Coden Feet wanted to steal the red buff. BRU showed up because they had bot lane priority. The T1 was down. They won a big team fight. Archony 3-man moonfall, and the rest was history.
And you link that up to the blue side play as well, where Coden Feed and What the Jess yet again in tandem, walking to the jungles together. And what did I say, right? Jungle support, that's gonna be the name of the game with the Kazakhs, with the Trash. CES, man, I'm gonna give you a free tip for this one. Ban the Trash for next game.
Here's what I see, right, guys? Here's what I see. You remove the name tags on both sides, and this draft goes either way. This could be a BRU comp or a CES comp. I would have no way of telling you, minus that Thresh.
Well, I want to point out real quick, by the way, mass 4,000 damage. When we look at their regional matchups, when we look at how CES lose, it's when mass gets outmatched. Coden Feed has had an amazing time so far in this tournament, and yet again, he's proving that he is one of the best junglers here, shutting down mass.
Yeah, and I think, we were kind of thinking about what junglers would Cerberus take for mass. Yeah. Riven wasn't on the top of my list. They needed someone to make the play. Lee Sin sounded really good, gave them some sort of engage, because in that game, the only form of engage that Cerberus has was the Gragas. Flash body slam into a cast. Riven can't do that. Garen can't do that. No one can, not even the Senna. But if you look at BRU, they have a Thresh, they have a set, they can all start fights, they can take initiative. You don't have to only rely on one guy to get things going.
Yeah, and I'm starting to really feel like in certain matchups, especially when your Dragon lane is supposed to be the focus of your team comp, picking the center lanes just seemed to be a bit of a bait, right? We saw the same thing for Jazz yesterday, lost 2 games with the center Nasus. We're seeing the same thing here today for Cerberus. the last best of 5 that Cerberus played as well to drop into the lower bracket. They lost 2 games to Senna Nessus as well. If your focal point is going to be your bottom lane, play around your bottom lane, draft around your bottom lane.
Of course, we have to talk about one piece of that bottom lane. That's what the Jess coming into this matchup with the Thresh, something that he was able to perform incredibly well on yesterday. Today keeps that momentum going. We saw the memes on their Facebook page, on their social media posts. They were in game day form.
Yeah.
Buffed up, out of their minds. And what the Jets looks that way today.
So let me give you a bit of context for those memes, right? So it was BRU just jacked out their minds, right? Super swole, right?
Right.
That's actually just me in a BRU jersey. They used me posing and then they superimposed their faces on top of it.
I feel a little concerned that I actually could kind of recognize some of the the physiques of the guys from the. It's like bodybuilding, like the bodybuilders. Right? No, they're bodybuilders, right? So some of the physiques are so classic. We'll talk about the game instead. I think that is.
It started off close.
It did start off close. Cerberus got a couple early kills, got some early tempo.
Yeah, Cerberus were actually really active, right? Genza was moving around the map. They were rotating really fast. They were responding to BRU's move, but this is the defining moment. Cerberus wanted to protect the jungle, but they had no lane prior at all. BRU shows up, Arching destroys them.
The jungle fights.
And then it spills over to the top side.
And that's exactly what we said BRU wanted to do. Name of the game here, skirmishing. You have Kha'Zix, you have Trash. Where's the best place to skirmish? Well, of course, it's in the river, in the jungle. BRU identified their win con. This was a great play as well. Look at the map state here. BRU just won everything. Yeah. They stalled for so long that Noel got tier 2 top. Taku went back to answer. When he did that, Noel came in, showstopper in. BRU, they take it all.
BRU fighting.
Grandin, get off the hype train here.
They won that first game. I am fully on the high train. I came in here convinced of a 3-0 win.
Yeah. It's easy to be convinced of a 3-0 win when you just steal my match prediction.
No, I didn't.
Okay,
who said it first? Did I say it first or did you say it first?
I'll make it a bit more convincing,
Production.
Right? I have to take Grandin's side because, see, I'm so convinced, I'm so on the hype train that when Grandin asked me why would Cerberus win 2 games, I talked about BRU. And not Cerberus.
Exactly. See, this is the effect here.
Okay, so since everyone's on a BRU hype train, and I like to be a bit of a edgy counterculture kind of guy, I'll talk about why Cerberus can win in a couple of games here.
Let's talk about
it. I think if you look at that game, Genza was forced yet again onto an unenviable position, a role where he couldn't carry, a role where he couldn't perform. Props to BRU, good Lucian ban, that shuts down a lot, but he still has other picks, right? I think he has the Kai'Sa, he has the Draven available if he opts to pull it out here. I think there are still options, and you need to make sure that Genza can perform.
Tell you what, take off that jersey.
Take off that jersey. I'm not wearing anything underneath, right? Let me show you the bodybuilder physique.
Oh, look away.
Avert your eyes. Well, there's still so much to be seen here. You talk about Cerberus and needing to change things up, get Genza on a bigger priority pick. We've seen what happens when you try to relegate them on a bit of on a scaling option, something to keep them in the late game.
Yeah, that's the man we talked about, right?
Yeah, there we go. Talking about what they want to try and get done. There's still so much here that needs to be activated for Cerberus here.
Yeah, when you pick Ascena, you're basically telling your support, or in this case, you're telling Genza, he's going to get the resources, but he's not going to be the focal point of the draft. We're looking at Taku, we're looking at BMM, we're looking at Mess. You inhibit a lot of things that Genza should be able to do because he is such a player of such caliber, but Centipede doesn't allow that. You put a lock on his capabilities.
I see you looking at the stats behind us. What are your thoughts on this?
1,300 DPM, that's pretty good.
That's pretty good?
Pretty good.
Pretty good. All right, yeah, pretty good.
Pretty good.
For my expert analysis, you're welcome.
For a guy that is on a damage roll, pretty good?
Not too bad.
Not too bad. All right, how do we get it to really good then?
Play Draven next game. Play something where you can really pop off, snatch away the Varus. I expect Lucian to be perma-banned the rest of the series unless Cerberus can force another ban. But it's not looking like that's the case. I feel like they have to attack through the bottom lane with Lucian being perma-banned, and I think he's one of the best marksmen that you can blind pick if you want to be aggressive. I think it just heavily limits CS's options.
I mean, it feels like there's so much for CS to do, right? You have to ban away so many options. You have to ban away the Thresh. You have to make sure that you get something good for Genza, meaning that you have to ban away some of the champions away from BRU.
That's life when you play against one of the best teams here.
Exactly, right? So that competitive edge here coming into it. We talk about how they need to have deep champion pools. Now is that time where it starts to hurt. And so I like the fact that they were able to go for a composition that plays well with the Senna. They go for the Gragas early. There is some flexibility there with the draft, but it does become very telegraphed early on.
Yeah, it definitely became really easy for BRU to read, right? You pick Senna, Gragas down bot. Genza was being really active. It felt like he was the support. in some cases, right? He was forcing engages.
He is the support. That's why I don't like that
Yeah,
they play Senna Gragas like this. I don't like that they play Senna Nasus like this. Let Genza play the Senna. Let him be the marksman. Why is Fly always the one who gets to play the marksman?
Exactly, right? Let Genza do the carrying. You already have
Yes.
Mess, you have BMM, and when we look at the Game 1 draft, you focus everything onto that top side. You funnel everything upwards, but top side is a Garen into a set. Noel does just fine. He shoe bashing set, the Garen.
Blade of the Ruined King, just punch, 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 punch.
Yeah.
Let's start with one of the first things that happened in this game, right? They went for the Corki first, and then instead of playing for double marksman, they play for the Senna, which is technically, I guess, a kind of marksman, but not in that same branch, right?
Yeah, Senna likes a long fight. You can argue the same for Corki, but then you follow up with the Garen, you follow up with the Riven. None of them supplement the Corki as much as they want to, right? You are looking at the Gragas again to make the move, but BMM went first item, Hullbreaker. It's just a kind of an odd game 1 for Cerberus.
Well, game number 2, draft coming your way with BRU now on the blue side. They get to determine what first pick they're looking for.
Well, after what happened in that game, with the value of the trash impressed upon CES, I hope that we'll see a 1-2 trash pick from CES. If not, I hope we'll even see a band away in first phase. Like you said, right, Husky, I'm so shocked that it got dropped to 5th pick on red side. I think this time around, we will see that pick be more heavily contested. Lucian banned away again. Keep that up for the rest of the series.
Yeah, and if you are BRU and you know that CES would take the trash, I think BRU will have the responsibility to remove that, right? Because if not, you probably just unlock the Varus trash, unless they take out the Varus, but then you give Taku the set. So BRU, they think that Taku is the problem, they take out the set.
Sure, we've seen how well Taku has been able to activate his team on the set before, so BRU taking the safer option by getting rid of the set. However, that was also a thing that worked very well on BRU's favor on the red side. The early set pickup meant they had that flexibility for the last pick, Thresh pickup for BRU.
I think BRU feels just fine. You know, if regardless of what Cerberus bans, if they decided to ban the Thresh, then there's the Galio. We saw how high of a win rate Galio has overall, but BRU, again, splitting the efforts a bit. One Baron Lane ban, one Lucian ban, one Olaf ban, so a bit of a scrappy one.
Definitely removing the top champs of each row. Now, this could very well be a trash first pick. If not, it's a Senna. Maybe it's a Gragas Galio. No, it's Senna or likely trash here.
I mean, BRU want to try and pick that up early, right? The fact that CES could still look to play it, and if they do end up going for the Senna here, we see a situation very
This
reminiscent
first pick will
to
be
their
very
losses.
telling. Yeah, exactly. This first pick will be very telling of what they took away from the series yesterday and what their intentions going forward are. This is a good takeaway. The Corki was so valuable. It was so good in the hands of Archini. It was good in the hands of Coyote. It was also good in the hands of BMM. So now let's see how they built their comp around this. I won't even be surprised to see a 1-2 trash from CES if they take that path. If not, we could just see the Senna again.
Yeah, most of the Corki games we've seen have been victories, and that it really came down to how Corki has been an asset in those skirmishes, in those objective fights. But most importantly, the item before Corki, right? Hullbreaker Corki actually has a lower win rate than just going on full-on damage and going on for those fights. But CES, they get 2 strong picks, Jace and Gragas.
Yeah, the power picks coming out now from CES. BRU, I think with the trash available, you don't need to prioritize the Senna here. You could very well just go for Senna Nasus if you so choose. I like this a lot more. You go for the Yuumi, brilliant.
Yuumi Garen.
Fantastic. Chef's
Now
kiss.
all BRU is lacking in some form of initiation. They get the Yuumi in the final chapter, lock CS in
Yes.
place. CS desperately needs some kind of disengage. Your Gragas is not going to be enough here.
Now the question for CS is, do we want to flex the Jace into the mid lane? Because playing Jace against Garen can sometimes feel like bashing your head against a break wall. I think this is a very good Gragas angle. As it stands, CS's comp, Alexa damage should deal with this. Xin picked up, they might want to ban away Kha'Zix next. Not exactly sure what the angle will be for BRU here. Maybe a Lee Sin ban would be good for CES. Alternatively, they could ban Marksman.
I mean, good flexibility here from CS to go for the Xin Zhao. This gives them some good engage if they need it, or some decent disengage with the Crescent
They
Strike.
need power, they need early game.
Exactly,
That's-
and so
that's
Xin Zhao
takeaways.
gets to come in here and be that role.
Yeah, and I think Cerberus will start banning out junglers, right? The Jax was first banned in game 1. I think
good
they will
matchup
probably
against
be
Xin.
looking at the Lee Sin as well, because with this Corki, Yuumi, and Garen, you are looking at Colden feet to be the one to start things off. So CS wants to eliminate those avenues, make sure that BRU can start fights so that they themselves can dictate how the game goes.
A retroactive ban on the Senna by BRU in the second ban phase. A lot of junglers removed by Cerberus, removing the pool from BRU.
So that means the Lee Sin is still up. BRU can very well go for it. Into the Xin Zhao, I think it's pretty much okay. But now they remove the Darius, they remove this potential pick.
They
well,
want to
the
force the
Taco,
Jace
right?
matchup.
They want to force the Jace matchup, yeah.
They want to force the Jace matchup into the Garen. Now CES, Kai'Sa angle, I like this.
okay.
You're playing against a Yuumi lane, you know you won't be overly pressured. You know the Varus is removed, so the options to really punish the Kai'Sa are much more limited. What is BIU's answer to the Kai'Sa going to be? I would like to see a mage.
Well, you said Draven.
Well, BIU won't play Draven. That would be a CES pick.
Okay, there we go. So if they don't want to play Draven, they might go for
It's going to be cocky bot.
Get the Meow Meow connection instead.
Yeah, the Memo connection, we actually saw it in the play-ins. Now we will see it again. BRU is not going to be Golden Feet that kind of gets those fight off. I think now we look back at Archony on this Diana, right? Probably a tankier build with the Crystalline Reflector.
Ooh.
We get the Nami Kai'Sa bot. This is where Genza gets unlocked.
And even though we look at BRU's composition, they don't have the Thresh again. I mean, there's just so much value here for Jess with the Yuumi, with all the things that he has to pair with.
But I gotta point out, a full enchanter like Nami, like Lulu, functions very well where you can full scale against a Yuumi. You gotta keep in mind as well, this Nami, it's so good. The Tidal Wave, it's so good against BRU's comp, with just one mode to play. We are diving into you. Now, flanks are gonna be so important for BRU to find, whereas CES, their comp lets them set up for a lot of disengage with the Xin, with the Tidal Wave, with the explosive cost.
I really want to see what Noel's able to get done in this game. I feel like his Garen is going to be one of the turning points for his team. Apart from the rest of them, the rest of BRU want to try and rush in against Cerberus. I think Noel's going to be that difference maker.
Yeah, in game one, BRU wants to play that pick-off. This is an elevated version of that, but the difference is CES have answers. They have a lot of disengage. They have a lot of ways to watch that flanks. Gragas, Sinjal, Nami. This will be a hard game for BRU.
Oh man, I'm getting excited here, BRU. First game went their way. Second game, looking strong again, but CES, I mean, draft looks infinitely better than the first.
Yeah, I just love what CES has brought to the table. For BRU though, it has to be look for those flanks. If they can get those flanks off, I think Cerberus will just walk away.
It's looking much closer for sure, but I still think BRU take it.
Oh my goodness, we'll have to see. Only time will tell. We'll toss it over to the casters to bring us into game number 2.
Thanks once again, Grandin. Here we are at game 2. Buriram with the lead, and well, still want to see those biceps coming out of Omo though.
Oh wait, not me. Okay, I thought. Okay.
Yeah, of course. I'm with you here, Riku.
Yes,
so,
I'm here.
Yeah, we're looking at Cerberus here with a much better draft. I think we got a lot to talk about this Cerberus draft.
Oh yeah, I think CES has a much better draft coming into this game number 2. BRU having to settle with the Meow Meow connection. We've seen how it can be scary. It's still the same idea, getting a pick. As long as you're able to open up the map, that means you have access to the jungle, the enemy jungle. And that's a time you hunt for kills. Thrill of the hunt into final chapter locks people down. You know what on the other end that CES has to respond to that? An explosive cast. It disrupts the angle of the final chapter to make sure that the route doesn't connect. So Taku has a big role to play in this series, in this game rather.
Indeed, and there's so many ways that Cerberus could actually initiate the fight other than the explosive cast. You got that Sintel that could easily charge in, and well, we have a little bit of a rowdy start from the Baron laners here, but Noel's going to be fine. He's going to be able to regenerate eventually. So back to the point where Cerberus now, with so much more way to lead into a fight, they could set up perfectly for Genza, and this is where they want to pick one up, chasing off the Archony. He's still holding on to his summoners while they trade right back, forcing it out of BMM, but with all the aggression coming out, it's Golden Feet with First Blood.
BRU is so good. I felt like that was a mental battle. Are they going to go in? Are they going to flash back? Is it the time?
Instead, they flash forward, and oh my word. Down bottom. What really went down here? We missed most of that because we were so engrossed in what went down over mid, but, well, it's rough.
Yeah, it's really rough. This is the weakness of a Kai'Sa, right? Whenever you pick hyper-scaling carries at the bottom side, hold that thought, though.
Oh, Mess coming in, chasing after Triple V. He doesn't really have Valkyrie, does he?
No, he doesn't have. Felt like that was a really good thing coming from Mess to take advantage of a little bit of that greediness to clear the wave before coming back. But that's the thing, right? I want to talk about the weakness of a Kai'Sa. The perfect fit for Kai'Sa is a Braum. I hate to say it, it's a Braum. They make sure that it's well protected.
And Archony, kind of wish he had more of that protection. Though the kitty cat's nearby, just this time on Enchanters, and it's interesting to see both what the Justice will fly. They're on Enchanters.
Yeah, because this is for the fights later. This is not for the laning phase, but this is for the fights later. This is for the competition against BRU, where, just as the panel mentioned, they want to go in, you respond with a tidal wave, you respond with your own wave. There's the final chapter, and you have your own big linear CC.
Yeah, I want to see how big that wave will possibly deal against Buriram United, because when you take a look at what they do have as well, they could easily just avoid all of that altogether with a Valkyrie from Triple V. But then again, when we look into the sort of crowd control, I think that they definitely do have more to offer from Cerberus as compared to Buriram.
Yeah, there is a lot for Cerberus. They've got the body slam to start fights. But I feel like Noelle has to keep Taku busy. Because if Taku is busy keeping Noelle in check, then where is your engage? Where's your body slam? I think that can be the next struggle.
Here comes the Valkyrie forward, and the
Oh my
Wolf have
gosh!
the final chapter on top, but it's too hard to deal with. Mets, but Moonfall will connect only onto one. Well, they have the tile wave to
BMM?
hold him back. Here comes BMM looking for Archony. Will have the hammer in his way, but Golden Feet will be able to protect them from harm's way.
That is so risky to use the Valkyrie forward to initiate the fight. I know there's no threat of a possible explosive cast because Taku was at topside. That's what we were talking about. But Corky is so squishy. It's squishy, 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 like a plushie. So it's so, again, very vulnerable if you do that aggressively. And I felt like CES played that really well.
Yeah, and well, I don't know how squishy he could possibly get if we get to actually hug it, but where we go from this point here on is where they will have to contest for both the objectives. CS, they're leading one way into the Herald.
CS already having control of this area. I don't think BRU wants to trade objectives. They want to fight this. They want to fight an angle. But where's the final chapter? There's none.
It's really hard for them to do. You can see Golden Feet as well as Archony, they don't have their elements, and that's where Buriram United, they lack that sort of engage. And speaking of engage, CS still wants another one, forces the package away.
BRU now having to fight this. They have wave clear at least, so they just have to wave clear, and they're going to be fine. There's no Ziggs to satchel that out. It's not going to be enough to destroy that tower.
Yeah, and
final chapter.
Here comes final chapter. He will
Whoa!
move forward, pouncing on top of the Kaisa. Genza goes out, and that's quick movements coming out of Noelle to give chase, and Golden Feet wants blood. Chases after BMM.
Oh
gets
my
over.
gosh.
Oh, he gets it. It's a killing spree. Golden Feet trying to make his way out. Taku's going to be able to secure that. Whoa, Mess tries to get what he can, but the rest of PRU, they're way too strong. Chasing after the last member that still survives.
Oh my
Buriram
gosh.
United eventually secures their 7th in their number.
Oh my god! Buriram played that fight so well. You know, Contra, you gotta look at the ult circle by what the Jess. You know what that stands for? That cat with the
That
green
cat?
circle? That means go. It's time to go. It's time to initiate. Every single time that's up, what the Jess and the rest of Buriram is going to initiate a fight. And the way that they juggle the tower aggro, my god, it was so clean. There was no exchange whatsoever. Whatsoever.
Yeah, good leash right there for Golden Feet. Now, first, that was picture perfect for Buriram, but they have to do that once more. And here comes Taku holding him off. Dragon dropping down to 50%. They do get an Aqua Prison, but it will be Noelle that will once again assassinate Fly.
Final
But they're
chapter's
getting
up.
caught up. Final chapter on top of the members of Cerberus Esports, and they are all battered up. Buriram United wins the fight again.
Oh my god, triple kill for Triple V. That is the way that you fight, right? CES, it's so linear. You know CES is going at you. You know that even if Genza is an arranged champion, Killer Instinct forward. And that is such a prime position for what the Just to have fun with the final chapter. You just blanket the area with CC, and it's gonna be okay.
Yeah, and they could have actually committed to that Drake and at least have them a little bit more scattered.
There's the Killer Instinct moving forward, but the teleport, they didn't have the numbers advantage because Triple V used the teleport. And remember, Contra, what I said? Every time the final chapter is up, that means go. It's a green light.
Yeah, and even what the Jazz timed it very well. He didn't channel it at the moment that they see those members of Cerberus Esports. The moment that they fall back into that choke point, it's done. They get that perfect stun.
That's why I tell you, Taku's explosive cast will be very detrimental in the upcoming fights. Now, how does CES stop the bleeding? Because so far, BRU has been winning all of these skirmishes, all of these team fights, all of this picks that we've seen. We haven't exactly seen the thrill of the hunt just yet into Final Chapter, but it's only because mid lane tower still stands.
That's true, and if we take a look at builds as well, if you want to play split pushing for Cerberus Esports, Jace doesn't have his Hullbreaker either, so it's going to be hard for them to get things done.
Yeah, I feel like BRU is going to keep sticking as a unit, and Noel's just going to be tanky. He's going to be the shield. He's going to be the gatekeeper. He's going to make sure CES doesn't penetrate any of that.
Indeed. Well, they have a little dance off by the river. No objectives for now, but the Herald's coming up within 15 seconds from here on. While Buriram United, they're still chasing in, and the Final Chapter only on top of one though. BMM, he does have a little bit of safe distance to keep himself alive, so BRU, they still need to find an angle. It's going to be pretty tough for CES to contest for this. They have low health bars on a few of their members, and this is for free.
I know! It felt like that was the bait that CS wanted to take, that okay, Final Chapter is gone. That means we can have a comfy fight. But no, Genzo was so low for the pokes from Triple V. And remember, that triple kill earlier just did a lot on the damage.
True.
Oh.
Taku then hit the bottom slam. Holding feet on his way out. Genzo still giving chase though. Now here comes the tidal wave on top of the kitty cats, but Noel tries to look for a flank instead. Redemption being popped, and that's all they can get.
Yeah, Golden Feet just has to shout roar, and then CC's gone.
Roar!
Roar! That's CES, right? Again, if they want to initiate fights, the tidal wave will be too slow. Tidal wave is a response into close quarters. It's really good in chase, but for BRU, they have a lot of movement speed to just basically outrun the tidal wave. So for CES, they're trying to find a pick, maybe set up a dive, maybe even open up the map here, because Arshani is going to be all alone if he tries to guard that.
Yeah, I think it's better for Buriram United to just go for trades instead. So BRU, they still send Arshani though. The turret's gone. Arshani still comes with a moonfall just to buy a little bit more time.
Oh my
He
gosh.
will go down regardless, but look at how tanky this Diana is.
But look at top lane. They've unleashed the Rift Herald. They're going to get second tier tower. If ever one of BRU goes home, then perhaps they can defend second tier. No, that's going to be a no because CES wants to go home.
But the response coming in was good enough, so that trade
Second
is
charge?
still worthy, but here comes that Final Chapter once again. Gets moved out of the way. They won't be able to get the second charge this time.
Nicely done by CES on that defense. Again, remember Contra, every single time Jess has his ult, it doesn't mean he has his ult on, it means it's go time, it's time to initiate. It's the green light for BRU. They don't have that ult just yet in the upcoming Infernal Drake fight, and that I feel like that's where CES can shine, can win the fight this time.
It's true enough. Arshani though, he will have his moonfall up, and he's already waiting behind this pit. Ness really have to pull a good one. Here comes the body slam on top of Arshani. Redemption being dropped. And here comes the moonfall on top of all 5 members of Cerberus. Now they're in a collateral, but Buriram United, they have 2 members being wiped off. And Cerberus consider this a big win.
Look at BRU, they're waiting for Final Chapter. Look at the low health members. I feel like Noel can live. They can be aggressive. They have ult soon.
Oh, just buying time for the
It's
kitty
go
cat.
time. It's go time.
Here we go. Where's the Final Chapter? We're
There
waiting
it is,
for
there
it.
it is.
Chasing
Go,
after
go, go,
Genza,
go, go.
flashing forward. Final Chapter. They will eliminate Genza once more as they are all choked up by this corner. CES, they held on a perfect defense. Now the dragon is theirs.
Oh my god, CES retaliates. I told you, the window of CES to win a fight is just not having Final Chapter. And that is where CES is able to get 2 kills, and that means BRU, even though they saw CES having low health targets, it's still not enough in a numbers disadvantage.
Yeah, and I want to take a look at that pilot once again. Cerberus, they really did well, and we saw Arshani landed a really huge connection of that moonfall, but it didn't really result to all too much for Buriram United. Now, they just give way to Cerberus to secure this.
Yeah, they just have to split push instead. BRU opened the map anyways. They didn't have the ult as well. They don't have time to go to the Infernal Drake. And this is very telling, right? Arshani really amazing Moonfall, but he didn't have the stasis. He didn't have the Hourglass. Let's take a look at that again. It all started with Taku with a body slam saying, RGD, let's go. Let's land a 5-man. But remember, no stasis to buy some time. He's very squishy as a Diana. And this is where, go signal, there's the ult. But remember, this is very scattered. You got BMM attacking from the back line, and the numbers disadvantage coming from the side of Buriram is not going to help them at all.
Yeah, speaking of which, we're going back to another
Go
scuffle
time,
inside of
go
the
time.
jungle. While Golden Feet moves right in. It'll be another one for Triple V. Moonfall on top of Tree.
Final chapter.
Blocked by Archony while they give chase. Looking for Golden Feet. They get him dropped while they are standing on top of package. This is where BRU turns the tide. How much more can they get done? BMM falls. Double kill for Triple V.
It's the mind games, Contra. Are you going to Killer Instinct forward? Are you going to Final Chapter? You can tell Jess is holding on to that ult, baiting any ult from the side of CES before they can comfortably attack and activate Final Chapter. That's the reason why Jess held on it for so long. They're waiting for the perfect timing, and it paid off. BRU won that fight.
And the more fights that Cerberus take from here, it's going to set them back a lot more. You see, even the map pressure, they're already having all these waves shut upon them. So when this happens, BRU, they just naturally win.
Yeah, let's take a look at that again. Again, the patience from not... Jess had ult here. He just wanted to just keep holding it, right for the right timing. Stasis is on, and then waiting for the Killer Instinct is also very pivotal in these fights. See, there's the Killer Instinct trying to dodge. There's the Stasis, but at the end of the day, so many low health targets. That's easy pickings for Noel and as well as VVV to get.
Yeah, and the timings of the statuses, they all planned it all together. Just layer it one out after another. It's like they can soak up fight. Doesn't matter if they don't really have a tank up in the front lines. And speaking of tankiness, Noel got himself that GA.
Yeah, he's gonna be unkillable even more!
Oh
there
my word! The kitty cat connection once again will take out the image.
Meow meow connection, thrill of the hunt, final chapter. That's what you love to see.
Well, if it's gonna be a dog that they're going after, this, like, what's the size of this Buriram kitty cat if you match it to a Cerberus?
It's a massive cat. It's not a meow meow
lion?
anymore. It's a lion connection at the moment. Big kitties.
Oh no.
Oh
we
no.
have Noel being caught up. He does have GA though, but that leaves
Baron,
Jess all alone. The kitty cat is already gone, and here comes the top wave. Is there still? No, there won't be. Buriram still gets the Baron buff instead. Archly will be the next one to drop, but he gets it! He drops over on the fly, and now he will have to pay with his own life.
Okay, that's 2 people still having the Baron buff. I feel that's pretty worth. My God, Buriram are playing these fights so well. Noel being the sacrifice to make sure that his team is able to get enough time to get that Baron.
Yeah, BRU now has that lead, just having that all that sort of thing secure in all these team fights. But look at the goal though. Both are even up. CES, they went for tit for tat.
Yeah, BRU, it's looking really good for them, but they have to not forget CES has a Kaisa. Kaisa has the ability to potentially 1v5, especially with Fly alongside him, being able to be that enchanter, making sure he's safe, giving off the heals. But we'll see if CES can unlock that, especially Elder Drake has spawned. This is a win condition for both of these teams.
Yeah, and you can constantly see that Golden Feet is hunting after Genza if he does get that sort of opening. So all of this relies on Taku to really lead the charge, get that nice pick on for Cerberus, and that should be their go sign. But there's still the Yumi though.
Again, Taku has to wait for BRU to come to them to make sure that the final chapter is going to get displaced by his cast. That is the only way at the moment I can see where they can win a 5v5. Genza also making sure that he's safe.
Oh, look at those pokes. Full AP Yumi at it again. Well, they will have to force that redemption.
True.
Though the Elder is up, none of them are trying to risk it. But with BRU, they're coming with a split push of their own.
Yeah, because Baron is on the side of BRU. They want to maximize this buff. They want to go put it to waste.
That's right. Maximizing all that they have. Well, they get another T2 down bot. Now, it should be just about time for them to go for the Elder now that they don't have the Baron buff intact anymore. But They don't want to make any mistakes. We saw the last fight that Cerberus took inside the bad jungle down the Dragon River. It didn't look the cleanest.
Yeah, they're afraid. Because we've seen a Kaisa into Yumi before, right? It is just baiting out the final chapter, and that's the time a Kaisa can immediately killer instinct forward. And this is a point of the game we're reaching towards the 20-minute line where the Kaisa is online, already maxed out on the inventory, having that Bloodthirster, having Infinity Edge Runans. So there's a lot of damage output on the side of CES. And that's why BRU, they want to make sure that they're going to keep this lead and make sure they're going to eliminate Genza.
Here comes Trollo to hunt. Genza's up front. Oh, goodness gracious. Thank goodness he's on their turret, though, and the rest of the members are still close by while they send Taku to deal with the wave. Now, we don't have that Gragas to be coming in hot, so it's go time for BRU.
No Summoner Spouse burnt there, though. BRU doesn't want to risk it. But look at this. Archony split pushing the map, making sure they're far ahead. But no teleport for the Diana, for Archony here. So this is why CES is starting it.
Oh, here we go. Cerberus.
Oh my gosh! Stall them out!
Now, Redemption being
Annoy
dropped.
them!
And the Diana! Archony! He's doing it! He's getting the in-hit already.
Went home.
Dragon dropping low.
Oh
Here is the final chapter on top of it! And the Dragon still goes over to Cerberus. They have to buff, but can they hold on long enough? Will they send the Jason deal with the push? This is where BRU, they will trash the rest of Cerberus and make it unwinnable for Cerberus Esports. Moonfall does not connect, but Archie still looking for that golden touch. Golden feet, marching forward. And the rest of Cerberus, they only have 2 members to defend. And there doesn't seem to have much hope left as BRU charges their way to the Nexus.
We'll have to see how they can end this. They're removing all the towers. They're pushing the wave. They're attacking.
20 more seconds on the timers. BRU, they don't have the help. They don't have the minions. Well, Taku.
There's the minions.
Can he do anything about this? BBB, he's coming
3
on the
waves.
end. And this is where they focus their direction to the Nexus. And they will get themselves up ahead. One more game for Buriram to book their tickets to Icons.
They're so close, Contra. Imagine when we look back at the C Championships, they got double down. They lost upper bracket and then towards the lower bracket, and they couldn't reach top 2 to reach Horizon Cup. And now look at them. They're 1 point away, 1 game away from entering Icons, and they look so clean. The way that they split the map, the way that they're so unfazed with the Elder Drake spawning, they know that they had the lead. This Yumi pick is just so huge for them, and it set the tone on how they have achieved victory.
This is where BRU breaks the code, you know, bringing back to the stories of Summer Super Cup, C Champs. It seemed like they were cursed, and this is where they want to lift it. But Cerberus, they put up quite a showing, and it wasn't enough. Have they gassed out? Because it's been such a long journey from the plains all the way up to now. BRU, they have got it all figured out, and 1 more game will take them to where they need to be. Icons.
It's so crazy how they play the map, how they control CES. They're like the puppet master. It's like, oh, I'll go here and then you'll go there. It's like, it's so clean that they're so unfazed whenever objectives spawn. Usually, you know, this type of composition you want to avoid against CES because they're the better team fighting composition. But of course, with the Yumi, with the Garen, unkillable. You just basically go into them while they're all clumped up together and make sure they stay in their spot.
Yeah, and with the Lions coming in, now I believe that they've already outgrown from that little kitty into a gigantic monster in the Rift. Are we going to see this again in the upcoming games? Because you give the Enchanter to Jess, he still looks so good, and Noel really performing fantastic. Well, I think we have already talked a lot about this game too. I think it's time for Grandin and the rest of the panel to give it a go.
BRU pick up the second win against the last Pool 2 team from Cerberus Esports coming in from the play-ins in the WCS finals. Well, BRU continued their trend. And I have to say, guys, out of Rengar and Yumi, I think the scarier cat has to be Yumi.
Yeah, I mean,
I agree.
You look at the comp here, it's clear who the carry is. The Garen is merely a vehicle. The Rengar is but a vehicle for the Yuumi to deal out the damage.
Yeah, they are just vessels for the Yuumi. The
Exactly.
Yuumi is the one piloting the tank. Yuumi is the one dishing on the damage. He forced BMM to buy a mall.
Yeah, when I saw that Marvel Maltius, I knew that this game just had taken over. They gone into this one with a different take, a different look from how they generally played their games. Game number one, we saw about the Jess on a much more facilitative, not facilitative, an engaged style support pickup, right? Going for the Thresh, wanting to set up and get picks for his team. This time around, he's gone to play the Yuumi, and it's not a backline, play safe kind of Yuumi. It's an aggressive one. It's in your face. He hits the final chapter. He hits the Prowling projectile, and he just destroys the entirety of Cerberus.
Can I just say, can we just end the series here? Can we not give any possibilities, any option for a reverse sweep? Can we not see BRU lose 2-3 again? I don't want a repeat of that. Can we just end it right now, please?
I think they stay away from Senna +1.
Sure, yeah.
We are on
helps.
that direction. We're on the right track. In fact, even though what the Jazz isn't on someone like a Set, a Gragas, a Galio that can engage proactively, Yuumi technically can still make it work, right? She just needs someone to carry her forward, which in this case, Colin Feast, Rengar, Noel's Garen.
Yeah.
They enable him
Even
to do the
triple
job.
V on the cocky. Let me just fly you forward.
Look, so now a couple of questions for you guys. Maybe just the one big one. We just saw this Yuumi from Jess. We didn't see it play a single time against Team Flash yesterday. Had they played this, would it have changed yesterday's match?
The past is the past, Grandin. Let's look to the future, please.
Husky?
Don't answer him. It's a bad question.
Husky?
I don't
Husky?
think so.
Husky?
Let's look
look
at
at
the
the
game.
Well, BRU managed to pick up the second win, and as we look towards the items, towards the scores,
damage.
I mean, we need to see the damage at the end here, but I mean, Yuumi going for the more aggressive route. As you have mentioned, this is the most standardized build now. Of course.
Yeah,
Of course.
see? Poke champions, man.
Yeah.
It's carry Yuumi. This is the scarier cat, without a doubt.
Let me call back to day one, the first day, or day two, whichever it was, where we first saw the Yuumi. And then Autolus was saying, I wonder if he built Staff of Flowing Water here, maybe he built Ardent Sensor here. And I just said, just built Luden's Echo, man. You see?
Just do damage. If you can chunk your enemy's health bars before the
Yes.
fight starts, why not do so? In fact, you can theoretically say that the Prowling projectile has the longest range because it depends on if your vessel moves. So you can direct that. It's so much easier to land than your binding.
Pick a vessel with increased movement speed, like Garen, and the faster he runs, the further your projectile
Why do you think
gets
they
to go.
picked Garen, Rengar, Cocky that game?
They
Simple.
want. There we go.
There we go. Just to let the
answer.
Yuumi pop off.
Homing missile technically has heat. What do you call
Well,
it?
heat
detection.
seeking, right?
Heat seeking, yeah.
Well, that depends on your aim as well, right?
But it's Jess.
What is Jess? Jess has a good aim.
You guys are such bootlickers, you know? We're not getting Jess for the interview later. I don't want to see you talking. I don't want to see you be like, oh, Jess, you're so great. Ignore the fact that I'm the one wearing the Jess shirt, but that's fine. You know, like, I'm not a suck-up.
Oh, sure. Well, you say that now, but when BRU were winning, you were the happiest one here.
Of course, I love it. I'm overjoyed. I do want to see Vietnam have more representation as well, but Team Flash, they will do the region proud at Icons, no doubt. We need to see the Thailand region have some representation as well. And BRU, what the jazz, another MVP in his pocket, 1,600 damage on Yuumi? Sounds about right.
He had it on the Thresh, he has it on the Yuumi. I mean, he's just looking too good right now. A team that plays around the support role more than anything else. With that in mind, Cerberus were able to make the match closer than it had to be. Let's start with you, Husky. How did they make that happen?
First of all, you have the Genza on Kaisa, so you basically unlocked Genza in that Dragon Lane. They did get off to a rough start though, right? At level 3, Genza and Fly were both forced to recall, but thankfully Mesh showed up, got a kill into Triple V, stabilized the lane a bit, but there were a lot of instances where we see BRU try to force the initiative with the Meow connection, final chapter plus a vessel. But Cerberus were able to counter back, they give Genza the resources, and they were able to stay in the game.
And once BRU started to get some tempo, we saw Cerberus fight back wonderfully in the mid game.
Yeah, and I think the problem here, and I think the reason why Cerberus loses this game and why they've been losing 0-2 right now is not because they're just outmatched in team fighting, blah, 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 right? We see Cerberus be able to punch back. We look at the game right now, the two biggest standout problems for me for Cerberus. Number one, BRU are winning lanes, right? Once you win the lane, the game gets so much easier to play. That's a hard thing to fix. You can't just say, okay, play better than lanes. What CES can do better though is playing around side lanes. In game 1 with Noel Set, in game 2 with Archini's Diana, you see how they constantly manage to pressure side lanes, pick turrets when CES are not ready. CS, they need to adapt, they need to change their draft. If you're not confident in Taku being the one to play a big carry pick, then you need to put BMM on something that can carry. I'm going to shift my win condition here away from Genza, and I'm going to say you need BMM to step up big time, because he has not been looking too hot in this series.
And BMM has been good in the past, especially when he's been
been
allowed the
great.
evolution,
Yeah.
right? When he's been able to be active in his games. But now in this matchup, they got the Jace, a strong power pick, no doubt. It wasn't able to activate them in the game though, and that's something that we have to watch out here from Cerberus. Let's look towards the final fights, the final moments of this game. BRU had got the Baron, they got almost wiped, nearly lost the game, went towards the Elder Drake, made a call while Archie was pushing the top side there. Cerberus committed to trying to fight for the Elder Drake. What happens there, Omo?
This is exactly what I talked about, right? This is how BRU have been getting leads in both games. Sure, they get picks, they get skirmishes, they get teamfight wins, of course. But those are still relatively even. They're not game winning, especially in this game too. How they win the game? Through side laning, pressuring you, running you across the map. Yesterday when they played against Team Flash, when they were playing against a really good team like that, it looked kind of off at times, right? Team Flash were able to answer them, and you could even say Noel looked lost at times in that series because of how well Team Flash responded. Cerberus don't have the same answers, and because of that, BRU, they look like the kings of side lanes.
Yeah, and a lot of times BRU, well, Cerberus look a bit more reactive, right? We're expecting them to be proactive. We're expecting them to have Taku and Mess start something, but most of the times it was BRU leaping at them. It was BRU coming out of the shadows and Cerberus scrambling to find a solution. And there were also a lot of instances where we see Archie go in 3-man, 4-man, even a 5-man moonfall. And the only thing that kept Cerberus afloat was an exhaust button. This is why...
That's what we always say about Diana, right?
Right,
The champion just exhausts and she does nothing.
Look, but Husky, you're raising these points for CES. Then who needs to step up? Who has to be the one to pull the trigger?
BMM. I have to get behind that.
BMM's going to do damage, but is he the one that starts the fight? Is he the one, you say they're reactive, they need to be proactive. Is BMM the one to initiate and begin
You're trying to lead us somewhere here.
Yeah,
I
mean,
see
if
you.
we talk about wanting BMM to initiate, then that's definitely not the case. It has to be Fly and Taku, because these two are kind of like the bulwark of the team. But the problem is, even when they get those off, BMM isn't in the right spot to dish out that damage.
Now, keep in mind, they've been falling into the same trap that BRU have fallen into yesterday, and to some extent, Cerberus have fallen into in the past as well. Fly is one of your key playmakers. We keep singing his praises. Today, think about what he's played. He's played one game on Senna, he's played one game on Nami. How are you supposed to make a play on Senna and Nami? He threw a tidal wave down mid lane to try to start a fight once. It's the same situation as when we see Brahms desperate to get something going. Use their Glacial Fissure proactively. It's not gonna work. You need to draft for it.
There we go. You got to where I wanted you guys to get to.
I mean...
Talking about Fly in the bottom side, because we need proactivity from the
My
support
teacher just gave me a
players.
gold star. I feel so happy.
Absolutely. Good job there, Obo. Oh. You go into the bottom side with that mentality. This looks exactly like the match we saw with BRU versus Team Flash. BRU went into the first 2 games playing Senna. Unable to make much happen. What the Jess was on the Nasus, he was getting caught out. He needed to be proactive. He needed to initiate and get things started for his team. Instead, what we saw was Team Flash dictate the pace of the game. Now it looks to be the exact same situation with different name tags. BRU going into the series looked like Team Flash. Cerberus looked like BRU yesterday. I want to see Fly out of this Enchanter support duty and onto a more proactive pick.
Yeah, and the meta actually reflects that, right? This is why we are seeing so much lesser Enchanted supports, because most of the games won was because you have a support that can initiate fights against Trash, Galio, Gragas, Set. They pull the trigger, they win the fight, they get a pick off, it ends right there. Enchanted supports, the only one that can possibly make it onto the list is a Yuumi, but she needs a vessel. Nami's Tidal Wave is too slow, Lulu doesn't get it, your Flash Polymorph is not going to work in a lot of situations. Janna is out of the equation.
And I think part of the reason why Yuumi functions so well, she answers the question, the most pressing question, how do you win games in Wild Rift right now? What is the meta in Wild Rift right now? Well, jungle support synergy, jungle support movement, jungle support aggression. Yuumi does that. All she has to do is follow your jungler around. She literally just rides on your jungler. That's why she solves the problem. That's why she's one of the most picked enchanters, most successful enchanters at that. And I want to see Fly go back to something where we can see him work in tandem with Mess. Because frankly, Mess has been left to his own devices this series as well.
Let's talk specifics then. Let's talk champion picks. Which
Trash!
Oh my
Pecan!
goodness! They got the Yuumi.
It's kind of scary, actually.
It is terrifying. I feel
like she's supposed to be cute, but it's actually kind of scary.
Look, when I think Cerberus saw Yuumi jumping on them, like it was terrifying. Like if this is the size of the Yuumi jumping on, like that is terrifying. And
no, I feel like the Yuumi's riding on us right now, right? Like
True. Tag on to us.
Hey, it's gone. Why? I was just starting to have fun with it.
Look,
All right.
let's talk specifics. Champions that you want to see out from Cerberus.
Well, when we go into the draft, I want to see Trash. I want to see an aggressive pick for BMM. I'm not sure what that is. That's the problem. Lucian is banned away. What do you have left? I want to see Rakan. I want to see champions where Fly can make plays happen.
Well, let's see what we have in store for us as we go into Game 3 draft between BRU and Cerberus.
Even at this juncture, I think Cerberus, if they are confident with playing something like a Darius mid, it could be an option, right? You need someone to get things going, and even though BMM hasn't been the one to start fights, if push comes to shove, I think Cerberus needs to delegate that responsibility to him.
Yeah, I think this Lucian ban is honestly just game-winning here for BRU because I don't know what option CS has left. I hope they have something prepared here. They need something aggressive for BMM, something aggressive for Genza, and like we said, playmaker for Fly. It's that simple.
I feel like it has to be that Corki, right? But then BRU just first pick it themselves. You mentioned it in the second game. It is that game changer as well.
Yeah, and even the Corki just doesn't seem to be enough. Maybe if you pair it with a playmaker from Fly, then we could see something different. You call back to game 1, the Corki package flies in. He's all alone. There's no one to back him up.
Yeah, I was thinking the same as well. Like, Cerberus can consider the Corki, but Buriram United, they have the first pick. So they banned the Yuumi. A lot of respect to what's the Jazz. You remove this Yuumi, engages AP Yuumi. If BRU takes Corki first pick, okay, they take the Varus. It's even better. Now, Cerberus has to take the Thresh.
You see, that's the thing. You don't have to prio the Yuumi anymore because Yuumi's gone, right? So you first pick the Varus, you put the pressure off. Trash is still up, guys. You're going to pick it away from us.
You have to take the Thresh.
If you don't take it right now, we're going to 2-3 Trash, guys. They start taunting CS a bit.
And even beyond that, Buriram can still go for stuff like the Galio. You know, it could still try to synergize. You know,
Not again. Not another Senna game.
Garen out for Cerberus instead. They want to try and have that come into play. You know, that was a big issue for them. Now they get an easy Baron side to play from.
Yeah, I think maybe you take the Corki here as well because the reason you pick the Garen here is because you see the Varus, right? You say you don't have the DPS to kill me. So maybe you pair that together with something like the Corki, you snatch it, the double poke away from BRU. It is a pretty good option. Let's see CS do it.
Yeah, it's either you take the Thresh or you pick champions that work well against the poke. So the Garen is a good start. Cerberus, I do agree. I think the Corki could be a priority for them.
They have a lot of things to think about. It's so stressful. Well,
Xin Zhao is going to be the answer. That's the first thing that comes to mind. Jungle out from Cerberus early on. They don't want to have to contest for that. But now BRU get to have a lot of options to think about what Red Side does. Once the counter picks, Cerberus actually show their matchups early on.
There's no way to let the Thresh go, right? Yeah, there we go.
Hurts, doesn't it? Just seeing those things gets locked in, it's like, oof,
They're forcing Cerberus into such a tight corner. Xin Zhao's second pick is something that we don't often see. Normally, you want to prioritize your core, your carry. Now they pick the Morgana. A lot of layers of safety net for Cerberus to fall back to. But the question is, it still doesn't solve a lot of problems. The Black Shield blocks their hook.
Cerberus are drafting the Morgana now, a lot of layers of safety, but the question is, what are they protecting? There's nothing to protect right now.
Honestly,
the Xin Zhao, right?
He's your carry right now.
You Black Shield the Xin
Genuinely.
Zhao, jumps in, he doesn't get hooked, no, the crowd control doesn't affect him, and he gets the fight going.
So yeah, CES want to ban this Darius for sure. They want to get rid of that matchup. I think BRU, you maybe consider banning away a possible 4th pick Corki here. They need DPS, right? Like we said, what are you protecting? Corki is probably the best mid lane option here. You ban away the Rakan, that's fine. Like we said, they also recognize Fly needs to play playmakers. What's your ban here for CES? Do you think maybe a Set? Oh, Set's already banned. This is a pretty open ban spot. Maybe the Diana, but I don't think you're afraid of that. Oh, I guess they are.
Arjun has played 2 games of Diana, and he did pretty incredible in that mid lane. He's been winning lanes, he's been starting fights for his teams.
He hit big ults, but he got exhausted. So
that's the only thing, right? Like
so what BRU are saying right now is we are not going to let Fly play a playmaker. You are not allowed to engage. They've recognized the same win conditions as us. They've recognized the same win conditions for CES. You want to combo with Mass, you get rid of both of those combos. But Galio's still up.
It's like Galio Morgana bot, right? That is their best bet.
We're looking very likely to be a Galio Morgana bot. There is the chance Galio goes mid, but it's a very small one.
But you shifted that win condition over to BMM, and BMM still hasn't seen his pickup yet, unless they bring the Morgana mid side, which I don't think would be the most ideal for them. We want to see something else. So we've seen Akshan as a potential option. Some teams have decided to ban that away.
Yeah, you plays a lot of Akshan. Let's see though.
Like the
Morgana, for Genza's side.
Oh yeah, possibly.
For BMM Genza.
The Morgana does unlock a minor option for you to pick a marksman bot because the Black Shield does protect you from the Thresh. But now the Shen comes out, and now you have a delivery system. Cold and Feet leaps in, Shen follows up. You have the package, you have the pokes from the Varus. This is looking pretty tough.
Can I just say, you keep in mind the reasons I identified for why BRU won the last 2 games, right? The side laning.
Side lane.
Now you have a Shen. The side laning is going to be so much harder for CES to deal with. Yeah, you have a Garen now, but what's your combo? You're going to side lane together with a Garen? It makes no sense. This, though, does make a bit of sense. We say BMM needs to be the one to make plays happen. But now he has the tools to do it.
Well, it wasn't a Lucian, but it is the Akali and Assassin nonetheless. Not quite the same. They're gonna face some difficulty sieging turrets. I do expect that to be an issue for Cerberus, but beyond that, good team fighting, good access for the Gallery with the Akali going in, good tankiness with the Garen and the Xin Zhao, and of course the Morgana to kind of round that off. But BRU have so much going for them.
A lot of weight on whoever gets the Akali. In this case, I think it's Taku, so it means that we relegated Genza back on the Morgana again. He is no longer the superstar for CES. It is down to Taku and Mess to get the job done.
Is it a mid Garen instead? And then we're going to see Taku here play this Akali.
But
so
I
we get a
mean,
double ninjas.
Akali against the Shen.
It's not too bad. You get a pretty okay matchup. You built the Divine Sundry. You scale pretty well. Double ninjas into the Baron lane.
All right, would be an interesting one to see. If you want to go lore specific, Shen is the master of Akali, technically.
Oh my god, imagine reading the lore.
Shen is also the master of Zed.
And the master of Zed. Look at that.
Shen is the master of my heart. That's what he is.
Absolutely. And this is a very important match. It's the turning point. If Cerberus are unable to win this game, then, well, that's it. That's their run done in WCS Finals.
If BRU wins this, we have 4 unique regions.
Oh, that's amazing.
In Icons.
BRU fighting trio, let's go.
All right, let's see how this one plays out. Can BRU break the curse, finally get themselves on the international stage? We'll toss it over to the casters, Contra and Riku.
It's one more step for BRU to advance into the Icons, and of course Riku. This time around, Cerberus, they're bringing the Damascene boys to play.
I know they're bringing in, relegating BMM on a tanky champion instead, and having Taco be the playmaker, be the deliverer, be the receiver of the Black Shield. All the pressure is on Taco in this match point game for BRU. They have to win this to survive the series and take it to a reverse sweep, possibly.
Right, and Buriram United have been in that situation before for countless of times. This is the moment to break it, and we've seen them run a very similar comp back in the past where they feel absolutely comfortable with this. I really want to see how much can Cerberus get done. So long as they do get a good binding out from Genza, they could just jump at a single target and get to work.
Yeah, the Stand United is going to be incredibly critical. The timings. I love this switch, though, because Shen into Akali, it's alright, because the Shen's kit is only really good against AD. So I think this switch is so good. Now, you got Taku entering into a ranged matchup. I know we talked about the rock, paper, scissors. Assassin beats Squishies.
And speaking of Assassins beating Squishy over on the mid lane, the beefy boys are still holding out on their own. Noel got himself a little scare, and we got the first blood going down on the bottom lane instead. And it's going to be Fly that gets taken out.
Level 3 Genza has Black Shield. I wonder what happened there. It is just, again, just so good in this champion. Remember, BRU having 3 of the champions from game number 1 that dominated CES, and now they have it again. Now they have more resources to be extra aggressive with the Shen. Now they have extra damage with his Qeon Arshini.
Yeah, what I could have actually assumed what went down on bot lane is that whenever Fly goes in for a Justice Punch or when he charges in, yeah, just get the play, get the Death Sentence, easy. Like, you just get that free pick. But if he holds back, you just gotta wait and predict what is Jess gonna do on the next point.
Yeah, it's very scary because Jess, Triple V, still have Flash intact. And now I want to see how the cross-map play is going to work, because I talked about the unique strategies, the regional specialties of our representatives so far in the Icons. We've got, I feel like BRU so far, what they're showing us is that we can split the map and we can do pick comp so well.
Yeah, almost getting another pick though. Fly, managing to dodge that very quickly, and we've seen so many variations of styles from so many different regions. And early on, we got the Meow Meow connection that really went pretty fast. This time around, here comes a beautiful Flay, holding them back, flashing back. And unfortunately, the Depths is hooked onto a minion. so that will at least set them back for
Oh
a
my
moment
gosh!
more. Here comes the
Counter!
exhaust, and immediately Coldfeet secures it, leaping right in. He has to get out though. Noel already coming in with Steady United, as well as a perfect taunt to two. The Crescent Sweep will set them back, but Cerberus, they are still fighting for their lives. Mess will go down. It's a double for Noel.
Oh my god, what a start for Buriram. I thought it was CES. I thought that was their fight, their skirmish that they started at the bottom portion of the map. But no, the Flay from Jess prevented the CC lock with that binding into the taunt. Just so good.
Yeah, Noel, he didn't even have to flash for it. That setup was so perfectly well done. And BRU, if they keep going at it, they can even win the upcoming objective trades here.
Yeah, Jess is playing out of his mind here, and the rest of BRU following suit. Just as you mentioned, first spawn already, CES. Would definitely love to have the Rift Herald because they have no dedicated turret killer. They have no AD carries on board. So Rift Herald, double Rift Herald actually in this entire game is so crucial for them. They're going to have a hard time sieging.
They would. Archie coming in with a package. We're trying to cut off the exit points while they have Mess stuck inside a pit. They will have it stolen away! How on earth did Coldfeet get it though? Well, Archie gives chase. Here comes the poke. Taku comes in with a perfect execution. We'll have the Trash Express of the Lantern to walk away.
Okay, my heart skipped a beat there. I thought he stole. I'm like, wait, he's
Another
not there.
one?
He was a dragon, so he's able to secure the dragon for the side of BRU. That's Cloud Drake. Gonna be very important for a roaming composition, right? Like for what the Jess, he has been finding picks here and there, especially once mid is open. That's gonna be full control for BRU. They can roam, they can do these death rushes. Let's take a look at that again. It was the fight at the bottom portion of the map where it was Jess preventing that Justice Punch knockup, and then everybody else from BRU followed suit. Double man taunt coming from Noel, just really good.
Yeah, and then he just had it all perfectly put into the blueprints of BRU. Now, you talked about how important that Rift Herald was for Cerberus. Now, without it, of course, they're going to get held back. And even in the late game, we don't see that much shelf potential coming out of Cerberus if they don't have any.
Yeah, it's very scary on their end because they're yes, they have wave clear with Tormented Soil. But at the same time, but that's it. Like they can't exactly reach towers because double poke, double wave clear with the Corki and the Varus, that's difficult.
Golden Feed will have Stand United while he tries to find a little bit of an escape plan, but will still be caught off. Now that leaves Noel all alone, but the rest of BRU, they're following suit. Here comes Jess, double Flay on top of them all with the box, locking them in place. Wall, Taku tries to fend off. He's being cornered off, and Jess picks one for himself.
That's so nicely done by Noel. Flash taunt, making sure that Taku has no escape. I like the proactivity by Cerberus here, making moves around the map, taking advantage of their comp.
Yeah, and they managed to get one turret by the end of it all. It's still not really all too well. Oh my goodness! Flash forward, and they still did not get it. Genza survives, but while that happens, mid lane we still have a little bit more push and pull between the two of these laners.
What happened there? My god, that was... Genza wanted to get the binding because Archony was taking a lot of turret hits there. But imagine the 1v1. That's the scary part, right? Genza, if you miss your binding, you do not have anything. Archony can just rain out all the rockets onto you. And that's why Genza lost that 1v1, almost lost that 1v1 if it weren't for that tower.
Yeah, and Archony, if he gets caught up, that will be a huge outplay by Genza overall. But now, with Genza picking up the status enchantment as well, he's going to be much safer this time round. So Taku goes in for a little bit of trades. He won't be able to burst down the well no matter how much he tries while something's happening down. But, well, it will be called off eventually while BRU tries to chase them right in.
We'll see if there's going to be a binding hitting, because look at the HP bars from BMM and as well as Fly. Half HP already. This is something that they're going to struggle with because we talked about delivery system. The delivery system is going to be Taku and Mess when they jump in. But where's your backline access, right? Taku has to maneuver around the area, see if he can set up a flank, deliver Fly into the backline. But so far, the approach has been front to back. CES hasn't been together just yet as a unit just because of the free teleport Noel has. He's going to split push. He's going to keep Taku in a tight leash to make sure that he's kept in check. If you don't keep Noel in check, he's going to push your towers, stand united, and then win the 5v5.
Absolutely agree with that. Here comes Jess coming with a play. That is a black shield on top of Mess. He won't be taken out by any of these members of BRU. Now, what's interesting to me, it goes back to the point of like, you know, split pushing and like going into these team fights. They understand we don't have that pushing power, and BMM starts to build that hullbreaker on this Garen. How effective could that be, though?
May not have that pushing power. Black Shield about to expire soon, though.
Yeah,
Oh my god, no
going
reach!
to the river, though.
Exactly, no reach, right? They need engage, they need Taku or Mess to go in. It's not the Garen, because BRU can just kite them with the Corki and the Varus.
Yeah, they're not really at the right pace. Same could be said, just like how, you know, F1 races are like. Lewis Hamilton last year compared to this year, something like that.
You gotta school me, because I'm not sure what happened this season. We'll see how CES attacks this though, because again, the livery system needed. BMM cannot go in first. He's gonna get kited, he's gonna get shredded down.
Yeah, and you see the rest of Buriram United just playing around with it. This time around, at least, they call for a split, go for other objectives as well. Here comes the redemption dropping in though. BRU, they're chasing in. Box being set into place. While we have Taku segregated from the fight, forcing a flash away from Mez. Now BRU, not only did they get the Herald, they will be able to secure this one as well. Let's see if Cerberus still have any fight. While they will have the resident coming in with the steal. Is it gonna be it? BRU still secures it. While Taku gets the assassination done. Golden Feet taken off. Same goes to Triple V. It's a killing spree for Noel though.
That's double objective secured by BRU. They managed to get Rift Herald, they managed to get the Dragon as well. And Taku took advantage of the chaos, and that's why Triple V, Golden Feet are dead. But BRU's stalling power is amazing. They have so much poke. CES was unable to trade because BRU kept them busy, and that's why Golden Feet was still able to manage to join the fight at the Dragon.
Yeah, all they need is one good chain of corruption to really lock the rest of Cerberus Esports in place, and Noel so far has been playing a perfect game on this Shen. He's only got like what, Sunfire as well as building into, I believe, a Divine Thunder eventually, and he's doing so much.
Yeah, he's doing so well. His presence is just a lot. These taunts, the way that he creates chaos in the backline for CES, not be able to retaliate. And again, for BRU, they welcome this.
Oh, perfect catcher. Nez does what he can to survive, but he'll still drop. No members of CES could do anything about that.
Xin Zhao is really good for double AD carry composition because of your ult, but unfortunately Ness got caught out with a death sentence.
Look for the taunt. Not really the target that they could easily pick off from. Feet easily. Yes, getting caught out. Here comes Stand United. Taku trying to deter him with a perfect execution. They still get the killing spree against Triple V, while they will have Genza coming right and locking them off. While Noel gives chase, will go on a rampage against Taku. But how long will they go on for?
Oh, look at the pings. Genza's gonna intercept. Noel, will the binding hit? That's gonna be a no. And he bought so much time. I love the proactivity from CES. They knew that BRU is splitting the map once more. Might as well attack while they have the numbers disadvantage. Noel was forced to join and Stand United, and they attacked the problem. Jess is a big problem because of his death sentence. So good.
Indeed it is. And here comes the binding once again. With Golden Feet's help, they won't be able to defend this turn. They will have to give way for the rest of CES. And the cavalry has arrived with the flay coming out of the Jess. They will have one perfect pick, and they will lock onto the Garen. And Garen will flash away. So BMM walks away safely at the cost of Genza.
It was a bait all along. That's the reason why BRU stayed at that tower, because the rest of BRU was coming to their rescue. And again, when we look at the composition of CES, let's take a look at that replay once more though. They attacked the problem. Jess, if you kill Jess, no one's there to initiate the fight with that death sentence into the following combo. So I like this from CES. They're using their composition early because this is an early to mid-game composition. Morgana's gonna fall off. since Zhao's gonna fall off, he's just gonna be tanky, and the only person you're gonna have to rely on when it comes to damage is Taku. What does Spear you? What can they do? Buy a bunch of hourglasses and stall and make Taku just stand there in the middle of the battle, waiting for the stasis to cool off.
Indeed, and when we look at the builds right now, it's a Crystalline Scepter as well as, defensive items on this Akali. She hasn't got to the Rabadon Spike or Lich Bane if you want to. And if you really want to shred tanks, you might want to consider that Divine Thunder as well. A lot of expensive items, but how much more time can CS bot? They have to find the same type of takes like they did back in that mid lane fight, and those chances don't always come by.
Yeah, even if they remove Jess, I think Jess is a very pivotal player to be able to initiate for BRU. He has been doing that since game 1, game 2. Now we are at match point. Dragon has spawned. We'll see how CS fights this.
Yes, coming with the play of holding them back. Redemption will be locked right in.
Oh,
They manage to get a catch onto Ganza. They still get the Drake. BRU, they will continue on with this fight. BMM is a little too late to see Exhaust being dropped while they give chase onto Mess as well. And
United,
CS, they have to fall back. Now they get caught up. Heroes entrance coming in a little too late, and BRU will continue on rallying the party as they march their way up over mid. Perfect on from Noel. Get rid of the rest of CES. Now, how much could they possibly hold on to as they break open the mid lane turret?
Noel is playing out of his mind. My God, he's able to get all of these flash taunts. 11 seconds on the clock for the rest of CES. I think they're going to get a tower down.
And they have to put in all their might here. While they are slowly getting withered away. Taku can only do so much inside of Shroud. While BRU will continue on the pressure.
My God, BRU can taste it. They can taste Icons. This is a game that is looking to be on their side. And we talked about CES composition. They reach a ceiling, they reach a limit. This is an early to mid-game composition. And when we're going beyond the 15-minute mark, you know that BRU is gonna win. But there is still a chance. CES, they can deny that Elder Drake. They can take the Elder Drake for themselves to help out on the damage department, because we talked about how their comp falls off. They can get a pick of their own, take advantage of low or high death timers rather. We'll see if BRU though, they've been sticking as a unit time and time again.
Yeah, and the importance of Baron is also pretty crucial for CES. Now here comes Jazz with triple man play. He will lock of Genza while he tries to limp himself away. Package being dropped right in as well. Crescent sweep has already been locked right into place. BRU will have to merge on, and CES, they're slowly crumbling in this final fight. 16 minutes at play is where BRU will finally get themselves those tickets into Icons.
Jess, you madman! You've been doing time and time again the way that you used to play, the way that you lock on to targets with the death sentence, and now you are 3-0 against CES.
And here we go. Final few more plays to be made by BRU to advance into the lower semifinals, but it's the tickets to the global stage that they won, and BRU have finally lifted the curse, and you can see the joys on the faces of the members of BRU.
Oh my God, Buriram United, they're so happy, just as you mentioned. The curse has been lifted. They get to continue, they get to move forward and show their skills, show their prowess in the Icon stage. My God, we have so many unique regions already on board in the WCS finals representing us.
And I just love it. It just brings the diversity of the WoW Rift in how we all play the game. And it's a little bit of rock, paper, scissors like you've mentioned before. We have so many great teams coming into this, and there can only be 4 of them in Icons. But I can't wait to see which region is really the best out of WCS, because we haven't even reached the grand finals.
I know we haven't reached the grand finals, but this is a moment to celebrate. We've locked on our 4 representatives flying to Icons, and it's such a, we talked about the regional specialty, and I feel like we have a little bit of everything, and I feel like I'm satisfied, I'm confident when we were looking at the Icons, and so happy for Buriram United. They're here! Finally! They got it! They got over the curse.
Yeah, especially happy as well. Like the panel has been run overall, and we've been
Rio,
waiting
yeah.
for this a run for Buriram United, and we were thinking that this is gonna go to 5 games, that maybe they might have cracked. This time, all the pressure is already off, and BRU takes the win, advances to the lower bracket semifinals. And of course, Riku, I guess that's all from us, and we'll pass it over back to our panel. Grandin, it's time for you to break it down.
I'm not gonna break it down. I'm gonna focus on the fact that BRU finally break the curse every time. They've been this close to making it to the International Championship. They faltered at the final step, getting reverse swept twice in a row in 2 separate series against 2 different opponents. Well, BRU are done with that. They finally take that win, and in 3-0 fashion, Omo.
That narrative is gone. That narrative is done. It's in the dust. This is the new BRU. Thank goodness, I agree. 3-0, they make it to, well, they live to fight another day. I don't even know what it is anymore. What is that? Lower bracket semifinals.
Lower bracket semifinals. BRU fighting.
Yeah, BRU fighting.
BRU fighting, BRU Susu. They made it so far. We want to see how far they can go. And I'm going to tell you guys right now, I think it's very likely we see a rematch between BRU and Team Flash in the grand finals.
Oh my goodness. That's a big call, Husky.
Right, that would be a great tale to tell, right?
been-
Because next up they will be facing RRQ next week. But I think the most important thing is that we celebrate BRU going to Icons. We also celebrate that we have 4 unique regions representing us at the
Amazing.
world stage.
I mean, celebrating victories is an important thing, and we have 4 unique sub-regions from the WCS competing in the Icons Global Championship. Honestly, huge representation. We see teams step up to the plate, and with Cerberus' loss, that's the final Pool 2 team gone. All Pool 1 teams will continue into the top 4 spots, each one securing and clinching their spot in the Global Championship.
Yeah, I think for good reason as well. We see the Pool 1 teams, they are frankly just a cut above the rest. Team Flash is so good. Flash rules, no comment. RRQ can be pretty good. And BRU, they're pretty sick as well. These Pool 1 teams, they are proving that they're Pool 1 for a reason. CES, I mean, congratulations to them. They made it so far, right? Them together with FENNEL University, both teams from Pool 2 got 0-3 today, but still, such a run they've had. Let's focus on BRU. Let's focus on the journey they have ahead of them.
Yeah, and no, BRU, the only team that has drawn blood from Team Flash, right? And it finally paid off. We trickle down here. We say that they have to face their demons again. They overcame it. When we look at the draft, I want to quickly point out what happened in that Baron lane. Taku on the Akali. We focus on how much responsibility he has. Then we look at his item build. Plated steel caps, crystalline reflector, 0 damage, can't do nothing in fights.
I just want to say, right, we started this day off, we had our predictions, right? And I said it first, so for the record, I said first,
Production, who put 3-0 first? It was me, okay? It was me.
No, get the camera back on me. 3-0 BRU, who said it first? I said it first on air, so that means,
okay, good.
That means I said it first.
I'll let you have it, because I have like perfect predictions, so I'll let you have it.
I don't know what happened with your scores. I feel like that's something that needs to be talked about.
Let's move on. BRU, amazing trio from them. The drafts were great. The gameplay was great. I love that they demonstrated different styles. I do have a question though. Why did CS never ban Trash?
Yeah, why?
I don't know.
We emphasized it so much, right? And their response to that was a Morgana for Genza, which actually doesn't solve any problems. You could have just clicked one button and get rid of Thresh, and it would solve so much issues for Cerberus. And on top of that, they're putting so much weight on Taku. It basically tells BRU that if Taku doesn't get off to a good start, this game becomes super hard for CES.
I genuinely think that CES's drafts have been kind of weird this game. I'm not sure what's going on in scrims. I'm not sure what's going on in their team discussions, so I'm not going to comment too much on that. But if you look at it on paper, they just don't seem to have answers to BRU's draft.
I see you guys follow Autoluz's theory on picks and bans. If you don't want to play against it and you don't want to play it, might as well just ban it out. I think yeah, fair enough. You know, I'm simplifying his point, you know, making it more digestible for everyone here watching. But that being said, I think that Cerberus looked at it and said that, well, there is the chance that we can still play against it, right? What just played incredibly well. I think that was the thing that was beyond their expectations. When you look back at the match, you could have expected Jess to do well on the Thresh, could have expected him to do well on the Yuumi, but I don't think anyone could have looked at it and said, he's going to do
that well?
No, I think it's expected.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's expected. I'm not biased or anything, by the way. It's not like I'm wearing his jersey or anything. I'm not biased. I'm just saying.
You want to turn around real quick and show the jersey?
I can't. I think the angle on the camera doesn't quite work.
Well, if you stand, good. If you can stand up and then like double bicep, show it off.
I would, but I haven't been working out. Let's not focus on that.
And there's so much more to be said about BRU here. This is their first chance at the truly international competition, and it is a great look from them. And we have our player of the game, Noel, up in the top side with the Shen.
Yeah, he played a formidable Shen, right? He's not only the tank for the team, but his Stand United were perfect. There was a moment early on when we look at the replay, Cerberus, they tried to respond to a bot, they tried to go aggressive bot lane, right? Genza tried to engage with a binding, he goes down, Cerberus shows up, tries to turn that, but they forgot that there's Noel. What Omo pointed out, cross-map play. Stand United shows up, gets a double taunt, wins the fight, and BRU gets an easy early game.
And I want to do away with the narrative of Noel as the shield as well. That might have been true in the past, but I think you look at him, yeah, he plays the tanks, he plays the supportive champions, he does his job. But this guy, he protect, he attack, he do it all. I don't think he's just the shield. I don't think the shield bash narrative covers that enough. I feel like this team as a whole, and I love that you draw the comparison between this team and Team Flash as well, right? Sure, they have some standout players in some roles, but the reason why they're winning games, the reason why they look so good is because they work so well as a team, as a unit. Everyone does their job, knows their roles, and it works out. This is the play you were talking about.
Yeah, this was the play where CS tried to get too overzealous, completely forgetting that Noel existed. BRU re-engages, gets a couple of kills, and at that point of time, it opens up the map.
I know why they picked Akali. They were trying to do that little trick where she would shuriken flip and follow you across the map, wasn't it?
Didn't happen, though.
There we go. Yeah,
no, I don't think that was that, right? That can't have been that, but it would have been nice to see.
Sure, but I mean, you look at BRU again, and I mean, honestly, their greatest strength is also their greatest weakness. The fact they play together as a team, the fact that they move together and make decisions together has both been a rewarding point, but also a punishing point. Well, in matches like against Team Flash, for example,
Team Flash is just too crack.
What we saw from them was, but they brought them to the fifth game. They were this close to closing out the series and locking their spot in the Icons Global Championship early. The problem was, like we mentioned, it is both their strength and their weakness. Even in matchups, like with the Senna Nasus, they want to move together before those champions are online.
Yeah, and that kind of also plays into how this draft that we saw for BRU, in fact, throughout the whole series, kind of minimizes those kind of weaknesses, right? You get cross-play again. The Shen is a perfect example of that. The Galio on having what the Jess on someone like a Thresh that constantly moves around the map. Even the Yuumi, right? You just stick her onto a vessel, you get to play cross-map even more effectively. You don't have to worry about moving together as a unit because your team can always join you.
Yeah, what I would love to look forward to as well is the BRU against RRQ matchup. I think that's going to be so much fun. The way these two teams play, the stylistic differences as well. I think it's going to be a really cool matchup to watch. I think I want to see how both mid-junglers face off, mid-jungle synergy really stacks up in that matchup, and I want to see how support gameplay plays into that as well. We say, what the Jazz, he's amazing, he's cracked, he can play to trash. EXO as well, he's been playing these engages. I want to see how these two guys influence the map, and I want to see how Chaz and Helios show their chops off against BRU.
And that's the thing with BRU, we've seen now they've been an incredibly strong team, but at the same time, not as stand out as RRQ, right?
Not the flashiest.
Not the flashiest. RRQ, on the other hand, are looking like a team of superstars. You have guys running in, Chaz, Helios leading the charge, gets the team in a good spot, and then they close out the game from there. Whereas what we see from BRU, more team-oriented, the focus is on winning together. If one dies, the rest tend to die. And so it's a little cheesy. It's a little cheesy, even for me here. But it is still a very nice look for BRU. I'm looking forward to see how that plays out against some stiff competition. Now we really get to see again the fight between Pool 1 teams.
Yes.
The last time we saw this happen, 5-game series, all the way, the full distance. Now again, we get to see Pool 1 teams play it out.
We said earlier it's starting to get spicy. Now it's really starting to get spicy. Our final four, Gran and Husky.
Yeah, we have Flash Wolves and Team Team
The
Flash
double flash
up there,
face-off,
the
yeah.
double flashes in the upper brackets, and we have RRQ and BRU. And in fact, you brought out the jungle and mid duo, right? I want to see how BRU pushes this limit because RRQ, Chaz, and Helios, they play such a fast-paced game. But today we saw a different side of RRQ. Slow, composed, collected.
Yes.
BRU have shown us the slow and composed side, but they haven't shown us the fast and furious side.
Well, to their credit, Cold and Feet and Archony have been playing so very well this tournament as well. If there was a duel to stop the aggression to stop the tempo of Helios and Chaz. This could be it. It could be BRU. No bias.
I mean, both sides have shown very creative drafting as well, right?
Good drafting, yeah.
Very
good
good drafting, creative drafting. We've seen some interesting options. That being said, the look that I really did like to see was BRU playing the Rengar Yuumi today.
Sure.
The fact that they have now been able to identify this as a potential playstyle, being able to enable the Yuumi through an engaged champion in the jungle position. Golden Feet now expands his role in the team, not only playing stuff like the Kazakhs. Early in the competition, he played the Riven as well. I'm looking forward to seeing him play things like
Jax
the
was
Rengar.
perma-banned against him today.
Yeah, and Jax perma-ban against Golden Feet.
A lot of respect for the guy.
And it also allows him to get back into that Riven jungle a bit more comfortably, right? Just because of this Yuumi. Yesterday, plays Riven, but he has no one to supplement that. But now you have an enabler in the form of what the Justice Yuumi. That Riven could be a formidable force.
All right, I'm being told here we have our interview ready. We have Noel from BRU joining us to break down how they feel after that amazing win.
What's up?
Hello! All right, great to have you here joining us. I have to ask, I think starting out, right? You guys have just broken the curse, BRU finally going to the international competition. How do you guys feel?
First of all, I think we quite confident for today because yesterday we lose to Team Flash for 3-2, and in Vietnam, Flash win the CS for 4-0. You know, so we are quite confident.
Yeah, great point. Hey, Pinoy, what's up? It's me. How do you guys feel after the win? How does the team feel? How does everyone feel? What's the thoughts amongst you guys right now?
Honestly, it feels so good because remember last year we get the whole reverse beef in one day.
Forget it, bro. It's over now.
Yeah, and moving forward, Noel, again, congratulations. We have 4 unique sub-regions here to Icons. But I want to quickly fast-track this. Next up, you guys face RRQ. Any comments on that? What are you looking forward to? Because that one is going to be a spicy matchup.
For us, we think RRQ playstyle is quite similar to EVO's Esports. So I think we can win them.
Oh, interesting.
The jungle, right?
I mean, we see that, right? That definitely does come through and shine through a lot. Well, I've heard that you are like the big brother of the team. How do you manage to control the personalities inside BRU?
For us, I think our team, for the Buriram, everyone is old, so...
Maturity! Maturity!
Yeah. Can I ask you guys as well, right? Because today and yesterday, you guys were doing a lot of side laning, you were doing a lot of split pushing. Who's behind the calls in the team? Who's behind the shot calling?
If we play champ like Camille, for me to split push, so I will be the main caller. But if I play like Darius or something else to go fight with the team, everyone will help each other to go.
Great.
And we see you branch out in that champion pool, right? When you guys play your first upper bracket series against Semnite, it was Darius all the way, but now you get the liberty to play Shen, to play Camille, to play Renekton and all of that. Do you enjoy that freedom, or you just think that if I can be on Darius, I'll just play Darius all the way?
I think it's about the day. I feel confident about Darius, I will play Darius.
Oh, that's a really great point, by the way. I think your drafting has been so good this tournament. Who's behind that? Is it a team effort or?
We work so hard for the draft. We watch every single game of our opponent team.
The whole split?
So, yeah, the whole split.
Oh my god.
Wow.
In one day, yeah.
In one day.
That's a lot of research.
The whole team watches that?
Yeah, we help each other figure it out.
God, yeah.
What should we pick a band?
Well-deserved win. I mean, honestly, your
absolutely.
drafts have been so good. And like, I don't know. If I was on BRU, I would quit already, man. It's too much work.
I thought you were. I thought you were BRU Omo.
Oh yeah, BRU Omo. I forgot. Next to the jersey.
Well, we got representation here, and it's just an amazing pickup for the teams. Noel, congratulations again. We hope you guys get a good rest going forward into the competition. We'll see you guys in a few days. All the best. BRU fighting.
Hey,
Thank
have
you.
fun at Icons, bro.
Sorry, Thank you.
Bye-bye. Woo! I love that. I love that. Whoa, you don't have to control you don't have to control your players because everyone's just mature, right?
Bunch of old man.
That's the word.
we actually get to see all guards when they go play against each other, when they play RRQ. I mean, you have Exosun and What the Jess.
Yes.
Support
Oh
role.
my goodness, you're
So
so
much
right.
Playing
memories.
against each other since like what, GPL days? Oh,
Yeah.
my god.
A decade later, they reunite on the
I
battlefield.
don't think it's been a decade, but it's been
Close
a
to
very
it,
long
yeah,
time. Yeah,
close.
It's been like it's 1 year from a decade.
Can you not remind me? It makes me feel so old as
Okay,
well, man.
9
Can
years.
we not-
A decade minus 1 year.
Oh my goodness.
Doesn't make me feel better.
But when I made the Doraemon reference, you know that we are going down that road.
I'd actually never watched Doraemon. I
What?
was more of like the Danny Phantom kind of
I'm
vibe.
honestly pretty much in the same boat. Like, it's
Yeah.
a thing that I saw on air like a couple of times, but for the most part, I mean, why
Okay,
would
can you imagine, like 10-year-old me, I could watch Doraemon, or I could watch American Dragon Jake Long. Which one do you think I was gonna watch?
You have to
I
understand.
also
Ben
watch,
10.
I
I'm
also
gonna watch
watch
Ben 10.
American Dragon.
Yeah.
You have to understand, I don't watch like Danny Phantom or Ben 10.
Ah.
You know what I watch? I watch Tom and Jerry, Doraemon, Crayon Shin-chan, I watch Powerpuff Girls, I watch
To
Power
be
Rangers.
fair, those are
Tom and Jerry's
classics.
a dub, though.
Like, you are watching like the classics of classics.
Tom and Jerry's
I'll
a dub,
take that,
though,
I'll
but the
take
rest
that.
are kind of L.
I feel less bad. Kind of L.
Kind of L.
No,
Kinda-
I'll take my wins any
I
day.
think those are like technically considered like the golden age of cartoons. Well, I'm gonna pause it there for now because we have our playoff brackets and things have gone down to the last 4 teams, and we're looking at the lower bracket semifinals, the upper bracket finals, and then the grand finals. I mean, it's just there's so much to be done here.
Double flashes up top.
Flash Wolves and Team Flash now, that's going to be a very exciting one. I think it's a bit of a clash of styles. But like Noel said earlier, RRQ against Buriram, they feel confident. They're feeling like, you know, RRQ, maybe they're just a better version of EVOS. And we beat EVOS 4-2 in our own regional finals. We can do it again.
True, but EVOS was a scary matchup, right? 4-2, you say that, but EVOS was the one that started with the lead. They took a couple of games off them
Okay,
early.
but who won?
The guy,
BRU, that's right.
the guys of the jersey that you're wearing. That's who won.
Exactly.
But it was a scary matchup at first.
Sure.
And so I think RQ could pose that same risk. And despite being qualified now for the Icons Global Championship, you want to go in as a main contestant, not through the planes. You want to get that secured spot from winning the WCS and having that title as the first champions of WCS.
To be fair though, I think any C team and play-ins would just destroy the rest of their opponents. I'm just going to put that out there.
There's a lot to look forward to. But that being said, our top 4 teams locked in to the Icons Global Championship, will be playing again in Day 6 of WCS Finals. We have Flash Wolves versus Team Flash to start things off, and BRU versus RRQ to wrap up the day.
BRU versus RRQ has a nice ring to it.
Exactly, right? As much as I'm looking forward to BRU against RRQ, I want to watch Flash Wolves against Team Flash because you have a bunch of veterans who've been here for a very long time up against young and uprising superstars on the side of Team Flash.
That's also true, right? The fact that we've seen Flash Wolves come into the competition and they've been playing out long-drawn series, long-drawn matches, ultimately to win them, but I mean, things are looking scary along the way.
Yeah, like I said, a clash of styles, right? But more than anything, I want to watch the Baron Lane matchup. Ysera, who's got to be like close to 30 years old by now, playing against Shy, who I think the video earlier said he was born in 2003, 18, 19,
Is he your favorite?
Something like that.
Is this your favorite player now,
Shy?
Ysera?
Ysera? No, 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 not even.
Almost got
you. He's great, right? Because he plays the way I do. Stable, tanky tops. Play for your team. He was great on the carries against RIQ, but to be fair, not the best top lane performance from Devil J either. Now, going up against the Shy, he will truly be tested.
No, I'm just gonna say, don't compare yourself with Ysera here, right? Ysera is leagues above, so I'm gonna give it over to Ysera as the better player.
Yeah, no duh.
Unless you build a Cerberus on
I'm
Garen,
like
I feel like you can't.
budget Ysera, you know? Triple budget.
Fair enough, fair enough. Okay, all right, put yourself at that point. I'll take that much.
I'm fair.
I'm struggling to accept that fact, but I'll take it.
All right, fair enough. Well, once again, we'd like to thank our sponsors here, the guys that made all this possible, Riot Games, Gosu Gamers, and One Esports. It's been an amazing day. Our next broadcast day will be on the 6th of May. The WCS Finals are on its final legs. Thank you so much for joining us for day number 5 of our playoffs, fans. We already know the teams that are going to Icons, but now it's time to find out who the first WC champions are going to be. We'll find out who will continue to choose greatness in the WCS Finals, so stay tuned for day 6 happening this coming Friday. See you guys later.
Let's go, top 4!
taking me round. Take me there, hear what I'm saying. Anywhere, we're just beginning. Time to stop, lost in the feeling. When you look at me. Took it all for granted, caught up in the madness, yeah. It goes hand in hand, but I know my path, yeah. Now I know my plans. Oh, never stayed for too long. Felt the pull inside so strong. You just got to hang on, take a chance, let it go. You can never let you on. I can see. Fly with me. Come on, baby, set me free. You say that you know the truth. Inside of me, inside you. Always got something to prove. Don't know what it means to lose. What would you do? Oh, look at the light in your eyes. Beneath the will of the skies. Baby, keep holding on tight. We'll win the fight.
Everyone is isolated. can see. Fly with me,
a chance, we can never fall. Yeah, I feel so strong, unstoppable. Just hold on tight, gotta let it roll. Don't stop this feeling, let's take it too far. Live for these moments, let's reach for the stars. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. Just you and me. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause we are invincible. Yeah, we are invincible. Never get enough, we could have it all. Gonna take a chance, you can never fall. Feel so strong, unstoppable. Just hold on tight, gotta let it roll. Don't stop this feeling, let's take it too far. Live for these moments, let's reach for the stars. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause you and me. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause we are invincible. Yeah, we are invincible. Oh, we are invincible. Invincible, invincible. Invincible, invincible. A million to one. So wild and so young. A million to one. So wild and so young. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause you and me. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause we are invincible. Yeah, we are invincible. Oh, we are invincible. I